Welcome back, horror lovers. Tonight, did you know that a lot of you who watch my videos aren't subscribed yet? I'd really appreciate it if you could hit that subscribe button. And don't forget to like the video and leave a comment below. Your interaction really helps the channel grow and allows more people to see my content. Thanks so much for your support. It started out like any other Tuesday. Rain lashed against the windows, blurring the cityscape outside my home office. I was wrestling with a particularly stubborn piece of code, the kind that makes you question your career choices. My wife, Sarah, was in the other room, probably working on her latest painting. The rhythmic swoosh of her brush against canvas was a familiar background hum to my day. Around noon, the internet started acting up. Pages loaded at a snail's pace, emails refused to send, and the video call with my boss froze, his face contorted in a pixelated grimace. Typical, I muttered, restarting the router for the 100th time. No dice. Frustration mounting, I did what any rational person on the verge of a tech-induced meltdown would do. I tried to access that website. You know the one. The one that's blocked in our country. The one that promises all sorts of illicit thrills but usually just delivers malware and disappointment. Figured if even that wouldn't load, I might as well just call it a day and drown my sorrows in a tub of ice cream. But it loaded. Fast. No lag, no buffering, just instant access to the seedy underbelly of the internet. A wave of surprised satisfaction washed over me. Ha! Take that, censorship. I thought, feeling oddly victorious. That's when things started to get weird. One click led to another, curiosity pulling me deeper into the digital rabbit hole. Forums with cryptic names, websites with disturbing images, chat rooms filled with conversations that made my skin crawl. I was in the deep web, the murky, uncharted territory of the internet, and I was starting to feel like I'd wandered into a place I wasn't supposed to be. Then I stumbled upon it. A site that looked like an escort service, but with a distinctly amateurish design. The photos were grainy, the bios were sparse, and the whole thing reeked of desperation. I was about to click away when one of the thumbnails caught my eye. A woman with long, auburn hair, a delicate nose, and eyes that seemed to stare right through the screen. My blood ran cold. It couldn't be. But the more I looked, the more certain I became. It was Sarah. Let me know what you think. I've tried to incorporate the elements you mentioned, ordinary setting, relatable language, and a hint of psychological horror. We can work on refining it further and adding more details to build suspense. I slammed my laptop shut. The image of Sarah's face on that sleazy website burned into my retinas. No way, I mumbled, pacing the room like a caged animal. It can't be her. It just can't. My mind raced, desperately trying to rationalize the impossible. Maybe it was a look-alike. Yeah, that's it. There are probably tons of women who look like Sarah. It's a big world, after all. But doubt gnawed at me. The auburn hair, the distinctive curve of her nose, the small birthmark above her left eyebrow. Those were details a stranger couldn't possibly capture. I retrieved my laptop, the screen mocking me with its blankness. With trembling fingers, I powered it back on, navigating back to that dreadful sight. The photos seemed to leer at me, Sarah's eyes accusing. I zoomed in, pixel by pixel, searching for any discrepancy, any sign that it wasn't her. But the truth was undeniable. The rest of the day passed in a blur. I went through the motions, eating lunch, answering emails, pretending to work, but my mind was a whirlwind of confusion and fear. Every time Sarah walked by, my heart would leap into my throat. I scrutinized her every move, every expression, searching for clues, for answers, for anything that would make sense of this nightmare. Later that evening, as we were having dinner, I noticed something. A small, silver necklace with a heart-shaped pendant. It was the same necklace she was wearing in the photo. The one I'd given her for our anniversary. The one I jokingly called the key to my heart. The blood drained from my face. It was her. My wife. On that website. Selling herself. The realization hit me like a punch to the gut, leaving me gasping for air. I excused myself from the table, rushing to the bathroom, where I retched until there was nothing left but bile. This couldn't be happening. This wasn't my life. This wasn't Sarah. But it was. And I had no idea what to do about it. The words caught in my throat, a tangled mess of anger, betrayal, and disbelief. I stared at Sarah across the dinner table, the flickering candlelight casting long, dancing shadows on her face. She seemed oblivious to the turmoil raging within me, her eyes sparkling with laughter as she recounted some trivial anecdote from her day. I couldn't take it anymore. "Sarah," I began, my voice trembling, "we need to talk." The smile vanished from her face, replaced by a look of concern. "What's wrong, honey? You look pale." "I saw you," I blurted out, the words tumbling out like a torrent. "On that website. The escort service." Her eyes widened in shock, then narrowed in confusion. "What are you talking about?" "Don't play dumb with me, Sarah," I shouted, slamming my hand on the table, making her jump. "I saw your photo. I know what you're doing." Her face turned ashen. "It's not what you think," she stammered, her voice barely above a whisper. "Then what is it?" I demanded, my voice cracking with emotion. "Explain it to me, Sarah. Explain why my wife is selling herself on the internet." Tears welled up in her eyes. I didn't want to do it," she sobbed. They made me." "Who made you?" I pressed, my anger giving way to a chilling fear. "I can't tell you," she pleaded, her voice choked with sobs. They'll hurt us. Please, just forget you ever saw that website. Please." My mind reeled. Who were they? What kind of hold did they have over her? Was she in danger? Was I? Suddenly, a terrifying thought struck me. What if this wasn't just about money? What if there was something more sinister going on? What if Sarah was involved in something far more dangerous than I could ever imagine? The questions swirled in my head, unanswered, fueling my growing sense of dread. The comfortable life I thought I knew had shattered into a million pieces, leaving me standing on the precipice of a terrifying unknown. Sleep became a distant memory. Every time I closed my eyes, Sarah's face would appear, morphing into those grainy images from the website. I'd jolt awake, heart pounding, the sheets twisted around me like a shroud. Food lost its appeal. The thought of eating made my stomach churn, a constant knot of anxiety replacing any sense of hunger. My reflection in the mirror became a stranger, gaunt, hollow-eyed, haunted. Work became impossible. How could I focus on spreadsheets and deadlines when my world was crumbling around me? I'd stare at the computer screen, the lines of code blurring into a meaningless jumble. My boss's concerned emails went unanswered. The phone calls went straight to voicemail. Paranoia set in. Every creak in the house sounded like an intruder. Every whisper felt like a conspiracy. I started seeing shadows lurking in the corners of my vision, hearing footsteps trailing behind me. The world felt hostile, filled with unseen threats. I withdrew from everyone. My friends' calls went unanswered, their texts ignored. I couldn't bear to face them, to pretend that everything was okay when it so clearly wasn't. The thought of explaining, of sharing my shame and fear, felt unbearable. One night, fueled by a potent cocktail of insomnia and despair, I made a decision. I grabbed my laptop, the gateway to this nightmare, and smashed it against the wall. The screen shattered, shards of glass spraying across the floor like digital shrapnel. A surge of satisfaction, fleeting and hollow, coursed through me. But the destruction brought no relief. The images were still burned into my brain, the questions still clawed at my sanity. Who were those people? What had they done to Sarah? And what were they planning to do next? Driven by a desperate need for answers, I reached for my phone. There had to be a way to find them, to expose them, to make them pay. I opened the browser, my fingers trembling as I typed in the familiar address. The website loaded, its sinister homepage greeting me like an old friend. I was going in. The familiar homepage of the escort site seemed to mock me, Sarah's picture plastered across the banner like a trophy. My stomach churned, but a grim determination pushed me forward. I had to understand. I had to find out who was behind this, who was pulling the strings. Clicking on Sarah's profile felt like a violation, each image a fresh wound. The comment section was even worse, a cesspool of depravity, filled with anonymous users objectifying and degrading my wife. Rage burned in my veins, but I forced myself to keep reading, searching for clues, for any hint of who was running this operation. Links embedded in the site led me to darker corners of the deep web. Forums with names that made my blood run cold, websites filled with images I couldn't unsee. The deeper I went, the more I realized this wasn't just some amateur escort service. This was organized, sophisticated, and utterly evil. I stumbled upon hidden forums where users boasted about their exploits, sharing stories of blackmail, coercion, and worse. The casual cruelty displayed in their posts made my skin crawl. These weren't just men looking for sex, they were predators, reveling in the power they held over their victims. Then, I found it. A thread buried deep within one of the forums, titled The Auction. The posts were encrypted, but I managed to crack the code, my heart pounding with a mixture of dread and anticipation. The messages were chilling, detailed descriptions of women being sold to the highest bidder, their lives reduced to a string of numbers and degrading comments. And then, I saw her name. Sarah. Listed alongside a starting bid and a date. The auction was in 2 days. Panic seized me. I had to get to her, to warn her, to get her out of there. But how? I was just one man, up against a faceless enemy, lost in a labyrinth of digital darkness. Just as despair threatened to consume me, a new message popped up on the screen. It was from an anonymous user, a single line of text that sent shivers down my spine. You're not alone. I can help. Hope, a feeling I hadn't experienced in days, flickered within me. This anonymous message, this lifeline in the digital darkness, gave me a renewed sense of purpose. I replied immediately, my fingers flying across the keyboard. Who are you? How can you help? The response came almost instantly. Someone who knows what they're doing. Meet me in the chat room. Red room, you'll find it. My heart pounded. This could be a trap, another layer of this twisted game. But what choice did I have? Sarah's life was on the line. I navigated to the chat room, the name sending a shiver down my spine. The room was filled with cryptic messages, users with aliases like Viper and Shadowman exchanging information in a coded language I couldn't decipher. Then, a private message popped up. You came. Good. First, you need to understand who you're dealing with. This isn't just some small-time operation. They're called the Serpent's Hand. They're organized, powerful, and ruthless. They have eyes everywhere. Fear tightened its grip on me, but I pressed on. What do they want? Why Sarah? They traffic women. Young, vulnerable women. They use them, abuse them, and then dispose of them. The words hit me like a punch to the gut. Sarah was just another target. But she's become a problem. She's resisting. They don't like that. How do I find them? I typed, my hands shaking. It won't be easy. They operate in the shadows. But I can give you a lead. There's a meeting tonight. A warehouse district south of the city. If you're lucky, you might find some answers there. The address appeared on the screen. I memorized it, my mind already racing. This was it. My chance to save Sarah, to take down these monsters. I grabbed my jacket, a surge of adrenaline pushing aside the fear. As I stepped out into the night, the rain had stopped, and the city lights seemed to gleam with a sinister intensity. I hailed a cab, the address echoing in my mind like a mantra. This was no longer just about Sarah. This was about fighting back against the darkness, about reclaiming my life from the clutches of these online predators. I was going hunting. The warehouse district was a desolate wasteland of crumbling concrete and rusted metal. Rain slicked the streets, reflecting the dim glow of distant streetlights. I stepped out of the cab, my breath fogging in the cold night air. The address I'd been given led me to a nondescript warehouse, its windows boarded up, an eerie silence emanating from within. My heart hammered against my ribs. Was this the right place? Was Sarah inside? I took a deep breath, steeling my nerves. There was no turning back now. I tried the door, but it was locked. Cursing under my breath, I circled the building, searching for another way in. Finally, I found a fire escape, its ladder rusted and groaning under my weight. I climbed to the second floor, adrenaline masking the tremor in my hands. A broken window provided access to a dimly lit corridor. The air was thick with the smell of mildew and dust. I crept along the hallway, each step echoing in the oppressive silence. Voices drifted from behind a closed door, sending a jolt of fear through me. I pressed my ear against the door, straining to hear. It was them. The serpent's hand. Their voices were muffled, but I could make out snippets of conversation, Sarah's name, mentioned with a chilling casualness, plans for the auction, the price she would fetch. Rage surged through me. I had to get to her. Now! I kicked the door open, bursting into the room. It was a large, cavernous space, sparsely furnished with a few chairs and a table littered with drugs and paraphernalia. For men, their faces obscured by shadows, turned towards me, surprise etched on their faces. "Who the hell are you?" one of them snarled, reaching for a weapon. I didn't hesitate. I lunged forward, adrenaline fueling my attack. The first man went down with a satisfying thud, my fist connecting with his jaw. The others reacted quickly, a chaotic melee of punches and kicks erupting. I fought with a ferocity I didn't know I possessed, fueled by fear and desperation. But they were bigger, stronger, and there were more of them. I felt a sharp pain in my ribs, then another in my head. The world spun, my vision blurring. Just as I felt myself losing consciousness, a scream pierced the air. It was Sarah. Her voice, filled with terror, cut through the chaos, giving me a renewed surge of energy. I stumbled towards the sound, pushing past the men, my vision swimming. And then I saw her. Sarah, bound and gagged, her eyes wide with fear. She looked at me, a flicker of hope igniting in her gaze. I was so close. Just a few more feet. But then, a heavy weight slammed into me from behind, sending me crashing to the ground. The world went black. Consciousness returned in agonizing waves, each surge bringing a fresh wave of pain. My head throbbed, my vision swam, and my body ached with a dull, persistent ache. I blinked, trying to focus, the blurry shapes around me slowly resolving into the grim reality of the warehouse. I was tied to a chair, my wrists bound tightly behind me. The room was empty except for a single flickering light bulb that cast long, menacing shadows. The silence was broken only by the drip, drip, drip of water from a leaky pipe, each drop a hammer blow against my skull. Then, I heard footsteps. Slow, deliberate footsteps approaching from the shadows. A figure emerged, the light glinting off a familiar pair of glasses. "Mark," I croaked, my voice hoarse and dry. Mark, my colleague, my friend, the one person I confided in, stood before me, a chilling smile twisting his lips. "Surprised to see me?" he asked, his voice dripping with sarcasm. You're one of them?" I stammered, disbelief warring with a sickening sense of betrayal. "One of them?" he chuckled. "Darling, I am them. I built the website. I recruited Sarah. I orchestrated everything. My blood ran cold. Why?" I whispered, the question a ragged gasp. "Why?" he repeated, his smile widening. "Because it's fun. Because it's profitable. Because I can." He leaned closer, his eyes gleaming with a sadistic light. "And because you were so easy to fool." He explained how he'd been watching me for months, feeding me information, manipulating me into playing the role of the unwitting hero. He'd used my desperation, my love for Sarah, to further his own twisted agenda. "You were so predictable," he sneered. The concerned husband, the knight in shining armor. It was almost too easy. The realization hit me like a physical blow. I'd been played, used, manipulated. My trust, my friendship, my love for Sarah, all of it had been exploited for his sick game. "Where's Sarah?" I demanded, my voice filled with a desperate rage. "Don't worry," he purred. "She's safe. For now. But the auction is still on. And she's the star attraction." He leaned in, his breath hot against my ear. "You have a choice to make," he whispered. "You can save yourself. Walk away and forget any of this ever happened. Or you can try to save her. But if you do, you'll both die." He stepped back, his smile widening. "The clock is ticking," he said, his voice laced with amusement. "What's it going to be?" The rusty fire escape groaned under our combined weight, each creak a potential alarm. Sarah, her eyes wide and frantic, clung to my arm, her breath coming in ragged gasps. We had to get out of there, disappear into the labyrinthine streets before Mark or his goons realized we were gone. We stumbled through the darkness, the warehouse district a maze of shadowy alleys and deserted buildings. Every sound, the scuttling of rats, the distant wail of a siren, sent a jolt of fear through us. We were like hunted animals, our senses heightened, our instincts screaming at us to run, hide, survive. We ducked into a doorway, catching our breath in the relative safety of the shadows. Sarah's hand trembled in mine, her skin clammy and cold. "We have to get to the police," she whispered, her voice hoarse. "No," I said, shaking my head. "They'll never believe us. Mark has connections, resources. He'll make sure we're discredited, silenced." Despair threatened to engulf us, but I pushed it back. We had to keep moving, keep fighting. There had to be a way out of this. We pressed on, our escape a desperate scramble through the urban jungle. We dodged patrolling police cars, slipped through deserted construction sites, and hid in the shadows of abandoned buildings. The city, once a familiar backdrop to our lives, had become a hostile territory, every corner a potential trap. Finally, as dawn painted the sky with streaks of gray and orange, we found refuge in a dingy motel on the outskirts of the city. The room was small, grimy, and reeked of stale cigarettes, but it offered a temporary sanctuary. We collapsed on the bed, exhaustion claiming us. But even in the relative safety of the motel room, the fear lingered. We were far from safe. Mark was out there, hunting us, his resources and influence stretching far beyond the confines of the deep web. We had escaped the auction, but the nightmare was far from over. We were on the run, our lives forever tainted by the darkness we had stumbled into. And as I looked at Sarah, her face pale and drawn, I knew that the real horror was just beginning. Days blurred into weeks. We moved from motel to motel, cheap, anonymous places where we could disappear into the background noise of transient lives. Sarah barely spoke, her eyes haunted by a terror I couldn't erase. The vibrant, carefree woman I knew was gone, replaced by a ghost trapped in a recurring nightmare. I tried to reassure her, to offer a semblance of normalcy, but the words felt hollow even to my own ears. We were living on borrowed time, the shadow of the serpent's hand looming over us. I knew Mark wouldn't give up. He was relentless, a predator savoring the thrill of the hunt. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the motel room, a sense of dread washed over me. The air felt thick with a suffocating tension, a premonition of something terrible about to happen. A knock on the door sent a jolt of fear through us. We exchanged a panicked look, our eyes wide with terror. "Who is it?" I called out, my voice trembling. Silence. Then, a voice, smooth and chillingly familiar, sent shivers down my spine. "It's Mark," he said, his tone laced with amusement. "We need to talk." Panic seized us. He'd found us. After all this time, after all our efforts to disappear, he tracked us down. We looked around the room, desperately searching for an escape, a weapon, anything to defend ourselves with. But there was nothing. We were trapped. Another knock, more insistent this time. "Open up," Mark's voice purred, "or we'll come in." I looked at Sarah, her face pale and drawn. We were out of options, backed into a corner with nowhere to run. "We have to jump," I whispered, my eyes darting to the window. It was a 2-story drop, but it was our only chance. Sarah nodded, her eyes filled with a desperate resolve. We climbed onto the window ledge, the ground seeming miles away. "On the count of 3, I said, my voice barely above a whisper. 1, 2. But before I could utter the final word, the door burst open. 2 burly figures filled the doorway, their faces obscured by shadows. We were trapped. I looked at Sarah, her eyes wide with terror. Then, with a shared sense of desperation, we jumped. The ground rushed up to meet us, the impact a jarring explosion of pain. And then, darkness. I woke to the sound of a rhythmic beeping. My eyes fluttered open, the blurry shapes around me slowly resolving into the sterile white of a hospital room. I was alive. But where was Sarah? Panic surged through me. I tried to sit up, but a sharp pain in my leg brought me back down. A nurse rushed to my side, her face etched with concern. "You're awake," she said, relief in her voice. "You've been unconscious for days." "Sarah," I croaked, my throat dry and scratchy. "Where's Sarah?" The nurse's expression faltered. "Sir," she began hesitantly, "there's something you need to know." Her words trailed off, leaving me suspended in a chilling uncertainty. What had happened to Sarah? Was she alive? Was she? The nurse took a deep breath. "We couldn't find her," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. She disappeared." I never thought I'd be one of those guys, the ones you see on the news, broken and hollow-eyed, clutching a photo of their kid. But here I am, staring at a picture of my little girl, Emily, her gap-toothed grin frozen in time. She would have been 10 next week. They found her body in the woods behind our house, a place where she used to love to play. The cops called it a random act of violence, some sick bastard passing through town. But something didn't sit right. Emily was cautious. She wouldn't have wandered off with a stranger. And there was something about the way the local PD handled the whole thing, almost like they were trying to sweep it under the rug. My gut screamed that there was more to this. I'm a CIA agent, for Christ's sake. I've spent my life dealing with the scum of the earth, the kind of people who'd hurt a child. I wasn't going to let some small-town cops tell me this was just a random act. So, I did what I do best. I started digging. I went through Emily's things, her computer, her phone. Nothing. Then I remembered that stupid online game she was obsessed with, some kid's thing with cute animals and quests. I logged in, hoping for a clue, anything. And that's where I found it. A private message from a user with a creepy-ass avatar, some hooded figure with glowing red eyes. The message was simple. She's with me now. My blood ran cold. This wasn't some random act. This was targeted. This was personal. The user's profile was blank, no other activity, no friends. But the name, it was a jumble of letters and numbers, except for one word, Abyss. It was like a fucking signpost pointing towards the darkest corners of the internet. The deep web. I knew it was a long shot, but I had to try. I had to follow this lead, even if it meant going down a rabbit hole I might never come back from. The deep web. Even the name sounded creepy. It wasn't some place you just stumbled upon. It was like a hidden city, a dark reflection of the internet we all knew. You needed the right tools, the right passwords, the right mindset. Thankfully, being a CIA agent had its perks. I had access to software and resources that most people could only dream of. Within a few hours, I was in. It was like stepping into another world. The regular search engines were useless here. You had to know where you were going, and even then, it was easy to get lost. The first few layers weren't so bad. Forums for hackers, black markets selling everything from drugs to weapons. Disturbing, sure, but nothing I couldn't handle. But the deeper I went, the worse it got. Sites dedicated to the sickest fantasies imaginable, things that made my stomach churn. I'd seen a lot in my line of work, but this was different. This was pure, unadulterated evil. I kept reminding myself why I was here. Emily. That message. Abyss. I had to find that user, had to find out who was behind those glowing red eyes. After hours of searching, I stumbled upon a forum that made my skin crawl. It was dedicated to, well, let's just say it was dedicated to things no sane person would ever want to see. And there, in the middle of it all, was a post with a familiar name. Abyss. The post was a link to a video. My heart pounded in my chest as I clicked on it. The video was grainy, the audio distorted, but there was no mistaking what I was seeing. It was Emily. She was tied to a chair, her eyes wide with fear. And then, I slammed the laptop shut. The image burned into my mind. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think. I just wanted to scream. But I couldn't give up. Not now. I had to keep going. I had to find this monster. I didn't sleep that night. Couldn't. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw Emily in that video, the terror in her eyes, the way she looked, broken. The sick fuck who took her had to pay. I went back to that forum, scouring every post, every comment, every goddamn pixel for a clue. Most of it was gibberish, the ravings of lunatics and trolls. But there were whispers, rumors of a hidden site, a place where the truly depraved shared their trophies. It took me days, but I finally found it. Password protected, naturally. But like I said, being in the CIA has its advantages. I bypassed their security measures and got in. The sight was worse than anything I'd seen before. It was a collection of snuff films, torture videos, images that would be seared into my brain forever. And there, amidst the horror, was another video of Emily. This time, it was different. It wasn't the act itself that was shown. It was the aftermath. Her lifeless body, posed like a doll, a single red rose placed on her chest. The camera lingered on her face, zooming in on her vacant eyes. And then, a voice whispered, "She's beautiful, isn't she?" The voice was distorted, but I recognized it. The same voice from the first video. The same voice that haunted my nightmares. But there was something else in this video, something I hadn't noticed before. A reflection in Emily's eye. A faint outline of a figure, standing in the shadows, watching me. I zoomed in, enhancing the image. The figure was blurry, but I could make out some details. A man, tall and thin, wearing a mask. A mask with a grotesque smile. It was like he knew I was there, knew I was watching. It was like he was taunting me, daring me to find him. And I would. I would find him, and I would make him pay. The reflection in Emily's eye. That goddamn mask. It was like a brand burned into my soul. I couldn't shake the feeling that this bastard was watching me, toying with me. I dove deeper into the deep web, following any lead, any whisper that might bring me closer to abyss. It was a dangerous game, and I knew it. I was attracting attention, not just from the usual creeps and trolls, but from someone else. Someone who seemed to be one step ahead of me, always lurking just out of sight. Then, I got a message. Not on the forum, but on my secure CIA account. It was brief, cryptic, just a single line, "You're in over your head. Meet me at the crossroads." The crossroads. It was an infamous chat room on the deep web, a place where hackers, criminals, and intelligence agents exchanged information. It was dangerous, neutral ground, but it was the only way to meet my mysterious informant without risking exposure. I took precautions, of course. Burner laptop, encrypted connection, the works. I wasn't an idiot. But still, my heart pounded as I logged into the crossroads. The chat room was a chaotic mess of scrolling text, code, and encrypted messages. I found the private chat request from a user called the Raven and accepted. The Raven, you're the CIA agent, right? The one looking for Abyss. Me, who's asking? The Raven, someone who can help. But you need to understand, this isn't a game. Abyss is dangerous. More dangerous than you can imagine. Me, tell me something I don't know. The Raven, I know things you wouldn't believe. I know how Abyss operates. I know their weaknesses. But I can't tell you everything. Not yet. Me, why not? The Raven, because trust is a precious commodity in this world. And because Abyss has eyes everywhere. Me, what do you want? The Raven, I want to help you bring them down. But you need to be careful. Very careful. The Raven then gave me a small piece of information, a name, a location. It wasn't much, but it was a start. The Raven, this is just the beginning. If you want to continue, meet me here again tomorrow. Same time. And come alone. The chat window went dark. I was left staring at the screen, my mind racing. Who was this Raven? Could I trust them? Or was this a trap? I didn't have a choice. I had to keep going. For Emily. The Raven's information checked out. The name was linked to a string of disappearances, young girls, all around Emily's age. The location was an abandoned warehouse district on the outskirts of a city a few hours away. It was all too perfect, almost like it was laid out on a silver platter. My gut screamed that this was a setup, but what choice did I have? I couldn't involve the local police. They were either incompetent or corrupt, maybe both. And the CIA, let's just say they wouldn't approve of my methods. This was personal, and I was going to handle it my way. I geared up, more than I usually would for a recon mission. This wasn't some two-bit thug I was dealing with. This was a predator, a ghost who moved in the shadows. I felt a cold rage burning in my chest, a need for vengeance that threatened to consume me. The warehouse district was a desolate wasteland, a graveyard of broken concrete and rusted metal. The perfect hunting ground. I moved through the shadows, my senses on high alert. Every creak, every rustle of wind sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. I found the warehouse the Raven mentioned. The door was padlocked, but the lock was old, rusted. A couple of swift kicks and it gave way. The inside was pitch black, the air thick with the smell of dust and decay. I pulled on my flashlight, the beam cutting through the darkness. Empty. Nothing but piles of debris and the ghosts of forgotten machinery. I felt a surge of disappointment, followed by a chilling realization. I'd been played. The Raven led me here, and now, a noise. A soft scraping sound from the floor above. I froze, every muscle tensed. Slowly, I made my way towards the stairs, my gun drawn. The second floor was a maze of narrow corridors and crumbling walls. The scraping sound grew louder, closer. I rounded a corner and came face to face with a stray dog. Emaciated, terrified, its eyes glowing in the darkness. I lowered my gun, feeling a wave of exhaustion wash over me. A stray dog. Was that it? Was this whole thing a wild goose chase? Then I saw it. Scrawled on the wall in what looked like blood, a single word, Abyss. Below it, a drawing. A crude, childlike drawing of a mask with a grotesque smile. He was here. He was watching me. And he was enjoying this. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, staring at that bloody inscription on the wall. Abyss was messing with me, taunting me, leading me on a twisted scavenger hunt. But why? What was the point of all this? I had to make a decision. Go back to the CIA, report what I'd found, and risk them shutting down my investigation? Or go rogue, use all my skills and resources to hunt this bastard down myself? The rational part of me knew what I had to do. This was bigger than me, bigger than Emily. Abyss was a threat, a danger to other children. I had a duty to stop him, even if it meant sacrificing my career, my reputation, maybe even my sanity. But then I looked at that drawing on the wall, that grotesque mask, and all I could see was Emily's face, her terrified eyes. The rage inside me burned hotter, fueled by a grief so profound it threatened to swallow me whole. Screw the CIA, screw the rules. This was personal. I pulled out my phone, dialed a number I hadn't used in years. It was an old contact, a hacker, a ghost in the machine. He owed me a favor, a big one. Need a little help, I said when he answered. Off the books. What kind of help? His voice was a distorted whisper. The kind that makes things disappear, I said, my voice cold and hard. People, websites, evidence, the whole 9 yards. There was a pause on the other end of the line. Then, a low chuckle. You know the price, he said. I do, I replied. Then let's get to work. I hung up the phone, a sense of grim determination settling over me. I was crossing a line, stepping into the darkness. But I didn't care. I was going to find Abyss, and I was going to make him pay. No matter the cost. The hacker, Ghost, was as good as his word. Within hours, the Deepweb forum where I'd first encountered Abyss was gone. Vanished. Not just taken down, but completely erased, like it never existed. Ghost had also scrubbed any trace of my activity on the deep web, making me a digital ghost. It was a risky move, cutting off my access to that world. But it was necessary. Abyss was smart, resourceful. He knew I was coming, and he was prepared. I needed to change the game, hit him where he least expected it. I used my CIA clearance to access surveillance footage from the warehouse district. Grainy, low-res stuff, but it was enough. I spotted a nondescript van entering the area a few hours before I arrived. The license plate was obscured, but I got a partial hit. Registered to a shell corporation, untraceable, almost. Ghost worked his magic again, digging through layers of corporate filings, tax records, and offshore accounts. He found a name. Jonathan Miller. Ordinary, bland, the kind of name that blends into the background noise. I ran a facial recognition search. No hits. This guy was a ghost, just like his online alias. But there was one thing that stood out. The address associated with his name was in a small town a few states over. The same town where Emily. My blood ran cold. This wasn't just a coincidence. This was a connection, a link to my past, to a part of my life I tried to bury. I packed a bag, grabbed my weapons, and hit the road. No backup, no official sanction. This was a solo mission, a personal vendetta. I was going to find Jonathan Miller, and I was going to get answers. The town was a shithole. One of those forgotten places where time seemed to stand still, where the air hung heavy with the stench of decay and despair. Jonathan Miller's address was a rundown house on the edge of town, paint peeling, weeds choking the yard. It looked empty, abandoned. But I knew better. My gut screamed that he was there, waiting for me. I approached cautiously, gun drawn. The front door was unlocked. I stepped inside, the floorboards creaking under my weight. The house was dark, the air stale and thick with the smell of dust and something else. Something metallic, like blood. I moved through the house, room by room. Empty. Except for one. The basement door. It was slightly ajar, a sliver of light escaping from within. I took a deep breath, steeling myself. This was it. The moment of truth. I pushed the door open, the hinges groaning in protest. The basement was dimly lit, a single bare bulb hanging from the ceiling. And there he was, Jonathan Miller, sitting in a chair, his back to me. He was wearing the mask, the grotesque smiling mask from the video. "Hello, Agent," he said, his voice distorted by the mask. "I've been expecting you." I raised my gun, aiming it at his head. "You're going to pay for what you did to Emily," I said, my voice shaking with rage. He chuckled, a low, guttural sound. "Oh, I think we both know that's not going to happen." He turned around, and I gasped. His face, it was burned, scarred, twisted into a grotesque mockery of a human visage. But it was the eyes that chilled me to the bone. They were cold, empty, devoid of any humanity. "You see, Agent," he said, his voice a raspy whisper, "I'm not the monster you think I am. I'm just a reflection. A reflection of the darkness that's already inside you." He stood up, and I saw he was holding something. A knife. Long, gleaming, with a serrated edge. "Let's see what kind of monster you really are," he said, lunging towards me. The fight was brutal, desperate. Miller was fast, stronger than he looked, fueled by a kind of manic energy. The knife flashed in the dim light, a silver serpent striking at me. I dodged, fired, the shot echoing through the basement. Missed. He lunged again, the knife grazing my arm, drawing blood. We grappled, crashing against the damp walls, the smell of mildew and decay filling my nostrils. He was relentless, his eyes burning with a cold fire. I managed to get a grip on his wrist, twisting it until he dropped the knife. It clattered on the concrete floor. He snarled, headbutting me, the mask digging into my flesh. I stumbled back, disoriented. He charged, tackling me to the ground. We rolled, a tangle of limbs and fury. I managed to get on top, pinning him down. My fist connected with his jaw, a satisfying crunch. He went limp for a moment, stunned. I ripped the mask off, wanting to see the face of the monster who took my Emily. And then I froze. The face that stared back at me, it was my own. Or at least, it could have been. The same burned, scarred flesh, the same empty eyes. The same grotesque mockery of a human being. What the hell? I whispered, my voice hoarse. He laughed, a dry, rattling sound. Surprised, Agent, he rasped. Didn't you recognize yourself? He spat a mouthful of blood, then grinned, a chillingly familiar grin. We're the same, you and I. Two sides of the same coin. The darkness you see in me, it's the darkness inside you. You just haven't embraced it yet. He lunged again, teeth bared, like a rabid animal. I reacted instinctively, my training kicking in. I drove my knee into his chest, a sickening thud. He gasped, the air knocked out of him. I grabbed his throat, squeezing, feeling the life drain out of him. His eyes widened, a flicker of fear finally showing through the emptiness. It didn't have to be this way, I growled, my voice thick with rage and grief. You could have just disappeared. But you had to play your games. You had to taunt me. His grip on my arm weakened. His eyes fluttered closed. I held on, the fury still burning inside me. I wanted to crush his throat, to feel the bones break under my fingers. But then I saw Emily's face, her innocent eyes, her gap-toothed smile. And I knew this wasn't the answer. Revenge wouldn't bring her back. It wouldn't fill the void inside me. I released my grip, his body slumping to the floor. I stood there, panting, staring at the lifeless form at my feet. The basement was silent, except for the drip, drip, drip of water from a leaky pipe. It was over. Or was it? As I turned to leave, I noticed something. A small, almost invisible door hidden behind a shelving unit. Curiosity, or maybe a morbid sense of dread, compelled me to open it. Inside, a small room, barely bigger than a closet. And in the center, a chair. Strapped to the chair, a young girl, her eyes wide with terror. She looked familiar. Too familiar. My blood ran cold. It was Emily. But how? She was dead. I saw her body. The girl whimpered, her voice barely a whisper. Daddy? I stumbled back, my mind reeling. This wasn't possible. It couldn't be. Then I heard a voice, a familiar voice, whispering in my ear. Did you really think it would be that easy, Agent? I spun around, but there was no one there. Just the empty basement, the dripping water, and the chilling echo of that voice. My mind was a maelstrom of confusion and terror. Emily. Alive? But how? Was this some kind of sick hallucination? A trap? Emily? I whispered, my voice trembling. The girl in the chair looked up, her eyes filled with a mixture of hope and fear. Daddy, is that really you? I took a hesitant step forward, then stopped. Something wasn't right. The way she looked at me, it was like she was seeing something else, something behind me. The whispering voice returned, slithering into my mind like a venomous snake. She can see you, Agent, but not the you that you think you are. She sees the darkness, the abyss. I turned slowly, my heart pounding in my chest. There was no one there, but I could feel it. A presence, cold and malevolent, watching me. The room seemed to warp and distort around me, the walls closing in. The single light bulb flickered, casting grotesque shadows that danced and writhed. You can't escape it, Agent, the voice hissed. It's a part of you now. A part of all of us. I looked back at Emily, her eyes wide with terror. She was screaming, but I couldn't hear her. The only sound was the pounding of my own blood in my ears. The darkness was closing in, suffocating me. I reached out to Emily, but my hand passed through her, like she was a ghost. No! I screamed, my voice raw with despair. The world dissolved into a swirling vortex of shadows and whispers. I felt myself falling, tumbling into an endless abyss. And then, silence. I opened my eyes. I was lying on the floor of the basement, the cold concrete biting into my skin. The room was empty. No Emily. No hidden door. No mask. Just the dripping water and the lingering echo of that voice. Until next time, Agent. I stumbled to my feet, my mind still reeling. Was it all a dream? A hallucination brought on by stress and exhaustion? I looked at my hands, turning them over and over. They were shaking, but they were real. I was real. Or was I? I left the house, the town, the state. I tried to go back to my life, to my job. But I couldn't. The darkness followed me, haunted my every waking moment. I see it in the faces of strangers, in the shadows that lengthen at dusk. I hear it in the whispers of the wind, in the creaks of my old house. I was desperate. Like, seriously desperate. Graduated with a useless degree in philosophy, student loans breathing down my neck, and every job application I sent out vanished into the black hole of the internet. Ramen was starting to lose its appeal. Then, I stumbled upon this weird ad on some obscure job board. Document collector, it said, excellent pay, discretion required. No other details, just an email address. I figured, why not? At that point, I was ready to sell my kidney on the dark web, so what did I have to lose? I sent them a pretty pathetic email, basically begging for an interview. To my surprise, they replied within an hour. No interview, just a link to a secure chat room. The whole thing felt shady as hell, but the pay they offered was insane. I mean, enough to pay off my student loans in a year, maybe even buy a decent car. Creed 1, obviously. They gave me a test run. Download a file from some hidden website, upload it to their server. Easy peasy. Except, getting to that website, let's just say it wasn't exactly Google. I had to jump through a bunch of hoops, download some weird browser, and navigate a maze of links that looked like they were designed by a serial killer with a love for flashing GIFs. The file itself was, well, I don't even know how to describe it. It was like a bunch of gibberish, symbols I didn't recognize, and some distorted images that made my stomach churn. But hey, a job's a job, right? I uploaded it, got paid, and tried to forget about the whole thing. But that's when the weird stuff started happening. My webcam would randomly turn on in the middle of the night. I get these cryptic messages in my inbox, just strings of numbers and symbols, like someone was trying to communicate with me in some alien language. And the dreams. Jesus, the dreams. I'd wake up in a cold sweat, heart pounding, with these images from that file burned into my brain. I tried to tell my friends, but they just laughed it off. Dude, you're just stressed, they said. Lay off the caffeine, get some sleep. Easy for them to say. They weren't the ones being haunted by digital demons. I knew I should quit, walk away while I still could. But the money, and that morbid curiosity, that need to know what the hell I was involved in, it kept me hooked. Like a fish on a line, slowly being reeled in by something dark and sinister lurking in the depths of the internet. The next few weeks were a blur of weird assignments and sleepless nights. Each day, I'd get a new link, a new file to download. Some were just plain bizarre, long, rambling texts about conspiracy theories, grainy photos of abandoned buildings, audio recordings of people whispering in languages I didn't understand. Others were disturbing, to say the least. Images that made me want to scrub my eyeballs with bleach, videos with sounds that made my skin crawl. I won't go into details, trust me, you don't want to know. But the paychecks kept coming, and with each deposit into my account, the guilt and fear seemed to fade a little. I justified it to myself. I was just a librarian, a digital archivist, collecting data. What people did with that data, well, that wasn't my problem. Except, it was starting to become my problem. The nightmares got worse, more vivid. I'd wake up screaming, drenched in sweat, the images from those files flashing behind my eyelids. My apartment, once my sanctuary, now felt like a prison. Every creak in the floorboards, every shadow in the corner of my eye, sent shivers down my spine. I was constantly on edge, jumpy, paranoid. I tried talking to my therapist about it. Yeah, I know. I should have gone to the cops, but who would believe me? I'm downloading creepy files from the dark web, and now I think I'm being stalked by digital ghosts. Yeah, right. They probably locked me up in the loony bin. So, I spilled my guts to Dr. Feldman. He listened patiently, nodding occasionally, scribbling notes on his notepad. Then, he gave me the classic shrink response. It sounds like you're experiencing a lot of stress. Are you getting enough sleep? How's your diet? I wanted to scream. He thought I was just another millennial with anxiety issues. I left his office feeling more alone than ever. The only person I could talk to was myself, and even I wasn't sure if I was still sane. I started seeing things, hearing things. A figure lurking in the reflection of my window, a whisper of my name in the dead of night. I knew it was all in my head, but that didn't make it any less terrifying. One night, I decided I'd had enough. I deleted the browser, wiped my hard drive, and swore I'd never go back to that dark corner of the internet again. I felt a wave of relief wash over me, like I'd finally broken free from some evil spell. But I was wrong. It was just the calm before the storm. Deleting everything felt like hitting a reset button. The nightmares subsided, the whispers faded, and I finally started getting some decent sleep. I even managed to land a part-time gig at a local bookstore, surrounded by the comforting smell of old paper and the reassuring weight of real books. Maybe I was finally free. But the internet, like a spider web, is hard to escape completely. I needed it for job applications, for keeping in touch with the few friends who hadn't completely written me off as a paranoid freak. And that's when it happened. I was browsing some news site when a link caught my eye. It wasn't exactly hidden, but it was out of place. Like a single red brick in a wall of white ones. Curiosity, that damn itch, got the better of me. I clicked. The website was unsettling. Plain white background, no images, just lines of text in a font that looked like it was designed to induce migraines. It described a phenomenon called the glitch, some kind of digital anomaly that could supposedly mess with your electronics, your data, even your mind. It sounded like the ramblings of a conspiracy theorist, but something about it resonated with me, like a tuning fork vibrating with my deepest fears. I tried to close the tab, but my browser froze. Then, my entire computer went haywire. The screen flickered, the speakers emitted a high-pitched whine that made my teeth ache, and then, silence. Dead silence. I managed to restart the damn thing, but my relief was short-lived. All my files were gone. Wiped clean. Photos, music, documents, everything. Even my backup drive was corrupted, filled with nothing but gibberish. It was like my digital life had been erased, like I never existed. Panic set in. This wasn't just some random glitch. This was targeted, deliberate. But who would do this? And why? Was it the same people who hired me for that document collecting job? Were they trying to silence me? Or was this something else entirely, something even more sinister lurking in the depths of the digital world? I felt a cold dread creeping up my spine, a sense of helplessness that I hadn't experienced since those first few weeks after graduating. I was adrift in a sea of information, surrounded by invisible enemies, and I had no idea who to trust or where to turn. The internet, once a source of endless possibilities, now felt like a vast, dark ocean, and I was drowning in it. Losing all my data was like losing a part of myself. It was like someone had reached into my brain and scooped out a chunk of my memories, my identity. I tried to recover the files, contacted data recovery specialists, even considered paying some shady hacker on the dark web, but nothing worked. Everything was gone. The bookstore job became my lifeline. Surrounding myself with physical books, with the tangible presence of words printed on paper, was oddly comforting. It was a reminder that not everything was digital, that some things still existed outside the fragile realm of ones and zeros. But the real world was starting to feel just as fragile. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, followed. Every time I turned a corner, I expected to see someone lurking in the shadows, a face I didn't recognize but somehow knew was connected to the horrors I'd witnessed on the deep web. My apartment became a prison again. I boarded up the windows, reinforced the locks, and installed a security camera that live-streamed directly to my phone. I slept with a baseball bat under my bed and a can of pepper spray on my nightstand. I was a prisoner in my own home, surrounded by invisible bars of fear and paranoia. The physical symptoms started soon after. Debilitating headaches that made my eyes feel like they were going to explode, nosebleeds that wouldn't stop, a constant fatigue that made it hard to get out of bed in the morning. I went to the doctor, got blood tests, scans, the whole 9 yards. They found nothing. Stress, they said. Anxiety. I wanted to scream. Didn't they understand? This wasn't just in my head. This was real. I tried to contact the people who hired me for the document collecting job, but the chat room was gone. The email address bounced back. It was like they vanished into thin air. I was alone, completely alone, with no one to turn to and no way to escape the nightmare that was closing in on me. One night, as I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, I heard a noise. A soft scratching sound, like someone was dragging their fingernails across the wall outside my bedroom window. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. The scratching continued, slow, deliberate, like a predator toying with its prey. I grabbed a baseball bat, my hand shaking so badly I could barely hold it. The scratching stopped. Silence. Then, a voice, a whisper, just outside my window. "We know you're in there." Sleep was a distant memory. Every creak in the old building, Every rustle of leaves outside my window sent my heart racing. I was living on coffee and fear, my nerves stretched thin as spider silk. The voice at the window, it hadn't come back, but the threat lingered, heavy in the air like the stench of something rotting. I was obsessively checking the security camera footage, scrutinizing every shadow, every flicker of movement. It was like watching a horror movie starring myself, a constant loop of paranoia and dread. One night, I saw something. A figure, tall and slender, standing across the street, just out of range of the streetlight. It was only there for a few seconds, a fleeting glimpse, but it was enough. Someone was watching me. I tried to convince myself it was just a random passerby, a trick of the light, but deep down I knew better. This wasn't some random creep. This was connected to the deep web, to those files, to the people who had hired me and then erased me. They were closing in. I couldn't take it anymore. I had to do something, anything, to break this cycle of fear. So, I did something stupid. I went back to the deep web. I knew the risks, but I was desperate. Maybe I could find something, some clue, some connection that would lead me to the people who were tormenting me. I downloaded the same browser, used the same anonymizing tools, and plunged back into the digital abyss. It was like returning to a nightmare. The same disturbing websites, the same cryptic messages, the same sense of being watched, of being hunted. I felt a thrill of fear, but also a strange sense of familiarity, like I was coming home to a place I both loathed and couldn't escape. I spent hours clicking through links, following trails of digital breadcrumbs, searching for anything that might lead me to my tormentors. And then I found it. A hidden link buried deep within a forum dedicated to conspiracy theories and urban legends. It was just a string of random characters, but something about it drew me in. I clicked. The website was stark, minimalist. A black background, a single white text box in the center of the screen. And in that text box, a single sentence, "We see you." Below the text box, a video began to play. It was grainy, low resolution, but I recognized the room instantly. It was my bedroom. And there I was, sitting at my desk, staring at the screen, my face illuminated by the eerie glow of the monitor. Someone had hacked my camera. They were watching me. Right now. The video was like a punch to the gut. Seeing myself through their eyes, in my own private space, violated, it was a whole new level of terror. I smashed my laptop closed, the screen cracking under the force of my fist. But it didn't matter. The image was burned into my brain, the feeling of being watched clinging to me like a second skin. I ripped the camera from the wall, smashed it to pieces with a hammer. It felt good, cathartic, but the relief was fleeting. They'd already seen me. They knew where I lived. They knew what I looked like. There was no escaping their gaze. I spent the next few days in a haze of fear and paranoia. I barely ate, barely slept. I jumped at every shadow, every creak in the floorboards. I felt like a haunted animal, trapped in a cage of my own making. I tried to go to the police, but the words caught in my throat. How could I explain any of this? I saw a video of myself on the deep web. They think I was crazy, or worse, making it up. And what proof did I have? My smashed laptop? The shattered camera? It was my word against theirs, and they were ghosts, digital phantoms, untraceable, unaccountable. I thought about running, disappearing, starting a new life somewhere else. But where could I go? They were everywhere. On the internet, on the streets, in the shadows. They were the eyes in the darkness, the whispers in the silence. They were the fear that gnawed at my insides, the paranoia that poisoned my every thought. I was trapped in a digital prison, with no walls, no bars, no escape. The internet, once my window to the world, had become a mirror reflecting my own worst fears. And in that mirror, I saw a stranger, a haunted man, slowly losing his grip on reality. I started seeing them everywhere. Faces in the crowd, figures lurking in the periphery of my vision. I'd catch a glimpse of someone who looked familiar, a fleeting resemblance to the figure I'd seen across the street, and my heart would leap into my throat. Was it them? Were they following me? Or was I just losing my mind, the lines between reality and delusion blurring into a terrifying kaleidoscope of fear? The phone rang. Caller ID showed an unknown number. I stared at it, my heart hammering against my ribs. Should I answer? Was it them? Or just another telemarketer trying to sell me something I didn't need? Curiosity and that gnawing sense of dread got the better of me. I picked up. Hello? Silence. Then a voice, distorted, almost robotic, like it was being filtered through some kind of voice changer. We need to talk. My blood ran cold. It was them. The people from the deep web, the ones who had been watching me, tormenting me. Who is this? I managed to croak out, my voice trembling. That's not important. What's important is that you listen. The voice paused, and I could hear a faint clicking sound in the background, like someone typing on a keyboard. We know you've been looking for us, the voice continued. We know you've been asking questions. That's not a good idea. What do you want? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. We want you to stop. Stop looking. Stop asking. Just forget about everything that happened. Go back to your normal life. Normal life? I laughed, a hollow, mirthless sound. I don't have a normal life anymore. You took that from me. That's your choice, the voice said coldly. You can choose to forget, or you can choose to suffer the consequences. What consequences? The line went dead. I stared at the phone in my hand, my mind reeling. What did they mean, consequences? Were they threatening me? Were they going to hurt me? Fear turned to anger. I was tired of being hunted, tired of being afraid. I wasn't going to let them control me anymore. I was going to fight back. But how? I was just one man against a faceless enemy, a digital ghost lurking in the shadows of the internet. What chance did I have? As I pondered my next move, a notification popped up on my phone. It was a message from an unknown sender. I clicked on it, my heart sinking as I read the single line of text. "We're watching you." The message was a constant reminder, a digital noose around my neck. "We're watching you." It was in my email, my social media, even popping up as a notification on my phone while I was at work. They were everywhere, omnipresent, inescapable. Sleep became a luxury I could no longer afford. I was existing on a cocktail of caffeine and adrenaline, my nerves frayed, my senses hyper-alert. Every creak in the floorboards, every shadow in the corner of my eye, sent a jolt of fear through me. I was a prisoner in my own mind, trapped in a cycle of paranoia and dread. The bookstore became my only sanctuary, the smell of old books and the quiet murmur of turning pages a temporary balm for my frayed nerves. But even there, I couldn't fully escape their gaze. I'd catch glimpses of faces in the crowd, figures lurking amongst the bookshelves, their eyes boring into me, filled with malice and amusement. One evening, as I was closing up the shop, I saw him. Standing across the street, shrouded in the shadows, was the same figure I'd seen on the security camera footage. Tall, slender, with an unsettling stillness that made my skin crawl. He was watching me, a predator sizing up its prey. I fumbled with the locks, my hand shaking, my heart pounding in my chest. I could feel his eyes on me, burning into my back, and I knew that if I didn't get out of there, something terrible was going to happen. I managed to get the door open and sprinted down the street, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I could hear footsteps behind me, heavy and deliberate, closing the distance. I glanced over my shoulder and saw him, gaining on me, a grim smile playing on his lips. I turned a corner, desperate to lose him, but he was still there, always one step behind. I was trapped in a labyrinth of fear, with no escape, no refuge. Finally, I reached my apartment building and fumbled with the keys, my fingers numb with panic. I managed to get the door open and slammed it shut behind me, the sound echoing through the empty hallway. I leaned against the door, gasping for air, my body trembling with exhaustion and fear. I was safe, for now, but I knew it wouldn't last. They were out there, waiting, watching, and sooner or later, they would find me. The fear was a living thing now, a constant companion that whispered doubts and painted horrifying scenarios in my mind. I was a tightly wound spring, ready to snap at the slightest provocation. The line between reality and delusion was becoming increasingly blurred, the faces in the crowd morphing into the menacing figure that haunted my waking hours and invaded my dreams. I knew I couldn't stay in my apartment. It wasn't safe. They knew where I lived. They'd been inside my digital sanctuary, violated my privacy, and turned my home into a cage. But where could I go? Who could I trust? I packed a bag with essentials, throwing in clothes, my phone charger, and a few valuables. I considered taking my laptop, but the thought of that cracked screen and the chilling message it displayed sent shivers down my spine. I left it on the desk, a digital tombstone marking the end of my old life. I left the apartment in the dead of night, the streets eerily quiet, the only sound the rhythmic thud of my own heartbeat in my ears. I felt exposed, vulnerable, like a rabbit darting across an open field, every shadow a potential predator. I checked into a cheap motel on the outskirts of town, a place where no one would know my name, where I could blend into the anonymity of transient lives. But the fear followed me. It clung to me like a shadow, whispering doubts and suspicions, turning every stranger into a potential threat. I tried to sleep, but the images from the deep web, the distorted faces, the cryptic messages, danced behind my eyelids, mocking my attempts at rest. I tossed and turned, the sheets tangled around my legs, the room closing in on me, the silence punctuated by the pounding of my own heart. Then I heard it. A knock on the door. 3 sharp raps that sent a jolt of fear through me. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. Who could it be at this hour? The knocking came again, more insistent this time. I crept towards the door, my bare feet silent on the thin carpet. I peered through the peephole, my heart pounding in my chest. Standing in the dimly lit hallway was the figure. The tall, slender figure that had been haunting my every waking moment. He was smiling, a cruel, predatory smile that sent shivers down my spine. I stumbled back from the door, my mind reeling. How had they found me? How had they tracked me to this anonymous, out-of-the-way motel? The knocking came again, louder this time, accompanied by a muffled voice. "We know you're in there," the voice said, the words distorted, but chillingly familiar. "Let us in." Panic seized me. I fumbled with the lock, my fingers slick with sweat, the key slipping from my grasp. The knocking grew louder, more insistent, the distorted voice a guttural growl now. "Let us in." I threw my weight against the door, the flimsy lock barely holding. I needed a weapon, something, anything to defend myself. My eyes darted around the room, settling on the heavy lamp on the bedside table. I grabbed it, the cold metal reassuringly solid in my hand. The door rattled violently, the wood splintering around the lock. I braced myself, the lamp raised high. With a final crash, the door burst open, and the figure lunged into the room. It wasn't the tall, slender man I'd seen before. This man was shorter, stockier, his face obscured by a ski mask. But the eyes, those cold, calculating eyes, were the same. He lunged at me, a knife glinting in his hand. I swung the lamp, the metal connecting with his shoulder with a sickening thud. He stumbled back, cursing, but quickly recovered, his eyes burning with rage. We grappled, the room a whirlwind of flailing limbs and desperate gasps. I managed to land a blow to his face, the lamp cracking against his cheekbone. He roared in pain, but his grip tightened, the knife arcing towards me. I twisted away, the blade grazing my arm, a searing pain shooting through me. I kicked out, catching him in the groin. He doubled over, gasping for air, and I took my chance. I brought the lamp down on his head with all my might. He crumpled to the floor, unconscious. I stood over him, panting, my body shaking, blood trickling down my arm. I had won. For now. But I knew it wasn't over. There were others out there, those who had been watching me, manipulating me, tormenting me. They were the architects of this nightmare, and I was just a pawn in their twisted game. I needed to disappear, vanish completely. I couldn't trust anyone, not even the police. They were too deeply entrenched, their tendrils reaching into every corner of the digital world. I grabbed my bag, my hand closing around the knife the man had dropped. I left the motel room, stepping back into the night, the shadows concealing me, the darkness my only ally. I was a ghost now, a digital phantom, adrift in a world that no longer felt real. I was a product of the internet, a creature of fear and paranoia, forever hunted, forever haunted. And as I disappeared into the night, I knew that the nightmare would never truly end. It would follow me, always, a constant reminder of the darkness that lurked beneath the surface of the digital world, the darkness that had consumed me whole. I always thought the whole Deepweb thing was a load of crap. Yeah, I knew there was more to the internet than just Google and Facebook, but the way people talked about it, like it was some hidden lair of freaks and weirdos, it just seemed ridiculous. I mean, come on, creepypastas and those spooky stories were fun for a laugh, but I never actually believed any of it. My usual internet routine was pretty basic. Scroll through Facebook, check the news, maybe watch some dumb videos on YouTube. You know, the usual stuff. But then, one day, I stumbled across this forum thread about the deep web. People were sharing their supposed experiences, talking about how they'd seen things they couldn't unsee. Most of it sounded like pure BS, but there was this one guy. His posts were different. He described this feeling of constantly being watched, of always looking over his shoulder, both online and in real life. He said he'd stumbled across things that made him question his own sanity. Everyone else was telling him to stop, to leave it alone while he still could. But me? I guess I was just bored and curious. Maybe a bit cocky, too. I wanted to see if there was any truth to these stories, if the deep web was really as messed up as everyone said. So, against my better judgment, I decided to dive in. Okay, so maybe dive is a bit dramatic. It wasn't like I suddenly found myself in some neon-lit, cyberpunk underworld. It was more like wading through a swamp. I downloaded Tor, like that guy on the forum said, and started poking around. Most of the stuff I found was just boring, a bunch of academic papers, databases, and forums in languages I couldn't even recognize. Honestly, it was kind of a letdown. But then, I clicked on a link buried deep in one of these forums. It was just a string of random characters, no description or anything. It took me to this bare-bones website, all text, no images, with this creepy green font on a black background. There were these weird, cryptic messages, like they are watching and the truth is hidden in plain sight. I thought it was some kind of role-playing thing at first, some teenagers trying to be edgy. But even so, it kind of freaked me out. I closed the tab and tried to go back to the forum, but the page wouldn't load. I restarted Tor, and it was the same thing, error messages everywhere. I figured it was just a glitch, but I couldn't shake this feeling of unease. Like someone, or something, was watching me. I tried to brush it off, told myself it was just a coincidence. But things started getting weird. Real weird. First, it was just little things, like feeling like someone was watching me. I'd be walking down the street, and I'd get this prickling sensation on the back of my neck, like someone's eyes were glued to me. I'd turn around, and there'd be no one there, of course. Just empty sidewalk. Then, things started changing in my apartment. I'd swear I left my keys on the counter, but they'd be hanging on the hook by the door. Or I'd find the TV remote in a completely different room. I thought I was just losing it, stress or something. But it kept happening. And the dreams. Man, the dreams were the worst. I started having these vivid, messed up dreams. I'd be back on that website with the green font, and those cryptic messages would be scrolling across the screen, faster and faster. Then, I'd see faces, these distorted, grotesque faces, leering at me from the darkness. I'd wake up in a cold sweat, heart pounding, feeling like I was being watched even in my sleep. I tried to tell my friends about it, but they just laughed it off. Said I was spending too much time online, needed to get some fresh air or something. But I knew it was more than that. I knew I'd stumbled onto something I shouldn't have, and now it was messing with my head. I started seeing things differently after that. It was like I'd unlocked a new way of seeing the internet. Like there was this whole other layer hidden beneath the surface, this secret code everyone else was blind to. I'd be browsing normal websites, like news sites or online stores, and I'd notice these weird little details. A misplaced word here, a pixelated image there, a link that flashed on the screen for a split second before disappearing. I started digging deeper, trying to figure out what it all meant. I found these forums and chat rooms where people were talking about the same things I was seeing. They called them digital glitches, backdoors, breadcrumbs leading to something darker. They said the Deepweb wasn't just a separate part of the internet, it was woven into the fabric of the regular web, hiding in plain sight. I tried to disconnect, to go cold turkey. I deleted my browser history, uninstalled Tor, even turned off my Wi-Fi for a few days. But it was no use. The feeling of being watched never went away. I'd see those distorted faces in the reflections of windows, hear whispers in the static of the radio. It was like the deep web had crawled out of the screen and into my reality. I even tried talking to a therapist, told her about the website, the dreams, the feeling of being watched. She just gave me this pitying look and said it sounded like I was experiencing a lot of stress. Prescribed me some anxiety meds and sent me on my way. Like I was crazy. But I knew I wasn't crazy. I knew something was terribly wrong. I know this is going to sound paranoid, but I swear I was being stalked. Not in the real world, not exactly. But online, definitely. It started with those weird emails. Just blank messages, no subject, no body, just empty. I get dozens of them a day, all from different addresses, with these jumbled strings of letters and numbers that looked like they were generated by a bot. Then, there were the phone calls. I'd pick up the phone, and there'd be this silence on the other end, this heavy, expectant silence, like someone was listening, waiting for me to say something. Sometimes, I hear this faint clicking sound, like someone was tapping on a keyboard. I changed my number twice, but the calls kept coming. And then there were the encounters. I'd be out in public, at the grocery store or the library, and I'd see someone out of the corner of my eye, someone who looked vaguely familiar, like one of those distorted faces from my dreams. I'd turn to look, and they'd be gone. Or they'd be looking right at me, this blank expression on their face, and then they'd just turn and walk away. I tried to trace the emails, the phone calls, anything to find out who was behind it. But it was like trying to catch smoke. Every time I thought I was getting close, the trail would go cold. It was like whoever was doing this was always one step ahead, always watching, always there, just out of reach. It started subtly. A flicker on my laptop screen, a weird distortion in a video call, a text message that appeared and then vanished before I could read it. I thought it was just my devices acting up, maybe a virus or something. But it got progressively worse. Faces started appearing in photos and videos that I knew weren't there before. Pale, blurry faces with those same distorted features, lurking in the background, just out of focus. I'd take a picture of myself, and there'd be one of those faces peering over my shoulder. I'd watch a video on YouTube, and for a split second, one of those faces would flash across the screen, replacing the YouTuber's face. Then there were the missing files. Photos, videos, entire folders would just disappear from my computer. I'd search for them, but they'd be gone, vanished without a trace. And sometimes, files would reappear, but they'd be different. A photo of me and my friends would have one of those faces added to the group, its eyes staring blankly at the camera. And then there was the lost time. I'd be working on something, and then suddenly, hours would have passed, and I'd have no memory of what I'd been doing. It was like someone was hitting the fast forward button on my life, stealing chunks of my time and replacing them with nothing. I was losing it. I knew I was. The line between the digital world and the real world was blurring, and I was caught in the middle, trapped in this waking nightmare where nothing was what it seemed. I was desperate. I had to get away from this, from whatever was happening to me. I smashed my laptop, my phone, even my old tablet, anything that could connect to the internet. I ripped out the Wi-Fi router and threw it in the trash. I was going off the grid, completely disconnecting. But it didn't matter. The glitches, the distortions, they didn't stop. They just migrated. I started seeing those faces in the reflections of windows, in the static of the TV screen, even in the patterns on the wallpaper. The whispers followed me everywhere, echoing in the hum of the refrigerator, the creaking of the floorboards, the rustling of leaves outside my window. I tried to leave my apartment, to get away from it all. But it was like the deep web had seeped into the real world, contaminating everything. The faces were everywhere, staring at me from the crowds on the street, from the windows of passing cars. The whispers followed me, growing louder, more insistent, until I couldn't think straight. I was trapped. There was no escape. The deep web had me, and it wasn't letting go. It was in my head, in my reality, in every shadow, every reflection, every corner of my existence. I was losing myself, piece by piece, and there was nothing I could do to stop it. I couldn't take it anymore. I was at my breaking point. The constant surveillance, the glitches, the whispers, the faces, it was all too much. I was losing my grip on reality, teetering on the edge of a complete mental breakdown. One night, I snapped. I couldn't tell if it was a dream or reality, but I found myself back on that website, the one with the green font and cryptic messages. But this time, it was different. The messages were clearer, more direct. They were taunting me, mocking my fear, my desperation. And then, I saw it. A message that seemed to be directed at me, personally. It read, "You can't hide. We see you. We know you. We are you." That's when it hit me. This wasn't some random entity, some supernatural force. This was something human, something deliberate, something orchestrated. The deep web wasn't just a collection of websites. It was a reflection of the darkest corners of human nature, the twisted desires and hidden agendas that lurked beneath the surface of society. And I was caught in the middle of it, a pawn in their sick game. But I wasn't going to give up. I wasn't going to let them win. I was going to fight back. I was going to expose them, to bring their whole twisted world crashing down. I knew I couldn't just sit back and wait for them to come for me. I had to take the fight to them. But how do you fight an enemy that lives in the shadows, an enemy that can manipulate reality itself? I started by gathering information. I dug deeper into those forums, those chat rooms, those hidden corners of the internet where people whispered about the deep web's true nature. I learned about their methods, their motives, their vulnerabilities. I learned about their leader, a mysterious figure known only as the Architect, who was said to be the mastermind behind it all. Then, I started planning. I used their own tools against them, creating fake identities, spreading misinformation, planting viruses. I became a ghost in the machine, a digital phantom, always one step ahead, always watching, always waiting for the right moment to strike. And then, finally, the moment came. I found a way to infiltrate their network, to access their central hub, the heart of their operation. It was a virtual reality world, a twisted, distorted version of reality where they could manipulate and control everything. I entered that world, armed with nothing but my wits and my determination. I faced their digital demons, their virtual monsters, their twisted creations. I fought my way through their defenses, their traps, their illusions. And finally, I found him. The architect. He was a pale, gaunt figure, his eyes glowing with an eerie light. He spoke to me in a voice that was both human and machine, a voice that echoed with power and madness. We fought. It was a battle of wills, a clash of minds, a struggle for control. And in the end, I won. I defeated the architect, shattered his illusions, exposed his secrets. The virtual world collapsed around us, and I was thrown back into reality. I had done it. I had defeated the deep web. Or so I thought. I woke up in my bed, sunlight streaming through the window. It was morning. A normal morning. No glitches, no whispers, no faces. Just the sound of birds chirping and cars passing by. Had it all been a dream? A nightmare? A psychotic break? I didn't know. But I felt different. Changed. Like a part of me was still trapped in that digital hellscape, a part of me that would never truly escape. I tried to go back to my normal life. I got a new laptop, a new phone, a new Wi-Fi router. I tried to reconnect with my friends, to rebuild the relationships I had neglected. But it wasn't easy. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that someone or something was always lurking just out of sight. I'd catch glimpses of those distorted faces in the reflections of windows, hear whispers in the white noise of the TV. And then there were the dreams. They came back, more vivid than ever. I'd find myself back in that virtual world, facing the architect, fighting for my sanity, for my very existence. One day, I was cleaning out my old desk drawer when I found it. A small, black USB drive. I didn't recognize it. I plugged it into my laptop, curiosity getting the better of me. A single file appeared on the screen. It was a video. I clicked on it, and my blood ran cold. It was me, sitting at my desk, staring at the screen. But it wasn't me. My eyes were blank, my expression vacant. And then I smiled. A slow, chilling smile that sent shivers down my spine. The video ended. I ejected the USB drive and threw it in the trash. But the image of that smile, that empty, soulless smile, remained burned into my mind. I still don't know what it all meant. Was I still trapped in the deep web? Had I become one of them? Or was it all just a figment of my fractured mind? I don't know. And I don't think I ever will. I'll admit it. I'm one of those guys who thought the deep web was, like, 90% bullshit. All those creepy pastas and horror stories about it. Urban legends, nothing more. I mean, sure, there's probably some shady stuff down there, but I figured it was mostly just drug deals and stolen credit card numbers. Nothing to really be scared of, right? Wrong. Last night, I decided to finally take the plunge. Downloaded Tor, fired it up, and dove headfirst into the rabbit hole. It was underwhelming at first. Bunch of forums with weird gibberish URLs, marketplaces selling God knows what, and a whole lot of pages that just wouldn't load. I was starting to think the whole deep web thing was a giant letdown. Then I found it. A link buried deep within a forum that looked like it hadn't been touched in years. The link was just a string of random characters, but for some reason, it drew me in. Curiosity got the better of me, and I clicked. The page that loaded was simple, almost too simple. White background, plain black text. No images, no fancy formatting, just a wall of words. At the top, in bold letters, it read, an open letter. My interest piqued. I started reading. The letter was addressed to someone named Alex. Now, that's where things started to get weird. Alex is my best friend's name. I sat there, staring at the screen, heart pounding in my chest. Alex. Why was my best friend's name in this creepy-ass letter on the deep web? It had to be a coincidence, right? There must be a million Alexes out there. But something about the letter didn't feel right. It was like whoever wrote it knew Alex. I kept reading, and each line sent chills down my spine. The letter started with a casual greeting, like two buddies catching up. But then it took a dark turn. It talked about Alex's childhood, how he used to have nightmares about a monster under his bed. It mentioned the time he broke his arm falling off his bike, how he always had a crush on the girl next door. Things only a close friend would know. Then came the truly disturbing part. The letter described a deep-seated fear Alex had, something he'd never told anyone. A fear of being watched, of being followed. It talked about how Alex felt like someone was always lurking in the shadows, just out of sight. I felt sick to my stomach. This was beyond creepy. It was like someone had crawled inside Alex's head and pulled out his deepest, darkest secrets. Who would do this? And why? I had to show this to Alex. Maybe he could make sense of it. Maybe it was some sick joke, a prank gone wrong. But a nagging voice in the back of my mind told me this was something far more sinister. I practically flew out of my apartment, letter clutched in my hand like a lifeline. I needed to show this to Alex, needed to see his face, hear his explanation. My mind was a whirlwind of possibilities, each more disturbing than the last. Was someone messing with him? Stalking him? Or was this some elaborate hoax designed to freak me out? I burst into Alex's apartment, breathless and frantic. He was sprawled on the couch, scrolling through his phone, oblivious to the storm brewing inside me. "Alex," I gasped, thrusting the letter towards him, "you have to see this." He looked up, annoyance flickering in his eyes. "Dude, what's the big deal? Can't you see I'm busy?" "Busy?" "Alex, this is about you." "This is..." My voice trailed off, unable to articulate the fear and confusion swirling within me. He snatched the letter, his expression shifting from annoyance to confusion to disbelief as he scanned the words. The blood drained from his face, leaving him pale and shaken. But then, just as quickly, a mask of indifference fell over his features. He scoffed, tossing the letter onto the coffee table. "What the hell is this? Some kind of sick joke?" "A joke? Alex, this is freaking me out. They know everything about you, things no one else should know." He shrugged, a forced nonchalance in his demeanor. "It's just a coincidence. Some creep on the internet got lucky." "Lucky?" "They knew about the monster under your bed, the girl next door, your..." I hesitated, unable to voice his deepest fear. Alex's eyes hardened. "Look, I don't know who wrote this or how they know this stuff, but it's not a big deal. Just forget about it, okay?" Forget about it? How could I possibly forget about it? This wasn't some random prank. It felt deeply personal, targeted. Something was terribly wrong, and Alex's dismissive attitude only fueled my anxiety. The next few days were a blur. I couldn't shake the feeling of unease, the chilling implications of that letter. Alex's nonchalant attitude was even more unsettling. Was he in denial? Or was he hiding something? Sleep became a luxury I couldn't afford. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the words from the letter, heard Alex's dismissive tone. My dreams were plagued by faceless figures lurking in shadows, whispering my name. I tried to distract myself, throwing myself into work, hitting the gym, even going on a few dates. But nothing worked. The fear was a constant companion, a shadow that followed me everywhere. I found myself constantly checking over my shoulder, scanning crowds for anything out of the ordinary. The internet became my enemy, every click, every website visit filled with potential danger. Was someone watching me? Tracking my every move? One night, I couldn't take it anymore. I fired up Tor, the gateway to the deep web beckoning me like a siren. I had to know more. Who wrote that letter? Why Alex? What did they want? I spent hours trawling through the murky depths of the internet, each link a potential trap, each website a den of unknown horrors. The deep web felt different now, not just a collection of random websites, but a malevolent entity, watching my every move, waiting for me to slip up. Then, I found it. Another link, hidden deep within a forum dedicated to the macabre and disturbing. This one was titled simply, Alex. My heart pounded in my chest. Was this another letter? A video? I hesitated, my finger hovering over the link. Was I ready for what I might find? I clicked the link. The page loaded, and my breath caught in my throat. It wasn't another letter. It was a video. The video was grainy, low resolution, like it had been filmed on an old webcam. The room was dimly lit, the only source of light coming from a flickering computer screen in the background. A figure sat hunched over the keyboard, their face obscured by shadow. Then, the figure turned. It was Alex. But it wasn't. There was something off about him, something unsettling in his eyes. They were wide, unblinking, filled with a strange intensity. His mouth was stretched into a wide, unnatural grin, a grotesque parody of a smile. He stared directly at the camera, his gaze piercing through the screen, seeming to bore into my soul. A shiver ran down my spine, a primal fear gripping my heart. The video ended abruptly, cutting to static. I sat there, frozen in place, the image of Alex's distorted face burned into my mind. What the hell had I just seen? Was it really him? Or was it someone, something else? I rewound the video, playing it again and again, scrutinizing every detail. The more I watched, the more convinced I became that it was Alex, but a twisted, corrupted version of him. There was something in the background, behind Alex, that caught my eye. A symbol etched onto the wall behind him. It was a circle with a series of lines radiating outwards, like a sun or a spider web. I'd never seen anything like it before. What did it mean? Was it connected to the letter? To the deep web? To Alex's strange behavior? I had a sinking feeling that I was in way over my head. This wasn't just some random internet creep. This was something far more sinister, something that threatened to consume me whole. I'll admit it. I was obsessed. That video, that creepy, distorted version of Alex, it consumed my every waking thought. I played it over and over again, analyzing every frame, every flicker of light, every twitch of his face. I had to understand what was happening, had to find some explanation for this nightmare. I started digging deeper into the deep web, searching for any mention of that symbol, that weird sun-like thing etched on the wall behind Alex. I found a few references to it on obscure forums, whispers of a cult, a secret society, something called the Circle. But the more I learned, the less I understood. The information was fragmented, contradictory, shrouded in cryptic language and paranoid ramblings. It was like trying to assemble a puzzle with half the pieces missing. Meanwhile, Alex was acting stranger than ever. He was withdrawn, jumpy, constantly looking over his shoulder. He barely slept, and when he did, he was plagued by nightmares. I tried to talk to him, to help him, but he just pushed me away. "It's nothing," he'd say, his voice hollow. his eyes filled with a haunted look. Just stress. I'll be fine. But I knew he wasn't fine. Something was eating him alive, something connected to that video, to that symbol, to the dark underbelly of the internet. And I was determined to find out what it was, even if it meant risking my own sanity in the process. I couldn't keep it to myself any longer. I had to confront Alex, had to show him the video, had to make him see what I was seeing. Maybe, just maybe, there was still a chance to pull him back from the brink, to save him from whatever was happening. I stormed over to his apartment, my laptop clutched in my hand like a weapon. Alex looked even worse than before, his eyes bloodshot, his face gaunt and pale. He jumped when he saw me, his hand instinctively reaching for something behind his back. "Alex," I said, my voice shaking, "we need to talk." He tried to play it cool, but I could see the fear in his eyes. "What's up, man? Can't this wait?" "No, it can't." "I saw the video, Alex. The one on the deep web." The blood drained from his face. "Video? What video?" I shoved my laptop in front of him, the video already playing. He stared at the screen, his eyes widening in horror as he recognized himself, that twisted, grinning version of himself. "Where did you get this?" he whispered, his voice hoarse. "It doesn't matter." "Alex, what the hell is going on? What is that symbol? Who are those people?" He slumped onto the couch, burying his face in his hands. "I don't know," he mumbled, his voice muffled. "I don't know how it started. I started seeing things, hearing things. I felt like someone was watching me, following me." "Who, Alex? Who's watching you?" He looked up, his eyes filled with terror. "They call themselves the Circle. They said they could give me power, make me special. But it's not what I thought it would be. It's consuming me." He started to cry, his body shaking with sobs. I sat beside him, my hand on his shoulder, unsure what to say, what to do. This was beyond anything I could have imagined. My best friend was caught in some kind of online nightmare, and I had no idea how to help him. Alex's confession left me reeling. The Circle, this online cult, had sunk its claws into him, and I had no idea how to pull him free. We spent the rest of the night talking, or rather, I listened as he poured out his fears and regrets. He told me how he'd stumbled upon the Circle's website by chance, how they'd lured him in with promises of power and belonging. They'd given him tasks, challenges, each one pushing him further down a dark path. He'd hurt people, betrayed friends, all in the name of proving his loyalty to the Circle. "I thought they were my friends," he said, his voice cracking. "But they're not. They're monsters." He showed me the messages they'd sent him, the threats, the manipulations. They knew everything about him, his weaknesses, his fears. They'd used that knowledge to control him, to mold him into something he no longer recognized. We had to do something, had to fight back. But how do you fight an enemy that exists only in the shadows of the internet? We decided to go to the police. I know, it sounds stupid. What were we going to tell them? Hey, my friend joined an online cult and now they're making him do bad things? But we were desperate. The police, as expected, weren't much help. They took our statements, nodded sympathetically, and promised to look into it. But I could see the doubt in their eyes. They thought we were crazy, a couple of kids who'd spent too much time online. We left the police station feeling defeated, but we couldn't give up. We had to find a way to expose the circle, to bring them down. But first, we had to protect Alex. They were watching him, that much was certain. We needed to find a way to keep him safe. We needed answers, and we needed them fast. If the circle was as powerful and pervasive as Alex claimed, we were running out of time. I decided to focus on the one solid lead we had, the symbol. I spent every free moment scouring the internet, following every digital breadcrumb, every obscure forum thread that mentioned the symbol or the circle. It was like falling down an endless rabbit hole, each click leading to a darker, more disturbing corner of the web. I found stories of other people who had been targeted by the circle, their lives shattered, their minds twisted. They spoke of manipulation, blackmail, even violence. The circle wasn't just some online game, it was a predator, preying on the vulnerable, the lonely, the desperate. Then, I stumbled upon a hidden online community, a forum dedicated to exposing the circle and its activities. The members were a motley crew of hackers, activists, and victims, all united by their shared experience and their desire for revenge. They called themselves the Resistance. I joined their ranks, eager to learn more, to contribute to their cause. They shared information, strategies, and support. They were my lifeline, my only hope in this increasingly terrifying situation. The Resistance had been tracking the circle for years, slowly piecing together their methods and motives. They believed the circle was more than just an online cult. It was a powerful organization with roots in the real world, with connections to influential people, even government agencies. The deeper I delved into the Resistance's findings, the more I realized the true extent of the danger. This wasn't just about Alex anymore, it was about all of us. The circle was a cancer, spreading its tendrils throughout the internet, threatening to consume us all. And we were the only ones who could stop it. Armed with the information from the Resistance, I raced back to Alex's apartment. We had a plan, a risky one, but it was our only shot at breaking the circle's hold on him and exposing them to the world. But when I got there, the door was ajar. My heart pounded in my chest. I cautiously stepped inside, calling out Alex's name. Silence. The apartment was a mess. Furniture overturned, belongings scattered everywhere. It looked like a struggle had taken place. Alex. I shouted again, my voice echoing in the empty apartment. No answer. Then I saw it. On the coffee table, a single sheet of paper. On it, scrawled in what looked like blood, was the symbol. The circle symbol. A wave of nausea washed over me. They'd taken him. I stumbled back, my hand flying to my mouth to stifle a scream. What were they going to do to him? Or were they taking him? Then I heard it. A knock at the door. 3 slow, deliberate knocks. I froze, my blood turning to ice. Who was it? The police? The circle? I crept towards the door, my hand trembling as I reached for the handle. I had to know who was out there. I had to know what they'd done with Alex. I took a deep breath and opened the door. No one. Just an empty hallway. But then I looked down. At my feet, a small, folded piece of paper. I picked it up, my fingers shaking. It was a message. A message from the circle. We know you're helping him. We know you're trying to stop us. But you can't. We're everywhere. We're watching you. Below the message, another drawing. The symbol again. But this time, it wasn't just drawn in blood. It was drawn in my blood. It was a typical Tuesday night, the kind where you just want to zone out and scroll through endless memes. I was procrastinating on a mountain of homework, telling myself I'd start soon, but really, I was glued to my phone, lost in the depths of Reddit. I stumbled upon a thread about abandoned websites, those digital ghost towns that linger online, forgotten and decaying. Curiosity piqued, I clicked on a link someone had posted, some obscure forum from the early 2000s, all pixelated GIFs and flashing neon text. It was like stepping into an internet time capsule. As I delved deeper into the forum, clicking through pages of outdated posts and broken links, a weird glitch flashed across the screen. The text warped and distorted, the colors inverting for a split second before snapping back to normal. I figured it was just my crappy internet acting up again, but then it happened again. And again. This time, the glitch lingered. The screen went black, except for a single line of white text that materialized in the center. You shouldn't be here. Okay, that's creepy, I thought, a shiver running down my spine. I tried to close the window, but my browser froze. My cursor wouldn't move. I even tried Alt plus F4, but nothing happened. I was trapped. Then, the screen flickered again, and the text changed. We see you. My heart pounded in my chest. Who's we? I frantically hit the power button on my laptop, the screen going dark. Relief washed over me, but it was short-lived. When I booted it back up, the forum was still there, the eerie message staring back at me. And below it, a new line had appeared. You can't hide. You can't hide. Those words were burned into my brain. I stared at the screen, the cursor blinking like a mocking eye. Was this some elaborate prank? A virus? I mean, I heard of creepypastas and stuff, but this was next level. Against my better judgment, I clicked the link again. It led me deeper into the forum, past the pixelated GIFs and outdated posts, to a section I hadn't seen before. The background was black, the text a stark white, and the only image was a single, blood-red door. Knock knock, a message popped up. Goosebumps erupted across my arms. I didn't type anything, didn't even move. But then, another message appeared. Who's there? My fingers hovered over the keyboard. This was insane. I should just close the laptop, throw it in the trash, maybe even move to a remote island with no internet access. But something, some morbid curiosity, kept me glued to the screen. I typed, "Who's there?" The response was instant, "You." Another chill ran down my spine. I tried to back out, to close the window, but it was no use. I was trapped in this bizarre, text-based conversation with who? What? The questions continued, each one more unsettling than the last. They were personal, probing into my fears, my insecurities. It was like whoever was on the other side knew me, knew exactly what buttons to push. Then, a new link appeared. "See for yourself," the text read. I hesitated, my finger hovering over the mouse. This was a bad idea, a really bad idea. But the curiosity was overwhelming. I clicked. The link led to a hidden section of the forum, a place where the cheery facade of the early internet was stripped away. The posts were filled with disturbing images, cryptic messages, and whispered threats. I felt like I was staring into the abyss, and the abyss was staring back. And in the corner of the screen, a small, red dot blinked. It was a webcam icon, and it was active. Someone was watching. My stomach churned. The images on the hidden forum were disturbing, to say the least. It wasn't just the gore or violence, though there was plenty of that. It was the casualness of it all, the way people discussed these horrific acts like they were talking about the weather. I tried to back out, but the forum wouldn't let me. It was like a maze with invisible walls, every click leading me deeper into the darkness. Then, I saw it, a link in the corner of the screen, barely visible against the black background. It simply read, "Red Room." My curiosity, or maybe it was some self-destructive urge, got the better of me. I clicked. The new page loaded, and I was met with a wall of text, a chaotic chat room scrolling at an impossible speed. Names I didn't recognize flashed across the screen, spewing out cryptic messages, threats, and demands. It was like witnessing a digital riot. Then, a video window popped up in the center of the screen. My breath hitched. It was a live feed, grainy and low resolution, but unmistakably real. A figure, bound and gagged, struggled against their restraints. A wave of nausea washed over me. I wanted to look away, to close the laptop, to pretend I hadn't seen any of this. But I couldn't. It was like a car crash, horrific but impossible to ignore. The chat room exploded with messages, egging on whoever was behind the camera. I felt sick, helpless. Was this real? Was I witnessing a crime unfold in real time? Then, a new message popped up, this one directed at me. It was from a user called the operator, and it simply read, "Enjoying the show?" My blood ran cold. They knew I was there. They were watching me watch. Enjoying the show? The message hung there, a digital sword dangling above my head. My gut screamed at me to close the laptop, to run and hide, but my fingers were frozen. I couldn't look away from the screen, from the grainy video of the struggling figure, from the chat room filled with gleeful sadists. Then, a new message from the operator. "Don't be shy. We can see you're a curious one." I felt a surge of panic. They knew. They knew I was watching. But how? Did they have access to my webcam? Were they tracking my IP address? Before I could even process the thought, another message popped up. "Let's play a game." My heart pounded in my chest. A game? What kind of game? The operator laid out the rules. It was a simple choice, a binary option, left or right. I had to choose a direction for the figure in the video to go. Left, and they would be subjected to, well, I didn't want to think about it. Right, and something else, something equally horrific. The chat room went wild, placing bets, chanting left and right like a demented chorus. I felt sick, trapped in a nightmare I couldn't wake up from. My hands trembled as I hovered the cursor over the keyboard. Left or right? It felt like choosing between two evils, two paths leading to inevitable suffering. But I had no choice. The operator made it clear, if I didn't choose, they would choose for me, and the consequences would be far worse. With a shaking hand, I typed a single letter, L. The chat room erupted in cheers and jeers. The video feed cut out for a moment, replaced by a loading screen. Then, it flickered back to life. The figure was gone. In their place was a new scene, a new victim. And the operator's message, "Your turn again." The game had begun. The game was relentless. Each time I chose, another victim appeared. Each time, the chat room buzzed with a sick excitement, egging me on, taunting me. I felt like a puppet, forced to dance to their twisted tune. But something had shifted. The operator wasn't just giving me choices anymore. They were giving me clues, riddles, puzzles to solve. Each choice was a piece of a larger puzzle, a sick scavenger hunt leading me deeper into the depths of the internet. I was no longer just a spectator. I was a participant, a pawn in their twisted game. And the stakes were getting higher. The operator started dropping hints about my real life. My name, my address, my daily routine. It was like they were watching me, not just through the webcam, but through the very fabric of the internet. Fear not at me. I tried to disconnect, to shut down the laptop, but every time I did, it would mysteriously turn back on, the game resuming where it left off. It was like it had a life of its own, a digital parasite feeding on my fear. I tried to fight back, to use my knowledge of the internet to track down the operator, to expose them. But they were always one step ahead, their digital footprints disappearing as quickly as they appeared. It was a cat and mouse game, and I was the mouse, trapped in a maze with no escape. The walls were closing in, and the hunter was getting closer. The line between the digital world and the real world blurred. The operator's presence wasn't confined to the screen anymore. It seeped into my everyday life, a constant shadow lurking in the periphery. It started with small things. A flickering light in my apartment. A missed call from an unknown number. A whisper of my name in a crowded street. I dismissed them as coincidences, as my paranoia getting the better of me. But the incidents grew more frequent, more unsettling. One evening, I found a note taped to my door. It was a simple message, written in a childish scrawl, "We're watching you." My blood ran cold. There was no mistaking it. The operator had crossed over. Fear became my constant companion. I couldn't sleep, couldn't eat, couldn't focus. Every creak in the floorboards, every shadow in the corner of my eye, sent shivers down my spine. I felt like a prisoner in my own home, constantly looking over my shoulder, waiting for the next intrusion. Then it escalated. My social media accounts were hacked, filled with disturbing images and messages. My phone buzzed with threatening texts, each one a chilling reminder that I was being watched. I even started receiving packages, anonymous gifts containing bizarre, unsettling objects, a doll with its eyes sewn shut, a lock of hair, a blood-stained note. The operator was no longer just a digital entity. They were a physical presence, a stalker lurking in the shadows, closing in on me. The game had become a real-life nightmare, and I was the prey. I was at my breaking point. The constant fear, the paranoia, the feeling of being hunted, it was all consuming. I couldn't take it anymore. I had to find a way to stop this, to end the game, to expose the operator. Desperate, I reached out to the only person I could think of, a hacker friend I knew from my online gaming days. He was a recluse, a digital ghost, but he was brilliant. If anyone could help me unravel this mess, it was him. After days of silence, he finally responded. He was intrigued, but cautious. He warned me about the dangers of digging too deep, of attracting unwanted attention. But he also agreed to help. Together, we delved into the depths of the internet, following the digital trail left by the operator. It was a labyrinth of hidden servers, encrypted messages, and false identities. But slowly, painstakingly, we started to piece together the truth. The operator wasn't a single person. It was a group, a collective of online predators who reveled in the suffering of others. They used the anonymity of the internet to prey on vulnerable individuals, manipulating them, tormenting them, driving them to the brink. Their motives were unclear. Some seemed driven by sadism, others by a twisted sense of power. But one thing was certain, they were dangerous, and they had to be stopped. My friend helped me devise a plan. We would use their own game against them, lure them into a trap, expose their identities to the world. It was a risky move, but it was our only chance. The plan was in motion. With my friend's help, I started feeding the operator false information, leading them on a digital wild goose chase. We created fake accounts, planted misleading clues, and set up a virtual trap, a honeypot designed to lure them in. It was a tense waiting game. Every notification, every message sent my heart racing. Were they falling for it? Or were they onto us? Then it happened. The operator took the bait. They followed our trail, their digital fingerprints leading them straight to our trap. We watched as they accessed the honeypot, their every move recorded, their identities exposed. With the evidence in hand, we launched our counterattack. We released the information to the public, exposing the operator's network, their real names, their locations. The internet erupted in outrage, the collective fury of their victims and those who had witnessed their crimes. The operator's reign of terror was over. Their website vanished, their accounts deleted, their identities exposed to the world. They had become the haunted. I felt a wave of relief wash over me. The game was finally over. I had escaped. But the scars remained. The trauma, the paranoia, the fear, they were still there, lurking in the shadows of my mind. I had won the battle, but the war was far from over. The dust settled. The operator was gone, their network dismantled, their reign of terror brought to an end. But the world didn't magically return to normal. The internet, once a source of entertainment and connection, now felt like a minefield, every click a potential trigger. I tried to move on, to put the experience behind me. I deleted my social media accounts, changed my phone number, even moved to a new apartment. But the fear lingered, a constant hum of anxiety in the background of my life. Sleep became a luxury I could barely afford. Nightmares plagued me, replaying the horrors I had witnessed, the choices I had been forced to make. Every creak in the floorboards, every shadow in the corner of my eye, sent shivers down my spine. Therapy helped to some extent. It gave me a space to process the trauma, to confront the fear. But the scars remained, invisible wounds that ached with every reminder of the game. The internet, once a refuge, now felt like a threat. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that the operator, or someone like them, was still out there, lurking in the digital shadows. Even in the real world, I couldn't escape the paranoia. Crowded places made me anxious, faces in the crowd blurring into a sea of potential threats. Every interaction felt loaded, every conversation laced with suspicion. I had escaped the operator's game, but I was still trapped in its aftermath, a prisoner of my own fear. Life settled into a new kind of normal. I still got the occasional jolt of anxiety when a light flickered or my phone buzzed with an unknown number. But the nightmares were less frequent, the shadows less menacing. I was starting to heal, to reclaim my life. One evening, I was browsing Reddit, scrolling through my usual subreddits, cute animal pics, funny memes, the occasional news article. It was a comforting routine, a way to reconnect with the internet without dredging up the past. Then, I saw it. A post on the front page, a link to a forum thread. The title, "Anyone else remember this creepy old website?" My heart skipped a beat. The thumbnail image was unmistakable, the pixelated GIFs, the neon text, the blood-red door. It was the forum, the gateway to my nightmare. Curiosity battled with fear. Was it just a coincidence? A digital echo from the past? Or was it something more sinister? With trembling fingers, I clicked the link. The forum loaded, the familiar layout sending a shiver down my spine. The posts were old, outdated, but there, in the corner of the screen, a new message blinked. It was from a user I didn't recognize. The message was simple, chilling. "We're back." The screen went black. 5 years. That's how long it had been since Franzberg had a murder. Old man Weathers offing his wife over a Monopoly game was the last. Until last week. Now, 3 files sat on my desk, each with a victim staring up at me, demanding justice. I pulled out my Glenfiddich and a grimy glass from my drawer. A quick blow cleared out the dust, and I poured myself a double. The whiskey burned my throat, but it was a welcome fire. I swirled the amber liquid, then opened the first file. Again. Each murder was a couple of days apart. The killer slipped in and out unseen, leaving no trace. All 3 victims, throats slit, hung upside down like slaughtered animals. Their blood, though, vanished. How the hell does something like that happen in my little town? My town. My people. Killed right under my nose. Maybe I was just a lousy cop. Missing something obvious. Probably. I started with the usual: family, friends, anyone who knew the victims. Murder wasn't my forte, but I could sniff out a liar. Years on the job teach you that. The victims were all young, in their 20s. And loners. Their lives mostly online. Specifically, in a game called League of Legends. They were part of a clan, a 5-person team. That meant 2 more people were out there, potential victims or potential killers. Sarah Green, the first clan member I found, invited me in for coffee. She seemed genuinely concerned about her friends' deaths, but she offered no clues. "Want more coffee, detective?" she asked after my second cup. "No, I'm good. Thanks for your time." She seemed relieved to see me go. Next was Terry Wentworth. He was a nervous guy, fidgeting in his chair, avoiding eye contact. "What's this about, officer?" he asked, his voice shaky. "I understand you played League of Legends with these people?" I showed him the victims' pictures. He winced. Yeah, so I played with them. He was sweating, wiping his palms on his pants. Something wasn't right. I brought him down to the station. The hot box loosened his tongue. It was Sarah. Her idea, he blurted out, his shirt soaked with sweat. It took hours, but he finally cracked. He told me about their clan, how they were desperate to win tournaments, the big money. Sarah had found a way to upgrade their team. She found him on the dark web, Terry confessed. An assassin. He did it for practically nothing. His name? How do you contact him? I tried to stay calm, but the excitement was building. I can't. She'll kill me. Terry, you're doing the right thing. Help me put her away. Who is he? He hesitated, then spilled it all. How to reach the assassin, the whole twisted plan. Sarah was at her computer, a vacant look on her face. He's going to kill all of us, she whispered. Who is Sarah? She looked at the blank screen. Him. A chill ran down my spine. We can protect you, I said, but my voice sounded hollow. No, you can't. She turned on the computer, logged into some hidden corner of the internet. The screen went black. The air grew cold. I could see my breath. Who is he? A voice boomed from the computer. The room felt heavy, like unseen eyes were watching us. My skin prickled. That's Detective Slate, Sarah said in a monotone. He wants to catch you. Then the voice spoke again, deep and chilling. Look into the darkness, Detective Slate. Don't you want to experience it for yourself? Don't you want to sleep? Suddenly, men were grabbing me, wrestling me to the floor. My gun was in my hand, pressed to my temple. My finger was on the trigger, squeezing. I don't want to die. But I couldn't stop myself. My partner, Steve, pried the gun away. I looked up and saw Sarah banging her head on the table, blood splattering. She didn't stop, even as bone showed through. What the hell? An officer yelled, rushing towards her. He glanced at the screen. In a flash, he drew his own gun and fired. The gunshot echoed in the small room. My ears rang. I couldn't tear my eyes away from the black screen. Another officer, who hadn't seen the screen, rushed in. He slammed the laptop shut, smashed it on the floor. I'm sorry, boss, he said, his face pale. I had to. You saved us, I said, my voice shaking. We were surrounded by carnage. An officer dead. Sarah dead. And I couldn't explain any of it. They sent me home, pending an investigation. No one believed me. But I knew what I saw. This wasn't just some assassin. This was something else. Something dark. Something hungry. And I had to stop it. So, this whole thing went down last summer, a few months after I broke up with my college girlfriend, Tina. We'd been together for about 3 years, And let me tell you, it wasn't easy getting over her. Even though we weren't exactly the perfect match. See, I'm an introvert. I like my own space, and I'm not big on sharing every little detail of my life. But Tina? Total opposite. She was all about this thing she called the principle of transparency. Basically, she believed that couples should share everything with each other. And I mean everything, from what I had for breakfast to what time my dad got home from work. And she did share everything with me. Like, everything. Her childhood crush, the first time she slept with someone. She even called me once to discuss what kind of women's underwear I liked. Seriously. I was trying to study for exams, and she wanted to talk about bras and panties. Not exactly my idea of a good time. Anyway, we eventually realized we were just too different. The breakup was tough, but we both knew it was for the best. But even though we broke up, I couldn't stop thinking about her. It was like she was still there, in the back of my mind, constantly reminding me of everything we'd shared. I tried to move on, but it was hard. I kept replaying our conversations, our arguments, our good times, and our bad times. I couldn't escape the memories. Then, one night, something happened that changed everything. It was a Friday night, and I was home alone, trying to relax after a long week. I was scrolling through social media, not really paying attention to anything, when I heard a knock at the door. I wasn't expecting anyone, so I was a bit hesitant to answer. I peeked through the peephole, but I couldn't see anyone there. I figured it was probably just some kids messing around, so I ignored it. But then the knocking came again, louder this time. I decided to be cautious and grabbed a baseball bat from the closet before opening the door. When I swung the door open, I was surprised to see Tina standing there. "Hey," she said, a nervous smile on her face. "Can I come in?" I was speechless. I hadn't seen her since the breakup, and I wasn't sure what to say. "Ah, sure," I finally managed to stammer. She stepped inside, and I closed the door behind her. "I know this is probably weird," she said, "but I needed to talk to you." "Okay," I said, still feeling awkward. "I've been doing a lot of thinking lately," she continued, "and I realized that I made a mistake. Breaking up with you was the worst decision of my life." My heart skipped a beat. Was she saying what I thought she was saying? "I miss you," she said, her eyes welling up with tears. "I miss everything about you. Even your grumpy moods and your obsession with privacy." I couldn't believe my ears. Was Tina really telling me she wanted to get back together? "I know I messed up," she said, her voice cracking. "I was too demanding, too controlling. I pushed you away with my principle of transparency. But I've changed. I realize now that everyone needs their own space, their own secrets." She took a step closer, reaching out to touch my arm. "I love you," she whispered. "I never stopped loving you." I felt a surge of emotions, surprise, confusion, and hope. Maybe we could make this work after all. "I love you too," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. She smiled, and then she kissed me. It was a long, passionate kiss, full of all the emotions we'd been holding back for months. When we finally broke apart, I felt like I was floating on air. Tina was back in my life, and this time, things were going to be different. Or so I thought. The next few weeks were a whirlwind. Tina and I were inseparable. We spent every free moment together, catching up, laughing, and rekindling the spark we'd lost. It felt like we were falling in love all over again. But there was something different about Tina. She was still outgoing and bubbly, but there was an intensity to her now, a kind of desperation that I hadn't seen before. She was constantly touching me, holding my hand, wanting to be close. She'd stare at me with these wide, adoring eyes, like she couldn't believe I was real. And she was always apologizing. For everything. For being too demanding in the past, for not respecting my privacy, for not being the perfect girlfriend. It was sweet, but it was also a bit much. One night, we were lying in bed, talking about the future. Tina was talking about getting married, having kids, growing old together. "I can't imagine my life without you," she said, her voice thick with emotion. "You're everything to me." I smiled and kissed her forehead. "Me too," I said. But as I looked into her eyes, I saw something that made my blood run cold. There was a flicker of something dark and sinister in her gaze, something that made me feel uneasy. I tried to shake it off, telling myself I was just imagining things. But the feeling lingered. The next day, I was hanging out with my friend Jake, and I told him about Tina's weird behavior. "Dude, that's creepy," Jake said. "Maybe she's just really into you." "I know, but it's like she's obsessed with me or something," I said. "It's freaking me out." "Maybe you should talk to her about it," Jake suggested. "I don't know," I said. "I don't want to upset her." But as the days went by, Tina's behavior only got more intense. She started showing up at my apartment unannounced, bringing me gifts, cooking me dinner. She'd even follow me to class sometimes, just to be near me. I started to feel suffocated. I loved Tina, but I needed my space. I tried to talk to her about it, but she just got upset. "Don't you love me anymore?" she'd ask, her eyes filled with tears. "Of course I love you," I'd say. "But I need some time to myself sometimes." She'd apologize and promise to give me space, but she never did. I started to feel trapped. I didn't know what to do. Then, one night, I found something that made everything click into place. I was cleaning out my desk drawer when I found an old notebook. It was Tina's. I opened it up, curious to see what was inside. The first few pages were filled with love poems and doodles. But as I flipped through the pages, the tone changed. The writing became frantic, almost obsessive. There were pages and pages of notes about me, my habits, my routines, my likes and dislikes. There were even detailed plans for our future together, our wedding, our house, the names of our children. It was like she'd been planning our entire lives without me even knowing it. And then I found the last page. It was a list of names. My name was at the top, circled in red. Below it were the names of my friends and family. And next to each name was a date. My blood ran cold. I realized what those dates were. They were death dates. Tina was planning to kill me. And everyone I loved. I stared at the notebook, my heart pounding in my chest. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Tina, the girl I loved, was planning to kill me. I felt sick to my stomach. I had to get out of there. I grabbed my phone and called Jake. "Dude, you won't believe this," I said, my voice trembling. "Tina's lost it. She's planning to kill me." "What are you talking about?" Jake asked, his voice filled with concern. "I found her notebook," I said. "It's full of crazy stuff. She's obsessed with me, and she's planning to kill me and everyone I know." "Are you serious?" Jake asked. "I'm dead serious," I said. "I need your help." Okay, calm down," Jake said. "Where are you?" "I'm at my apartment," I said. "But I can't stay here. She could show up at any minute." "Come to my place," Jake said. "I'll be here all night." I grabbed a few essentials and rushed out of my apartment. I didn't even bother locking the door. I got to Jake's place, and he let me in. I told him everything about Tina's weird behavior, the notebook, the death dates. Jake was horrified. "Dude, that's insane," he said. "You need to go to the police." "I know," I said. "But I don't have any proof. It's just my word against hers." "We'll figure something out," Jake said. "Don't worry." We spent the rest of the night talking, trying to come up with a plan. The next morning, I went to the police station. I told them everything I knew about Tina's plans. The police took me seriously, but they said they couldn't do anything without evidence. They suggested I get a restraining order against Tina, but I wasn't sure if that would be enough to stop her. I went back to Jake's place, feeling lost and confused. I didn't know what to do. Jake suggested we try to find some evidence to support my claims. We went back to my apartment, hoping to find something that would convince the police to take action. We searched everywhere, but we couldn't find anything. Tina had been too careful. Just as we were about to give up, Jake found something hidden under my bed. It was a box. We opened it up, and inside, we found a collection of disturbing items: knives, rope, duct tape, and a photo album. The album was filled with pictures of me. Pictures of me sleeping, pictures of me eating, pictures of me with my friends and family. And on the back of each picture, Tina had written a date. The same dates that were in her notebook. We finally had the evidence we needed. We took the box to the police, and they immediately issued a warrant for Tina's arrest. They found her at her apartment, packing a bag. She didn't resist arrest. She was charged with attempted murder and harassment. I haven't seen her since. I'm still trying to process everything that happened. I can't believe the girl I love tried to kill me. But I'm also grateful that I escaped. And I'm thankful for Jake, who helped me through it all. I'm moving on with my life now. I'm focusing on my studies and my friends. And I'm trying to forget about Tina. But I'll never forget the summer she tried to kill me. The past few days have been a surreal nightmare. I'm a contract killer, operating on the dark web. We have a secretary who handles the clients and assigns the jobs. A week ago, I got a contract to eliminate a priest, a bishop. I figured he was some kind of child molester. I tailed him for a few days and then took him out quietly with a knife during late-night confessionals. A few days later, the secretary gave me another contract. It was the same priest. I told the secretary the job was already done, but he insisted the client had seen the priest alive just minutes ago. I went to check it out, and sure enough, there he was, feeding birds in the park. I was stunned. Had I missed? Then it hit me. He must have a twin. I completed the second contract at the priest's residence, this time with a gun. 2 days later, another contract, the same priest again. I messaged the secretary, confirming I had used a gun and the target was dead. But the priest was at the church, preparing for service. This time, I went to the church to observe him. Something strange happened. At first, he didn't seem to have a shadow. Then, when he did, it remained on the wall even after he moved. I started to question my sanity. I decided to finish this once and for all. I ambushed him at his home, stabbed him, set his car on fire with him inside, and watched it burn. I took a few days off to cool down. Then, I received a message with a picture of the priest, alive and well, sitting on the same park bench. I rushed to the park, and there he was. How was this possible? I was terrified. That night, I woke up to a bloody message on my ceiling, "Fuck OFF or die." Exhausted and confused, I was dozing off in my living room when my burned phone rang. It was the client who had hired me to kill the priest. "You seem to have quite the problem, my friend," he said in a thick German accent. "My name is Father Mueller. We need to meet. We are all in serious danger." "Very serious danger," he had said. What did that even mean? This Father Mueller wanted to meet face to face, which was against our rules. I agreed without thinking, my mind still reeling from the impossible events of the past few days. We met in the park. I was armed, wary of a potential attack. I spotted 2 shady characters under the walnut tree, but neither looked like a priest. Maybe this was a setup. "Strange times, my friend," a voice said behind me. I was startled. No one ever snuck up on me. An old man, maybe in his 80s, stood there. He opened his jacket to reveal a priest's collar. "Father Mueller," he said. "I apologize for this unusual meeting. How did you get my number?" I asked. "The deep web has its ways," he said. "Those men are with me. I knew you'd be cautious. It's better we talk alone." He showed me a picture of the bishop. "What's his deal?" I asked. "Divine intervention?" "Quite the opposite," Father Mueller said. This man should be dead. Yes. 3 times over, I confirmed. We hired you to test his resilience, he explained. He's immortal. We're out of time. Who is he? I demanded. What's going on? Bishop Cassius Canicus, he said. He made a deal with the devil. He's aligned himself with the demon Zasgozeth. A demon? I was incredulous. Zasgozeth is now his shadow, Father Mueller continued. Soon, it will possess him completely and try to bring about the end of the world. I told him about the bishop's shadow and the bloody message. It couldn't harm you directly, only threaten, Father Mueller said. This will be its 3rd attempt to end the world. 3rd? It was summoned in ancient Egypt and again during the Crusades, he explained. This time, it's different. The bishop will use holy rites to protect it. No mortal weapon can kill it. No mortal weapon. My mind raced. What do we do? I asked, already knowing the answer. Kill Zasgozeth, Father Mueller said. How? I exclaimed. Don't you have exorcists? Special forces? We need a professional killer, he said. But how? I asked. Holy water? Blessed bullets? Not strong enough, he said. We have something else. Meet us at the church on Front Street. Later that day, I went to the church. It was supposed to be under renovation, but it was their base of operations. Father Mueller and a cardinal greeted me. These are trying times, the cardinal said. We never imagined needing someone like you. But your skills are necessary. How do I kill it? I asked. The cardinal gestured, and another priest brought in a long case. Inside was a Roman gladius. Not what you expected, Father Mueller asked. No, I admitted. It was a beautiful sword, though. This belonged to the 2nd horseman of the apocalypse, Father Mueller explained. It's a divine weapon. It can destroy Zasgozeth. The 4 horsemen? This was getting ridiculous. Where did you get it? I asked. We have a vault with many artifacts, the cardinal said. Truths mankind isn't ready for. You'll need to pierce Zasgozeth with this sword, Father Mueller said. I wasn't thrilled about close combat with a demon. Zasgozeth will reach full power at midnight, the cardinal said. The bishop will be at the cathedral. We'll get you inside. Before I left, Father Mueller gave me some advice. Demons are arrogant. Use that against it. I went home to prepare, unsure if I would even go. This was insane. But my curiosity won. At midnight, I entered the cathedral through a side door. I made my way towards the altar, my nerves growing with each step. Why did I come alone? The chapel was enormous, with towering ceilings and stained glass windows. Bishop Canicus stood on the altar, his back to me. My shadow's visit didn't deter you? He asked, his voice raspy. You're out of your depth. Leave now. Why? I asked. You should know better than to trust Satan. I pray for eternal life, he said. And my prayers were answered. The church bell tolled midnight. A sinister smile spread across his face. You were foolish to stay, he said. Face the wrath of Zazgozath. He levitated and began to transform. His body grew, his skin charred, his face became a skeletal mask with flaming eyes. Wings erupted from his back, showering the altar in blood. Zazgozath stood before me. A man with a sword, it boomed. You never stood a chance. It grabbed its staff and took flight. I fired my .45, but the bullets did nothing. It hurled the staff at me, destroying several pews. I crawled for cover as it tore the chapel apart. This was hopeless. How could I possibly get close enough to stab it? I retreated to the hallway, hoping the tight space would give me an advantage. But Zazgozath burst through the wall, knocking me down. I lost the sword. You thought this would be my E&D? It roared, holding the gladius. Human arrogance. It shattered the sword. I was trapped. This was it. Or was it? I grabbed an umbrella from the nearby stand. Zazgozath laughed, caught off guard. While it was distracted, I grabbed the real sword, hidden in the umbrella stand. I lunged forward and plunged it into the demon's chest. Its laughter turned to a howl of pain. It stumbled, then collapsed. Its body dissolved, leaving only a black stain in the horseman's sword. My plan had worked. I had used its arrogance against it. I returned the sword to the priests. They thanked me and urged me to find a better path. There is always a way back, Father Mueller said. I decided to take his advice. I'm no longer a hitman. I'm trying to live an honest life. My parting words to Father Mueller were, next time you need a demon killed, call someone else. Don't call me. It was the summer of my junior year when this all happened. My brother and I were at home, playing Super Smash Bros. Brawl, when our older brother, Ted, showed up. We were excited to see him and invited him to join our game. He beat us easily, even when we teamed up against him. We switched to other games, but soon got bored. Ted suggested browsing the Deepweb. We were hesitant, having heard scary stories, but Ted assured us we'd be fine as long as we took precautions. We covered our webcam and mic with duct tape, then ventured into the Deepweb. It wasn't as exciting as we expected. We found a weird space shooter game and a live stream of a man dancing in his underwear with cream cheese on his chest. Is there anything actually interesting here? I asked. We were all hungry, and then a pizza ad popped up, Deepweb's Deep Dish Pizza. We decided to risk it and clicked the ad. The menu looked amazing. We ordered a meat lover's pizza, mozzarella sticks, apple pie pizza, and Dr. Pepper. We paid in cash and had it delivered to the library down the street. The pizza was delicious. We were eating in Ted's car when the delivery guy came back, apologizing for forgetting a Dr. Pepper. He also gave us a box of cookies as an apology. When we opened the box, a smoke grenade went off. We passed out from the fumes. We woke up tied up in a basement. The delivery guy appeared, holding a knife. "I'm going to make you guys into pizza," he said, turning on the light. The walls were lined with mutilated corpses. "This is where the meat for my pizza comes from," he said. We were horrified. He gave us a few minutes to decide who would be first. My brothers found shards of glass and started cutting their ropes. I distracted the pizza guy by asking about his life story. He told us how he grew up in a family of cooks, but he was terrible at it. So, he drugged his family, used their flesh for his first pizza, and then killed them. My brothers finished cutting their ropes and attacked the pizza guy with the shards of glass. We all joined in, beating him up until the police arrived. The police took our statements and arrested the pizza guy. We forgot to mention the leftover pizza in Ted's car. But hey, it was really good pizza. We weren't going to let it go to waste. It was a chilly evening a few weeks ago when my friend Adam and I found ourselves indulging in the dark corners of the internet for our particular amusement. We would quite often peruse the dark web, trying to find the strangest things we could in that lawless place. We've been doing it for years, ever since we first got access to the dark web back in high school when Adam found out about Tor. We'd seen everything, from drug sites to snuff sites, but on this particular evening, a peculiar link caught our attention. It was titled Doolittle's Bazaar. Intrigued, we clicked the link. A digital menagerie showcasing exotic animals of all kinds opened up in front of us. It was obviously run by poachers and boasted a large number of endangered and rare species. Mesmerized by the bizarre collection, we scrolled through the listings, intrigued by the curiosities on display. It had everything, from mundane tropical fish to incredibly rare big cats. We were amazed. Amidst the virtual oddities, a seemingly innocuous pop-up materialized, advertising a dog, claiming that it was unlike any other. "This dog is made just for you. It's astonishingly intelligent, capable of comprehending and executing any command, the perfect companion," it read. Its price tag was unusually low for what was being offered, almost too good to be true. Being the animal lover out of the two of us, Adam decided to take the plunge, succumbing to the allure of owning a unique and brilliant canine companion, as well as the possibility of rescuing the creature from the hands of the poachers. They're probably mistreating the poor thing anyway. You know what poachers can be like. I've seen videos online. Besides, no one else in the world will have one like it, he said, as though trying to justify his purchase. I warned him that it was probably a scam, but he was determined, as though he'd already made up his mind but was now coming up with the justification. He always got like this whenever it came to animals, always leading with his heart. I know it's risky. I'm not stupid. But what if it's legitimate? What if that poor creature is suffering, and I can do something about it now, he said. With the nonchalant click of a button, he entered his payment details and placed the order. A sense of apprehension filled me as he clicked the button, and the screen flashed "Payment processed." I wasn't sure why at the time. I think it was just a general distrust of the dark web. After all, we'd seen a lot of things on there before. Well, said Adam, let's see what happens. Worst case, I've just lost some money. Best case, I've rescued an animal. We carried on searching through random links on the dark web, but at the back of our minds was the excitement to see Adam's new dog, as well as the anxiety as to whether it was even real at all. You could never be too careful on the dark web. Adam went home later that night, and the events of the evening gradually faded from our minds. Several weeks passed by with no sign of the dog. There was nothing from the company on the Deepweb either. We both assumed that it had been a scam and that Adam had just lost his money. I told you so, I goaded each time I saw him. A few days after that, an obscure package arrived at my friend's doorstep. It was a huge box, larger than anything he'd ever ordered before. You could easily fit a full-length sofa inside and still have room to spare. Strapped to the top was a note. Printed on plain paper with no discerning marks, it read, "Your very own unique companion is here. We hope you enjoy it." Below, in red text, were the words "No refunds, no returns." Wasting no time, Adam called me. "It's here, the dog from the Deepweb. It's arrived." The box is massive, but I can hear it moving around inside. He practically shouted down the phone in excitement. "What, really?" "Ha, okay, you win this one, Mr. Awesome," I responded, amazed that something had actually turned up. "I'll swing by after work and meet the new furball." "Sweet, see you then," he said in that same excited tone. Then he hung up. I couldn't help a feeling of excitement welling up in my stomach. I wasn't exactly an animal lover myself. I could take or leave them, but I was still excited to see this new dog. As soon as I finished work, I made my way over to his house as quickly as I could, interested to see what made the dog so unique. Knocking on the door, Adam slowly opened it, his head poking out gingerly from behind it. "So, where is it?" I asked, trying to glance over his shoulder. "Come on, I want to see it." "Yeah, okay. Come in," Adam said, his voice quivering slightly, a stark contrast to his confident tone over the phone mere hours ago. I made my way into the house, but there was no sign of the creature that had been delivered. It's in the basement," Adam said, again in that shaking voice. Now very confused by what was going on, I followed as he led me to the basement. As soon as he opened the door, I was met with an odd stench, not something I'd ever smelled before. It was a sickly sweet smell, with a hint of iron. I couldn't help a feeling of apprehension in my gut as I stared down the staircase into the black abyss. Inside the basement, it was dark. There was a small, old light in the middle of the basement, illuminating a small area and casting long shadows across the floor. As I made my way down, the smell was much stronger, nearly suffocating me. I could make out sounds too. There's no way I could describe those sounds. They seemed like a low grunting noise, but there was a high-pitched, pained quality to it. There's no way that sound was made by a dog. As my eyes adjusted to the gloom, I could see a large metal cage in the far corner of the basement. It had thick iron bars and a heavy-looking padlock on the gate. The floor was covered in sawdust. The sounds seemed to be emanating from further within. "Come here, girl," Adam beckoned, again a quiver in his voice. My eyes remained fixed on the cage, awaiting the reveal of his peculiar new companion. The creature inside it obeyed his command, moving into the dim light. I had to stifle a scream. There's no way that thing could be a dog. It was hairless, with large, red-looking welts all over its body that were held together with stitches. If I had to describe it, I would say that it appeared as if someone had crudely amalgamated human components to create a macabre imitation of a canine form. It was breathing that same low grunt, with a high-pitched whine, as though its every breath was pained. Its face looked stretched, like the skin was pulled back, almost into a grimace of constant agony. I almost felt sorry for the wretched thing if it wasn't so repulsive. "Oh, God," I said, not sure what else to say. All words left me. "I know, it's horrible, isn't it?" Adam said. I could hear the sadness and disappointment in his voice. He almost couldn't bear to look at it either. "It looks like it's been so badly mistreated. The poor thing. Can you return it?" I asked, still looking at the thing in the cage, that same sense of revulsion filling me. "No, there are no returns." "I'm stuck with her," Adam said in a frustrated tone. "Why don't you just give her to a rescue center or release her into the wild or something, then?" I asked. "I can't do that," Adam snapped, almost offended. "Look at her. Nobody'd take her, for one. And she doesn't look like she'd survive in the wild on her own. She needs help." I felt so sorry for Adam. He seemed genuinely upset by the creature in the cage that he was now stuck with. He was a compassionate person, and I could see that this dilemma about what to do and the need to help was eating away at him inside. "All right," I said. "If you're going to keep this thing, we can't just call it that horrible thing. What are you going to call it? Got any ideas? Demon Doggo? Scooby Don't?" He thought for a second before saying, "Lucy." Lucy had been his grandmother's name. She passed away when he was really young. "Yeah, I think I want to call her Lucy." In the days following Lucy's arrival, Adam retreated further into his house, isolating himself from friends and social interactions. Whenever we managed to catch a glimpse of him, an uncharacteristic skittishness or edge hung about him, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. He'd still speak and behave like the Adam we all knew, but he seemed distracted, as though he was constantly preoccupied with something. He also started dressing differently, wearing long clothing that covered most of his body, regardless of the outside temperature, whereas before he was a shorts and t-shirt kind of guy. Every time I would ask him about Lucy, he would respond with something like, "She's good, yeah," or "She's getting there," but he wouldn't go into much detail. You could see it on his face, a look of conflict, as though he wanted to confide something in us, but he couldn't bring himself to. In the weeks that followed, Adam got worse. It was rare that anyone could get in contact with him at all. When we did see him, he was now a skinny, gaunt imitation of the healthy, happy Adam we knew before. He looked incredibly pale and sickly. He'd also developed an odd limp in his right leg. When we asked him about what was happening to him, he would laugh it off, saying that the doctors were investigating. But his expression didn't seem to portray the same feeling. He looked worried, almost scared. On the very rare occasions that he did come out with us, he'd normally only stay for a couple of hours before making some excuse to go back home. We were all worried about him. Unable to ignore the signs of his deteriorating condition, I mustered the courage to check on him. When I arrived at his house, I pressed the doorbell, waiting a while for an answer. When none came, I knocked on the door, assuming that the bell might not be plugged in. As I knocked, the door opened slowly. It was unlocked. This was strange. Adam didn't normally leave his door unlocked. With a sense of unease now stirring in my stomach, I made my way into the house, shouting Adam's name in the hopes that he would hear me. His house exuded an eerie silence, and a deeper sense of foreboding enveloped me as I made my way further into the house. It was empty. There was no sign of anyone there at all. It hadn't been cleaned in what looked like ages either. The sink was overflowing with washing up, and the bins were at the point of spilling over. I shouted for Adam again. Still no answer. I was beginning to get really worried about him now. Growing increasingly concerned, I combed through the house, my anxiety escalating. Amidst my search, a thick booklet perched atop a cabinet caught my eye. Its appearance suggested recent handling, urging me to inspect it. Picking it up, I turned it over and read the cover. It looked like a manual, with a picture of a creature that looked like Lucy on the front. Sujuona sanguisuga canis was sprawled in a large font at the top. Perplexed, I flicked through its pages. Sanguisuga canis was Latin for bloodhound. The creature my friend had purchased on the dark web was a very rare and old subspecies of canine that subsisted entirely on blood. They were so exceedingly rare because of their metabolism, they could only go 6 to 8 hours between feedings until their bodies began to digest themselves, and they starved to death. Horror and dread washed over me as I realized the extent of my friend's situation. I continued searching the house with a more frantic urgency, shouting for Adam, but still receiving no answer. Then, from the corner of my eye, I noticed that the basement door was wide open. I could smell that same sickly smell of decay wafting up. It was stronger now, and even more nauseating now that I knew it was due to decaying blood. I could also hear sounds from down there, the same low growl and whine as before, but there was another sound mixed in that I couldn't put my finger on. Tentatively, I ventured into the depths of his basement, terrified as to what I would find there. I couldn't bring myself to shout for Adam. It sounds silly, but the sounds in the basement sent shivers through me, so much so that I was too afraid to utter a sound. As I neared the bottom of the stairs, I poked my head around the corner into the dim gloom. I discovered Adam lying unconscious in the middle of the basement, under that light. He was pale, deathly pale. I ran over to him, my fears being pushed to the back of my mind, overpowered by a deep concern for my friend. I rolled him over and tried to wake him, but he was completely unresponsive. I checked for a pulse, any sign of breathing, or anything else that would show me that my friend was alive. There was nothing. I shook him again, begging him to wake up. The feeling of devastation was crushing. I was doing my best not to break down, but I could feel the hot tears welling up in my eyes. Adam, my best friend, was gone. I was so confused. What had happened? I knew that he was sick, but I had no idea he was this far gone. Why hadn't he said anything to me? I pulled him close and hugged him, beginning to cry, as though if I hugged him hard enough, it might bring him back. He was cold as ice. He was really gone. Slowly, I laid his body back down gently onto the basement floor. As I lowered him, I noticed a piece of paper had dropped from his clenched fist. I turned to pick it up, and as I grabbed it, my eyes perceived something that I'm not sure I'll ever forget. Emerging from Adam's right leg, a grotesque and sinewy appendage, resembling a nightmarish vine, slithered into my line of sight. Its fleshy color clashed starkly against his pallid skin, with a labyrinth of capillaries that seemed to writhe and pulse with pulsating crimson fluid. The eerie, almost dance-like undulations propelled the liquid in a disturbing rhythm, leading the eye along the horrifying path into the abyss of Lucy's cage. As if called to action by observation, the tube disconnected from Adam's leg with an audible pop before slowly retracting back into the cage. Then there was a low growl as Lucy made her way forward. She was much larger than the last time I saw her, with red stains around her mouth where the tube had been. Her stomach was also distended and bloated, a deep red color compared with the rest of her pale frame. She looked me in the eyes with her cold gaze and let out another, more threatening growl. I began to back away, noticing the heavy padlock from the cage door lying on the floor just beyond Adam. A jolt of fear shot through me. She was loose. Without a second thought, I ran. Fear clenched my heart as I scrambled up the stairs, propelled by sheer survival instinct. Reaching the top, I slammed the door shut and barricaded it with a chair. The door thudded seconds later, as though Lucy had thrown herself at it as hard as she could. The door rattled violently, and the chair visibly shook, but it held. She made an awful noise, like a roar, but nothing like I'd heard before. But she couldn't get out. Desperation clouded my mind as I grappled with the dilemma before me. I couldn't let that abomination escape, not now that I knew what it was. But nor could I bear to confront the monstrosity that killed my best friend. I felt an overwhelming sense of entrapment and exhaustion, as if the weight of the entire ordeal was crashing down on me. With the main danger now sealed behind the door, the reality of the situation settled in, threatening to drown me in a tidal wave of emotions. The grief I'd felt in the basement when I saw Adam's body, my fear as I realized Lucy was loose, and now the dilemma of what to do with her. I made my way over to Adam's couch, needing to sit and try to process this, trying to figure out what I needed to do next. As I sat down, I remembered the piece of paper that had fallen from Adam's hand as I lowered him to the floor, the paper I was picking up just as I noticed the horrific proboscis. In the ensuing chaos, I'd stuffed it into my pocket, not wanting to lose the last remnant of my friend. Taking it out of my pocket, I smoothed it out. It was a note addressed to me. I should probably tell you what I know about the deep web. It's this hidden part of the internet you can only get to using special software, like Tor. Everyone's anonymous there, making it almost impossible to track anyone. That's why it's a haven for drug deals and even worse stuff. I knew it was illegal to even look at the deep web, but I did it anyway. And man, did I regret it. I was just chilling on my bed, browsing some deep websites. Don't get me wrong, I wasn't into anything crazy like a lot of people there. I stayed away from the really disturbing stuff. I mostly just looked at the drug sites because they were kind of fascinating in a weird way. I never bought anything, but I got a thrill from doing something I shouldn't. I know, it sounds dumb, but it's true. My girlfriend, Liz, came out of the bathroom, drying her hair with a towel. She looked amazing without any makeup on. We'd been living together for about a year in a decent apartment, and things were going pretty well for both of us. She was almost finished with nursing school, and I had a good job with benefits. I was even planning to propose to her on Christmas, which was only a month away. She sat next to me and peeked at my screen. "Are you on that creepy deep web thing again?" she asked. I nodded. "You know, you're going to get in trouble if you keep messing around with that," she said, giving me a little scolding as she opened her book. "I don't want my boyfriend ending up in jail." I laughed. "Don't worry, babe. I know what I'm doing. I'll be fine." She kissed me on the cheek. "Okay, I guess I trust you." I kept browsing and found this site I'd never seen before. It was a drug marketplace called Cannabis Corral. What a lame name, right? The site was boring, so I clicked off it. But then, this chat box popped up on my screen. It said, "Aren't you going to purchase something from the Cannabis Corral?" I'd seen these kinds of messages before. Usually, if you just said no thanks, they'd leave you alone. So that's what I did. But then he replied, "Why not?" For some reason, I decided to be a smart aleck and typed, "Because your selection sucks. That's why." It took him a while to answer, but when he did, I burst out laughing. He wrote, "I have your address. I have your phone number. Hell, I even have your credit card number. Buy something from the Cannabis Corral or else." I rolled my eyes. "Yeah, right, I'm so scared," I thought. I typed back, "Do you also have my embarrassing middle school yearbook photos?" "Get lost, dude." Then he just said, "Don't say I didn't warn you." A few days later, I'd totally forgotten about it. I was just going about my normal day, doing the usual stuff. The best part of my day was always when I got to be with Liz, if you know what I mean. We just finished having some fun when I heard a weird knocking sound coming from the window. Knock, knock, knock. Liz was scared. "Honey, did you hear that?" Knock, knock, knock. I wasn't really into guns, but when I moved in with Liz, her dad made me get one to protect her. I didn't even know what kind it was. I ran to the closet and grabbed it from its hiding spot. It felt heavy and awkward in my hands. I'd only shot it once at a shooting range, and I was a terrible shot. But if some crazy person was outside, I was ready to use it. I crept to the window and peeked outside. Liz hadn't wanted a first-floor apartment, but I convinced her it was a good idea because it was cheaper. Now I was starting to think she was right. I was relieved to see nobody there. It must have been those teenagers upstairs, I said, trying to sound calm. Those little punks. Suddenly, the door flew open. This terrifying guy walked in. He was dressed in black, with a mask covering his face, and he was holding a huge machete. He looked at me and then went straight for Liz. "If you even touch that gun, I'll kill her right now," he growled. Liz shook her head as he gagged her, grabbed her, and held the machete to her throat. Her eyes were wide with terror. That's when it hit me, the cannabis corral. He was serious about knowing everything about me. "What do you want? Do you want me to buy some drugs?" I asked. "I'll do anything, just please don't hurt her. She has nothing to do with this." "I gave you a warning," he said. "But I'm feeling generous, so I'll give you a chance to get her back." I took a deep breath. "How much money do you want?" He laughed this awful laugh. "I don't want your money. I want to play a game." A game?" He nodded. "A scavenger hunt. I'll give you clues to where I've hidden her. If you find her within 10 days, she lives. If you don't, she dies. Simple as that. And don't even think about calling the police or telling anyone, or you lose. I know everything about you. I can track your every move. Understand?" I gulped. If I did anything stupid, he'd kill Liz. I had no choice but to play his game. "Yes, I understand," I said. "Good," he said, walking toward the door with Liz. "I'll text you the first clue in an hour. Until then, stay here." And just like that, he was gone, taking Liz with him. "I can help you with that. Here's the revised text with simpler language and a more natural flow." 30 minutes later, my phone buzzed. I was still glued to the floor, trying to process what had happened. I pulled out my phone and saw a new text from an unknown number. "Go to Stu's Diner and wait for instructions. It's about an hour away. See, Corral." It was finally hitting me. See, Corral, as I'd call him, had control of both our lives. I stared at the message for 10 minutes before replying. Is there any way to get Liz back now? I'll do anything. Torture me instead of her. Come on, give me some credit. She's innocent. You, on the other hand, need a lesson. If you lose, Liz will have a quick, painless death. Yours, not so much. Now stop whining and go to the diner. I stood up, my heart pounding, legs shaking, and head throbbing. I had 10 days to save Liz, and every minute counted. I grabbed my coat, gun, phone, wallet, and keys, and rushed out of the apartment. The cold November air made me shiver. My old Jeep offered little warmth. I remembered Liz warning me about getting a Jeep in Washington's cold weather, but I ignored her. Idiot, I thought. If only I'd listened to Liz and stayed away from the deep web. I plugged Stu's Diner into my GPS and groaned. See, Corral wasn't making this easy. The diner was near the Misery Forest, a creepy place with dark rumors. I cursed C, Corral, and hit the road. The early morning roads were empty. I thought about happier times, like the day I fell in love with Liz on a beach in Santa Monica. Her laughter, her smile, she was amazing. I knew she'd probably dump me if we survived this. Who would want to date someone who almost got them killed? And the thought of losing her, I couldn't bear it. The Misery Forest had a dirt road cutting through it. I tried to find another route, but there was none. The rumors about the forest seemed true. I heard strange noises and even saw a creepy shadow move in the trees. I laughed at myself for being so scared. I found the diner, a rundown brick building hidden in the woods. The door creaked open, and I stepped inside. The place was dark and dusty. I did some research and found out it was an old tourist spot with a dark history, including a murder. Suddenly, the lights flickered on, and creepy music played. A man in a suit walked out of the bathroom. He put a plate with 3 shot glasses on the table. "Sorry, who are you?" I asked. "Are you with C. Corral?" "He's my boss," the man said in a deep voice. "Text him to say you're ready for the first challenge." I texted C. Corral, and he replied with a trivia game. Get 2 right, and I get a clue. Get 1 wrong, and I drink poison. The first question was a spelling test. I was terrible at spelling. I guessed C and got it right. The second question was about the capital of West Virginia. I guessed wrong. The man pointed a gun at me. 10 seconds to choose a drink, he said. I had to pick one, and fast. I chose the one on the right. I drank it, and it was water. I texted C. Corral. I'm still alive. Good. I have more challenges for you. My guy will give you the first clue. The man gave me a key and an address in Maine. Go to this address and use the key. More instructions will be there. I left the diner, relieved to be alive. I had survived this round, and I was determined to save Liz. But I had no idea what horrors awaited me in Maine. The man with the machete led me to his car, ignoring my struggles. He unlocked the back door, took the gag off, and tossed the machete onto the seat. I thought about grabbing it and attacking him as he ordered me into the car. I got in, surprised he didn't tie me up. When he walked around to the driver's seat, I grabbed the machete. It was plastic. He laughed as he got in. Pretty cool, huh? Fooled a lot of people with this thing. My escape plan was ruined. He pulled off his mask. Instead of a monster, he was actually really handsome. Surprised, he asked, "Who are you?" I asked, still wary. "Call me C," he said, starting the car. He drove towards Seattle, glancing at me in the rearview mirror every few seconds. It felt like he was reading my mind. "Are you going to hurt me?" I asked, scared. "Only if your boyfriend loses the game," she said. "Until then, you're safe." "Why are you so angry at Todd?" I asked. "He was rude on the deep web," she said. "Hiding behind anonymity to say things he wouldn't say in person." "Like what?" "He said my cannabis store had a bad selection. Todd could be such an idiot. Can I do anything to make it up to you?" I asked. "Just behave," she said. "I have to pretend you're my crazy sister when we get to my place. It's a whole thing." "What do you do?" I asked. "I'm a model," he said. "I make good money." "Then why sell drugs?" "For the thrill." He parked at a fancy condo and I followed him to the elevator. "How many times have you done this game?" I asked. 15. You and Todd are number 16. Has anyone ever won? Nope, he said proudly. The elevator stopped. So I'm going to die. No faith in your boyfriend? He asked, walking down the hall. Not really, I admitted. He opened the door to his condo. The view of Seattle was amazing. Want to see your room? He asked. I hesitated. Relax, I won't hurt you, he said. It's just past the kitchen. The room was beautiful, like something from a magazine. But then I saw the photos on the wall, 15 women, all around my age, with forced smiles. Some had been crying. Smile, she said, holding up a camera. I glared at him. Smile, now, he yelled. I forced a smile. He seemed happy. Let's watch Titanic, he said. Do I have a choice? No. I sat on the couch, avoiding his eyes. He even complained about Jack not getting on the door with Rose. Later, he checked his phone. Your boyfriend is an idiot, he said. Why? He thought the capital of West Virginia was West Virginia City. She yawned. Time for bed. We have a busy day tomorrow. What are we doing? I asked. Going to Maine. I need to be there for Todd's final challenge, he said. Now come on, I have to lock you in. He locked me in the bedroom. There was no phone and only a small window high up on the wall. I couldn't escape. I put on the pajamas I found in the dresser and cried myself to sleep. Todd, you better save me, I thought. So you don't have any luggage? I groaned. For the last time, no. My plane leaves in 10 minutes, and I have to be on it. Can I please go? The security guard raised an eyebrow. Look, kid, I've been doing this job a long time, and you seem suspicious. What's that supposed to mean? You haven't showered, you're covered in dirt, there's a leaf in your hair, and you're flying across the country without any bags. Of course I'm suspicious. I shrugged. Fair enough. What if I told you it was for love? A hint of a smile appeared on the guard's face. Depends. Tell me the story. I showed him a picture of Liz. This is Liz, the love of my life, I said. She left me for a guy who owns a golden corral. The guard chuckled. Tough competition. Exactly. I have to fly to Maine to win her back. Fine, the guard said. Have a good flight. And good luck with your girl. I practically sprinted to the gate. The attendant seemed annoyed as she gave me my boarding pass. My seat was in the back, right next to the bathroom. A little girl and her mom were beside me. I tried to smile, but the mom just moved the girl to her lap. I slept for a few hours, then woke up to the end of Titanic. Dumb ending, I told the girl. They both could have fit on the door. She burst into tears. Mommy, the scary man is talking to me. The mom glared at me for the rest of the flight. When we landed, I checked the address C. Corral gave me. It was close to the airport. I just landed in Maine. Ready for my second challenge, I texted. Go to the address and use the key, he replied. The taxi driver laughed when I gave him the address. That's a rough area. It was an abandoned warehouse covered in graffiti. I unlocked the padlock and stepped inside. The room was huge and empty. I found a note on the floor. Hello, Todd. Welcome to hell. Make it to the other side of the room without dying. Good luck. C. Corral. I stepped forward and triggered a trap. A bag of snakes fell on my head. One bit me, but it wasn't poisonous. C. Corral wanted me to suffer. His voice boomed from a loudspeaker. Welcome to my funhouse. Enjoy your stay. The lights turned red, and terrifying screams filled the room. I took another step, and an arrow whizzed past my head. I ducked and dodged more arrows. Why did he put so much effort into this? I had to keep moving. I jumped to the side, hoping to avoid more traps. Another bag fell, this time full of spiders. They crawled all over me. It was disgusting. I finally got them off and took a deep breath. This was for Liz. I was halfway there. The screaming stopped. Let's shake things up, C. Corral's voice said. Lights out. I was plunged into darkness. The screaming started again. I curled up and cried. Then I remembered my phone. Not today, C. Corral. I yelled, turning on the flashlight. I stepped forward, and fake blood poured over me. It tasted like candy apples. Is that all you've got? I shouted. My next step almost killed me. Knives rained down from the ceiling. I jumped back, but one sliced my wrist. I cried out as my blood mixed with the fake blood. I wrapped my shirt around the cut. I was close to passing out, but I could see the doorknob. Just a few more steps. I jumped, dodged a falling spike, and reached the door. I stepped outside and cheered. I had won. I made it out alive. What's my last challenge? I texted. Someone tapped my shoulder. I turned and saw a man with dark hair and blue eyes. He looked furious. It was C. Corral. Your last challenge, he said, is fighting me. I glared back. Bring it on. I threw the first punch, hitting him in the mouth and knocking out his front teeth. He fell back, shocked. He clearly didn't expect me to be so strong. He got up, wiping blood from his chin. You've really done it now, he whispered, pulling out a huge knife. Remembering the knives in the warehouse, I ran towards the building, hoping to find a weapon. But the door slammed shut before I could reach it. See, Corral must have controlled it remotely. I heard him getting closer. He lunged at me with the knife, but I dodged and tackled him to the ground. I grabbed the knife and pinned him down. Tell me where Liz is. I yelled. He looked scared. Okay, you win. But before I tell you, remember this, never let your guard down. Suddenly, he pulled a dagger from his pocket and stabbed me in the eye. I screamed in pain. I had him, and then I let my guard down. I could barely see, but I saw him struggling to get up. I took the chance to run into the nearby forest. When I thought I was safe, I fell to my knees, crying. My eye was gone. How could I explain this? But I had to finish this. I had to save Liz. I used my shirt as an eye patch, grabbed a stick, and climbed a tree. See, Corral would be coming, and I would be ready. Come out, Todd, he called. I have Liz. If you don't come out in 5 minutes, I'll kill her. Todd, do what he says. Liz shouted. You can win. Liz. I yelled. Are you okay? For now, she said. Now defeat that monster. I'm hurt, Liz, I said. I don't know if I can. You can, she said. Think about our future. We'll get married, travel, have kids. Don't give up. See, Corral sighed. Lovely speech, Liz. Now let me finish this fight. I climbed down and ran towards his voice, but I could barely see. I felt a sharp pain in my stomach as he stabbed me. He stabbed me again and again. Any last words? He asked. Suddenly, I heard a crack. See, Corral fell to the ground. Liz stood there, holding a large rock. She had broken free and killed him. Thank you, she whispered, seeing me. Oh God, you're bleeding. I thought you'd hate me, I said, my vision blurring. Never, she said, grabbing my phone. I love you. I'm calling 911. Hang in there. I woke up in the hospital a week later. My right eye was gone, and I had stitches everywhere. I was lucky to be alive. Liz's parents were furious. They thought I was the worst boyfriend ever. She could have dated a lawyer, her father yelled. Thankfully, Liz didn't blame me. And neither did the judge. See, Corral was dead, and Liz was free. I was banned from the internet for 6 months. When I got home, there were paparazzi everywhere. I was briefly famous, but it didn't last. It's been a year now. My life is normal. I'll never go on the deep web again. The interviews paid for our wedding. See, Corral's fans still don't believe the truth. Liz's dad is slowly starting to like me. Kids think I'm a pirate. And Liz is pregnant with twins. I guess my story has a happy ending. So, the moral is, stay away from the deep web. Be careful. I wasn't, and I almost paid the ultimate price. It all started when I got home from grocery shopping. I was juggling bags, trying not to drop everything, when I saw a notification on my phone. It said I had a voicemail from my mom. I was like, what the? My mom died when I was 14. Breast cancer. It was rough. She was sick for a long time, and even the doctors were surprised she held on for as long as she did. Anyway, I figured it was just her wrong number. Her old number must have been assigned to someone else. But when I checked my call history, there were no missed calls. Just a voicemail. I decided not to listen to it. I never listened to voicemails. But then the next day, it happened again. Same thing, a text saying I missed a call from her, but no record of the call in my history. Just a voicemail. This time, curiosity got the better of me. I listened to both messages. Hello, Charlie. The first one started. The voice was all staticky, but I could tell it was her. It was my mom's voice, that raspy voice she had after years of chemo. I almost jumped out of my skin. Charlie, when are you going home? The second one was even creepier. Charlie? Charlie, are you there? Are you going home? It sounded like nails on a chalkboard. I tried to tell myself it was just some old voicemails that never got sent, even though that seemed impossible after 14 years. I mean, the thought of my dead mom actually contacting me from beyond the grave was just ridiculous, right? That night, I went out with my friend David and got totally wasted. Like, blackout drunk. And, of course, I ended up telling him about the voicemails. You should call her, he slurred, his face red as a beet. So, like an idiot, I did. The call went straight to voicemail. Leave a message, David said. I don't even remember what I said. Probably something stupid, like, leave me alone. I still didn't really believe it was her. The next day, I had a bunch of texts about missed calls and voicemails. Again, no actual calls, just the voicemails. My head was pounding, and I was getting seriously annoyed. This person, whoever they were, was using my mom's number to harass me. I listened to the messages. They were even more garbled than before. Charlie, are you there? Are you going home? Charlie, don't you dare speak to me like that. I am your mother. Listen to me. Charlie, Charlie, please don't go home, Charlie. And then the one that made my blood run cold. 236 Gospel Tree Road. I am. Mother, Charlie knows where you are. That's my address. This person, whoever they were, pretending to be my mom, knew where I lived. I freaked out. I felt sick. What was I supposed to do? Call the police? I knew they couldn't do anything unless there was an actual threat. So I did the only thing I could think of. I called my dad. Well, my stepdad, but I called him Dad. My dad and I, well, it's complicated. My mom wasn't exactly the nicest person. She was always putting my dad down, calling him subpar and stuff. She was controlling and conservative, and as she got sicker, she got even worse. I was always trying to be the perfect son, especially after my older stepbrother went off the rails and cut off the family. So I never really stood up to my mom, even when she was being awful to my dad. He still thinks I'm on her side, even though she's been dead for years. Dad? I said when he picked up. He didn't answer. It's me, Charlie. I need help. Finally, he sighed. Hi, son. What is it? Mother's been leaving me voicemails, I blurted out. Well, someone who's using her number has been. They've been harassing me, and now they know where I live. Could I stay at yours for a bit? Or maybe you could come over here. There was a long pause. I hate that you still call her that. What? Mother. Like she's some kind of saint or something. I'm Dad, and she's Mother. He paused again. But what? Someone knows where you live? Have you been talking to people online again? I was confused. What? No. What are you talking about? He chuckled. Obviously, I'm talking about what you used to do when you were younger, Charlie. When you were on those emails with strangers online. I never did that, I said, feeling frustrated. Yes, you did. That's why you weren't allowed on the computer. Okay, whatever, I said, my voice rising. I'm an adult now. Why would I be emailing strangers? Someone knows where I live, and I need help. Silence. I can't help you, Charlie, he said finally. It's time you learn to do things for yourself. And he hung up. Just like that, I was alone. Someone knew where I lived, and my own dad wouldn't help me. Friday came, and I was terrified to go home. But I locked all the doors and windows, checked every corner of the house with a bread knife, and eventually calmed down. I cracked open a beer and sat on the sofa, trying to relax. As I watched TV, I started thinking about my mom. She was cruel, but she loved me in her own way. I remembered how she never let me go to sleepovers or stay out late. How she made me learn the violin and piano until I was practically a concert pianist. How she only let herself pick me up from school. How she made me spend hours studying and then tested me on everything. I thought about how frail she looked in her last few months. How she always looked just past my shoulder at my dad, even when she was talking to me. How she'd badmouth my dad to me, tell me he wasn't a good person. I always thought she was a bit crazy towards the end. Then, ping. A text. And a voicemail. I listened. Curiosity got the better of me. Then a bunch more voicemails came through. I played the first one. Charlie, you need to be careful. Lie. I was still a bit hungover, and I had no idea what she meant. I played the next one. It's Mother, Charlie. Mother knows best. Lie. It's getting harder to tell you, but you need to. He's here. There was a knock at the door. I yelped, my heart leaping into my throat. I looked through the peephole. My dad was standing outside. Before I could open the door, my phone pinged again. Another voicemail. Something told me to listen to it. Charlie, do not open the door. I didn't, but I spoke through the door. Dad? Open the door, Charlie, he said sternly. Ping. Don't listen to him. What are you doing, son? Open the damn door, he yelled, pounding on the wood. Ping. I should have told you. Lie. I've been getting her messages too, Charlie. Let's talk, he screeched, pounding even harder. Please, son. Ping. He has a knife. Charlie. I froze. I looked through the peephole again. He was hiding something behind his back. A wave of dread washed over me. I didn't like my mom, but whoever this was, using her name and voice, even if it was her, I knew I had to trust her. I'll call the police if you don't leave, I said, my voice shaking. He kicked the door furiously. You've always believed her, that bitch. That worthless bitch. Fuck. I've been nothing but good to you, you useless bastard. Fuck. Good for nothing prick. And then it hit me. The strangers on the computer. The emails begging for pictures of me. How my mom had smashed my computer. How she called my dad to come and look. How he'd gone from sweet to furious in an instant. Ping. Call the police. i.e. So I did. I called the police. My dad, or Stephen, as I should probably call him now, never left my front door. His screams to be let in turned into screams on the phone to my mom's number. I heard voicemail after voicemail of him yelling, then begging for forgiveness, like some desperate sinner. The police showed up pretty quickly. They tackled Stephen to the ground, cuffed him, then exchanged these knowing glances with each other. They came over to me, apologizing, but their faces were full of pity. It was clear they recognized me, even as an adult, from those dark web forums I used to visit as a kid. Forums for unsavory purposes. Let's just say they weren't exactly kid-friendly. Stephen's in custody now, and I'm probably going to have to testify in court. I sent a Facebook message to my stepbrother, explaining everything. But I guess he probably already knew, which explains why he never contacted us all these years. I only got one more voicemail from my mom. It came through this morning. Unlike the others, this one was clear, like she was right there whispering in my ear. "Goodbye, Charlie. I love you." And that was it. No more voicemails. No more creepy messages. Just silence. It's weird, you know? I didn't like my mom. She was controlling and mean. But she was still my mom, and she tried to protect me in her own messed up way. She saw what Stephen was doing, and she tried to warn me. Even from beyond the grave. I guess some things never die, even when you think they're gone for good. It's been a few months since the whole thing with Stephen went down. He's still locked up, awaiting trial. I haven't heard from him, and honestly, I don't want to. The thought of seeing him in court makes my skin crawl. My stepbrother never replied to my message. I guess he's got his own life, his own demons to deal with. I can't blame him for not wanting to get dragged back into this mess. I've been trying to move on, but it's hard. The whole experience messed me up pretty badly. I'm seeing a therapist now, trying to work through all the crap that's been buried inside me for years. It's weird, you know? I always thought my mom was the crazy one. But it turns out she was the only one who actually cared. She saw the darkness in Stephen, and she tried to protect me from it. Even after she was gone. I still think about those voicemails sometimes. That last one, especially. "Goodbye, Charlie. I love you." It gives me chills every time. I guess in the end, even the worst mothers can still love their kids. And sometimes, that love can reach beyond the grave. I'm trying to focus on the future now. I'm thinking about going back to school, maybe studying something related to cybersecurity. I want to learn how to protect myself, and maybe even help others who have been through similar experiences. The dark web is still out there, lurking in the shadows. But I'm not afraid of it anymore. I know what's out there, and I know how to protect myself. And maybe, just maybe, my mom is still out there too, watching over me. Even if I can't hear her voice anymore. Hi, my name is Jeremy. I recently got laid off and found a website for Deepweb jobs. I applied for a house-sitting position, and I think I got the same job as someone named Chris, who posted about his experience online. Here's the email I received from Mr. Salazar. "Your application has been accepted. Thank you for applying to the house-sitting job. You will stay at the house from 12 a.m. until 4 a.m., and you must follow these rules. Your money will arrive at 6 a.m. after your shift. Always, no matter what you hear or see, stay in the bedroom. Either don't bring your phone, or if you do not turn it on. I will not email you during your shift. Arrive at 12 or a little before 12. If you arrive past 12, do not enter the house and send me an email. From 12 until 1, you are allowed to roam the house, but make sure to be in the upstairs bedroom by 1. Turn all lights off, lock the doors, and close the blinds. This can happen any time during the night. If you hear loud music from the camera room, put on the hazmat suit we have provided, enter the camera room, walk to the security desk, do not interact with the security guard, and turn off the music from the iPod on the desk. Make sure to do this fairly quickly. From 1 until 2, clean up all clothes in the bedroom and hang them up in the closet. If any clothes have blood stains, put them in the trash quickly. Make the bed. If there are more than 3 sheets, throw away any extra. If you hear a knock at the window, hide under the bed until the entity has entered and left the room. From 2 until 3, put the hazmat suit back on and walk into the downstairs area. If there is a man watching TV, turn the TV off and ignore what the man does. If there is a woman cooking in the kitchen, then turn off the stove and ignore what she does. There is a bathroom connected to the bedroom. If you hear the shower turn on, knock on the door 3 times, no more, no less. If the showering stops, it was done correctly. From 3 until 3:33, lay in bed and close your eyes. Do not fall asleep. Make sure to pull the blankets up to your neck. From 3:34 until 4, your shift is complete, and you are allowed to roam the house until 4. Do not leave before 4, and do not leave more than 5 minutes after 4. That is all. Your shift starts tomorrow night at 471 Patterson Drive. Sincerely, Mr. Salazar. I don't know what this means, but after reading Chris's posts, I think I can survive. I'll update this after my shift. I entered the house. It looked old, but livable. The kitchen and living room were in perfect condition. I found the upstairs bedroom. It had a king-size bed, clothes scattered everywhere, and a bathroom. There was a clock and a printed copy of the instructions on the nightstand. The clock beeped, signaling the start of my shift. I began cleaning up the clothes, hanging them in the closet. I found a shirt with a blood stain and threw it away. As I was about to make the bed, I heard 5 knocks on the window. Terrified, I hid under the bed. The door slammed open and a woman entered. "I know you're in here," she said. "You can't escape." She raged around the room, then left. I got out from under the bed, made the bed, and threw away the extra sheets. Then, loud music started blaring from the camera room. I put on the hazmat suit and went to investigate. Downstairs, I saw a man watching TV. In the camera room, a hunched-over figure with rotting skin sat at the security desk, muttering to himself. I turned off the music, and he covered his ears in distress. I went back to the bedroom. It was 2 a.m. I realized Chris must be dead, his soul trapped in this house. I had to find a way to release him and the others. I went downstairs again. The man on the couch was now watching a cooking show. He had a polished hairstyle and a nice suit, but his face was rotting. I turned off the TV, and he melted into the couch. Back in the bedroom, I heard the shower turn on. I knocked 3 times, and it stopped. Then, I heard the sizzling of eggs. I rushed downstairs. A woman with rotting skin was cooking black eggs. "Please, keep it on," she begged. I turned off the stove, and she melted away. Back in the bedroom, I lay in bed, fighting to stay awake. The clock beeped 3 a.m. I closed my eyes, but I couldn't fall asleep. Finally, 4 a.m. arrived. I left the house and went home. I decided to bring a knife and a lighter the next night. I would try to kill the entity. The plan didn't work. I'm hurt, but alive. I went back to the house during the day, but it wasn't there. That night, I brought a bear trap and a knife. I set the trap outside the bedroom door. I tried unplugging the TV, but the cord was stuck. The night started normally, but then I noticed the bed had no space underneath. Where would I hide? The 5 knocks came. I panicked, grabbing the knife and hiding behind the door. Clang! The bear trap snapped shut, followed by a demonic scream. I swung the knife, hitting the entity in the eye. Black goo spurted out. It screamed, revealing rows of teeth, and bit my hand. We wrestled, and I stabbed it repeatedly until it was dead. I wrapped my bleeding arm and rested. Nothing else happened that night. I stayed until 4 a.m. and left. When I got home, there was a letter from Mr. Salazar. "Wow, I'm impressed. You killed my best worker. You figured out my plan. Come back tomorrow, and we'll discuss a reward. I don't know what he wants, but I have to go back. Wish me luck." A week ago, I lost my job and was struggling financially. Desperate for a new source of income, I clicked on a suspicious online ad for Deepweb jobs. One listing for a house sitter caught my attention, offering $100 per shift with simple duties: monitor security cameras and ensure the house's safety. Intrigued, I applied and received an email with a list of bizarre, unsettling rules. Despite my reservations, I found myself at the designated address, 471 Patterson Drive, with an old iPod in my pocket. The house was old and dusty, except for the pristine living room and kitchen. Upstairs, I found the camera room, a small, bare space with a chair, a monitor, and a couple of windows. As the clock struck 1 a.m., an unsettling feeling washed over me. I turned on the cameras and felt a feather-like touch on the back of my neck. I froze, remembering the rules, and closed my eyes until the sensation vanished. Then, I heard slow, deliberate footsteps behind me, followed by a chuckle from the camera speaker. The man was watching TV. Following the rules, I turned off the camera until the TV's sound stopped. The next hour was filled with strange noises and an unsettling silence. At 2 a.m., I opened the blinds, and a woman's voice greeted me from the window. "Hi, Chris." We had a brief, unnerving conversation, and she eventually bid farewell. To my horror, I realized I had forgotten to press the blue button to make the woman in the kitchen disappear. Now, she was circling the room, groaning softly. At 3 a.m., the woman melted into the floorboards with a horrifying scream. The house itself began to distort, walls and floors twisting into grotesque faces. Overwhelmed by terror, I followed the rules and blasted music on my iPod, drowning out the screams. When the music stopped, the house was back to normal. I hid under the desk until 4 a.m., when I was finally able to leave. Back home, I found no trace of Mr. Salazar or the Deepweb Jobs website. Despite my fear, I couldn't escape the dread of returning to that house. At 6 a.m., a package arrived with $80 and a letter from Mr. Salazar. He informed me that I had broken a rule and that I couldn't escape my obligation to the house. That night, despite my attempts to avoid it, I found myself back in the house. A handwritten note from Mr. Salazar on the rule sheet simply read, "Good luck." I followed the rules again, but this time, when I opened the blinds at 2 a.m., I was met with the horrifying visage of a skeletal woman with an ear-to-ear grin. Terrified, I closed the blinds and tried to hide, but the desk offered no refuge. Now, I hear her footsteps approaching the locked camera room door. She's screeching and slamming against it. I don't know what to do. I work at a diner. You know the kind, coffee and breakfast food all day and night. I'm a hostess, so I do a bit of everything. I'm not really into the deep web or anything like that, but something weird has been happening to me. A few weeks ago, this man came into the diner. I felt anxious as soon as he walked in. He was tall, dark-skinned, with an intense gaze. He wore a pristine gray suit and didn't say a word. He sat by the window, and I served him coffee. He just stared at me with an angry look. The waitress took his order, and he smiled at her. I felt like something was off about him. The diner was strangely empty. I kept glancing at the man, and every time I did, he seemed to be watching me. I felt a chill down my spine. I had to check on him, and he just glared at me while I poured his coffee. He sat there for a while, reading the paper and glaring at me occasionally. When he left, he gave me a strange look, like a mix of pity and anger. He drove away in a sleek black car. I hadn't seen him arrive, and now he was gone. A few days later, I was at a bonfire with friends. We were telling scary stories, and my friend Amanda asked me to go to the bathroom with her. As we walked to our house, I saw the man's car parked down the street. I made an excuse to go back with my boyfriend, Julian. I pointed out the car to him, and he said he thought it was cool. But when I looked back, the car was gone. Amanda joked about the car disappearing, but I felt terrified. Julian didn't seem to notice anything strange. I tried to enjoy the rest of the night, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The man from the diner, his car appearing and disappearing, his intense gaze, it all felt connected somehow. All right, so after the bonfire, I couldn't sleep. Julian noticed and took me aside. I told him about the man from the diner and how I saw his car again. He tried to reassure me, but I was still scared. The next morning, Julian drove me to work and told me to call him or the police if anything happened. I was working my shift when I felt that same anxious feeling. I went to the back room and found a note on the table where the man had sat. I let it slide that you told your boyfriend, it said, but anyone else, and you can only guess what's going to happen to you. Or him. I panicked and ran to the bar, telling Amy I needed help. But when we went back to the table, the note was gone. I was terrified. Amy helped me calm down, and my mom picked me up from work. I told Julian what happened, and he came over to comfort me. Nothing else happened that night. A few days later, it happened again. The same feeling and another note. Congratulations on making the right choice of not telling anyone else. Remember, I hold 2 lives in my hands. I texted Julian the note, then went to talk to Amy. But the note disappeared from my pocket. I don't know how he does it. I quit my job because I felt like I was putting everyone in danger. I told my boss I was having anxiety issues. I don't know what to do. This man is stalking me and threatening me and Julian. I'm scared for our lives. Please, someone, help me. I'm not gonna lie, this whole thing still freaks me out. I'm writing this down not to scare you, but to tell you what really went down during my last days at Oran's Lighthouse. Maybe then you'll get why Scotland's last manually operated lighthouse is now just abandoned. Its lights gone out for good. Getting to Oran's Lighthouse was a total pain, even in broad daylight. The trail was narrow and all messed up, with loose rocks that kept falling into the waves below. The lighthouse itself was this looming thing, its once bright red and white stripes all faded and chipped away from years of salty air and wind. But its beam was still going strong, cutting through the mist, guiding ships away from the rocks. My boots crunched on the gravel as I got closer. I was nervous, sure, but also kind of excited. This was it, my new home for who knows how long. The Maritime Board was weirdly eager to fill the position. Like, they practically threw the keys at me, along with this ancient manual that looked like it was from the dinosaur age. Didn't matter though, I was ready for a change. The front door creaked open, and I stepped inside. The air was damp and smelled like a mix of seaweed, rust, and something metallic. An old oilskin coat hung by the door, stiff and damp. And there were these muddy boots underneath it, way too big to be mine. It was like the person wearing them just disappeared. Inside, the lighthouse was a total time capsule. The spiral staircase groaned with every step I took, like it was saying, "Who dares disturb my peace?" There were water stains on the walls in weird shapes that seemed to shift and change when you looked at them from different angles. The keeper's office was on the 2nd floor, this tiny room crammed with old stuff, a telescope with cracked lenses, yellowed nautical charts, a dusty barometer that still ticked even though the needle never moved. It was creepy as hell. And then I found the rules. They were carved into the desk, all jagged and rough, like someone had done it in a hurry with a rusty nail or something. The wood was splintered around each letter, like they really dug in deep. My fingers traced the words, and each one sent a chill down my spine. Rule 1. Never leave the lighthouse after sunset. Rule 2. If the foghorn blows more than 3 times, do not look out the window. Rule 3. Always clean the lantern glass before dusk. Any smudge could let them in. Rule 4. If you hear knocking on the door after midnight, do not answer. No one will come this far at that hour. Rule 5. Once a month, leave an offering of fresh bread and milk on the cliff's edge at sunrise. Do not look back while walking away. Rule 6. If the light goes out between 3 a.m. and 3:15 a.m., stay absolutely still until it comes back on. Rule 7. Never touch the old logbook in the drawer under the desk. Rule 8. If you hear your own voice calling to you from outside, do not respond. It is not you. I stared at those carvings, and I swear, the hair on the back of my neck stood up. It had to be a joke, right? Some messed up prank by the last keeper. But the way those letters were carved, so deep and desperate, it didn't feel like a joke. And that coppery smell, it was everywhere. It made me think of something else. Something I didn't want to think about. The feeling of unease stuck with me as I climbed to the lantern room. The massive lens turned slowly, splitting the afternoon light into rainbows that danced across the walls. As I cleaned the glass, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. In the reflection of the lens, I thought I saw something move behind me, but when I turned around, there was nothing there. Just the empty room and the endless sea beyond. 6 beers in, and Cliff was a completely different person. He was relaxed, cracking jokes, even bumming cigarettes off me. It felt like we were teenagers again, just 2 best mates having a laugh. I knew his job was stressful, and raising a kid couldn't be easy, but that night, all that seemed to melt away. He stumbled back to the table, 2 pints sloshing in his hands, and slumped down next to me. "You really got me, man," he slurred, slapping me on the back. I threw my arm around his shoulder. "I was always the better player," I said, giving him a nudge. He grinned at me, this wide, almost manic grin. "I'm gonna get you when you least expect it," he said, his voice taking on this sing-song tone. It took us forever to get back to his place, stopping every 5 minutes for a piss or to throw up. By the time we got there, we were both pretty much done. I unlocked my camper van and was about to climb in. "You can come in if you want," Cliff said, his voice sounding kind of desperate. "Nah, I think I'll pass out right here," I said, my head already pounding. "Sure?" he asked. I nodded, wincing at the pain behind my eyes. He had work the next day, so I promised not to wake him. We hugged goodbye, and he squeezed me so tight I thought I was going to puke. A week later, I almost did puke, but for a very different reason. I was back home, prepping for a shoot, when the police called. They asked if I knew I'd spent the night with a murderer. Apparently, Cliff had stabbed Olivia and Rosie the morning before I visited. just like that. One minute they were having breakfast, the next minute he was putting holes in them with a steak knife. Their blood was still all over the kitchen floor when I showed up a few hours later. He just left them there to rot while we were out getting hammered. The police were practically giddy when they talked to me, thinking I had some inside scoop on the case. That excitement quickly turned to shock and frustration when I told them we'd spent the whole night together, and that I hadn't noticed a damn thing. Cliff seemed fine. Better than fine. He seemed great. There was no motive, no suspects, no leads. They were a happy family, as far as anyone knew. No affairs, no debts, nothing. It was like Cliff just decided to blow up his life for no reason. I loved Olivia and Rosie. And now they were gone because of someone I called my best friend. I spent the next few weeks in a daze, replaying that night over and over in my head, trying to figure out what the hell happened to Cliff. You'd think after 15 years, I'd know the guy. But I guess we all wear masks, and some people are hiding some really ugly stuff underneath. Most of the night was a blur, but there was one thing I couldn't forget. I'm gonna get you when you least expect it. Was Cliff still playing tag with me? The police said he disappeared into the Peak District. They were searching everywhere, but no luck. He left on foot, with nothing but the clothes on his back. The cops thought he'd gone off to die, that they'd find his body in a ditch somewhere. But I knew better. If there was even a shred of the old Cliff left, he'd be plotting his revenge. He never liked to lose, and while he was losing. Months went by, and still no sign of Cliff. I knew he hadn't gone far. He was out there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. I became a recluse. I lost friends, lost jobs. I couldn't leave the house, knowing there was a chance he was out there, watching me. I'd see him in crowds, smiling that same creepy smile he gave me after he murdered his family. Sometimes the crowds would part, and it wouldn't be him. Other times, his face, gaunt and wild, would be staring right at me. One night, I was in my office, working on a new film project. I glanced out the window, and there he was. Crouched by my shed, hidden in the shadows. I told myself it was just my imagination. But then I saw his face, pale white in the moonlight. He was smiling. I grabbed my phone and called the police, but by the time they picked up, he was gone. Months turned into years, and Cliff was still out there. The police found some human remains in a cave a few miles outside Sheffield, but they couldn't identify them. People lost interest in the story, moved on to the next tragedy. Even I started to see him less, except in my nightmares. My bank account was empty. I needed to work, but I couldn't function. I spent my last bit of savings on a therapist, trying to untangle myself from the web of paranoia and guilt that kept me trapped inside. How could I ever trust anyone again? Do we ever really know the people we love? What made Cliff snap? I came to accept that I'd never know the answers. After a lot of painful therapy sessions, I finally started to feel like a normal human being again. I could leave the house, look people in the eye, start to rebuild my life. But the guilt never really went away. Even after all the pain, at least I was still alive. That's more than Olivia and Rosie got. I'd celebrated with the man who killed them, slept a few feet away from their corpses. I needed to move on, and the only way I could do that was to say goodbye. I packed up my camper van and headed to Sheffield, to the cemetery where Olivia and Rosie were buried. It was a freezing cold morning. The wind howled as I walked through the endless rows of graves, searching for Olivia and Rosie. I finally found them, tucked away under a big oak tree. The wind was screaming through the branches, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. My heart was racing. Why had I come here? A branch snapped behind me. I spun around. It was just a squirrel, watching me with its head cocked to one side. Then it ran off. I was alone. I took a deep breath and looked at the names on the graves, Olivia and Rosie. I apologized for everything, replacing the dead flowers with fresh daffodils. No one had visited them in a long time. Something in my gut told me that Cliff was gone. He'd probably lost his mind and died out in the woods somewhere. The end of a senseless tragedy. I said goodbye to all three of them that day and drove home. But sometimes your gut is wrong. Dead wrong. Last week, I was at a house party. I didn't want to be there, but my girlfriend dragged me along, saying it would be fun. It wasn't. I downed a whole bottle of wine in like an hour, and the line for the bathroom was a mile long. My bladder was about to explode, so I snuck out to the garden to find a quiet spot. As I stepped outside, the floodlight came on, bathing the garden in this harsh white light. I ducked into a shadowy corner. A few seconds later, the light clicked off, plunging the garden into darkness. For a while, all I could hear was the sound of my own piss. Then I heard footsteps behind me, running full speed. The floodlight snapped back on. I spun around. A naked figure was sprinting across the garden towards me. It was Cliff. He was lean and muscular, like a wild animal. His skin was caked in dirt, his beard long and scraggly, his hair greasy. He grinned at me, missing teeth flashing in the moonlight. His arm was outstretched, fingers splayed. He slammed into me, 5 fingers digging into my chest. The force of it knocked me back against the fence. I tried to scream, but I couldn't make a sound. Cliff leaned in close, his breath hot and rancid. "Tag," he whispered. "You're it." He inhaled deeply by my neck, like he was savoring my scent, then leaped back and sprinted away, disappearing over the fence. I slumped to the ground, tears welling up in my eyes. Nobody believes me. Not even the police. I can't lose any more years of my life hiding in my house. I need to take control. Cliff is out there, alive. And he's winning. I can't let that murdering bastard win. I have to do this for Olivia and Rosie. Hell, I have to do this for myself. I'm going to find him. And I'm going to end this game. Once and for all. Let me tell you, the deep web is a disgusting place. I learned that the hard way. I got curious after hearing stories from my friends, so I downloaded Tor and started browsing. I didn't bother with any extra protection. Big mistake. I spent hours clicking links, finding drugs, hitmen, weapons, and horrific animal abuse. I should have stopped, but I kept going, wanting to see just how bad it could get. Finally, I clicked one last link. It was a website called Peace and Love, written in a curly pink font. It had an image album and a chat box. The first picture was of a young pregnant woman, crying and covered in bruises. The next picture showed her dead, her abdomen ripped open, holding her dead baby. On the wall behind them, written in blood, were the words, "I gave them peace." I felt sick, but I couldn't stop looking. The following images showed the bodies decomposing. Then, a message popped up in the chat. "Hello there. Do you like what you see? Do you want more? Do you want to attain true peace?" Frozen with fear, I didn't respond. "You don't have to be scared, Zachary," it said. "I love you. I want to help you. Let me help you. How do you know my name?" I typed. "I know everything about you," it replied. "You really shouldn't leave your curtains open like that. I just want to help you. Please let me save you." I looked at my uncovered window and realized my webcam was on. This creep was watching me. "Don't try to shut me out," it said. "I'll bring you peace. I swear, Zachary Tanner, it's the only real bliss in this world." I shut off my computer and stayed offline for a long time. Today, I finally logged back in, hoping it was over. But my email was flooded with messages from Ilsha Upia Peace. Each one said, "I want T.O. save you. I want T.O. love you. I want T.O. bring you peace." And each one included a candid photo of me taken recently. The police haven't been any help. I don't know what to do. This person knows my name, my face, and they're watching me. I'm terrified. You've heard of the dark web, right? The hidden part of the internet where you can find anything. Drugs, weapons, hitmen, kidneys. It's all hype. These days, the only thing you'll find there is trouble. But there are still hidden corners of the web, places most people never see. I'm a net stalker. I explore these places, sometimes for work, sometimes for fun. I was there when Silk Road was a thing. I saw the crackdown on child exploitation sites. I've seen things you wouldn't believe. But nothing prepared me for what I found on the light web. It's not hard to find. You need an old version of Internet Explorer or Netscape Navigator. You visit some random website, click a few links, and suddenly, you're on a blank page with a form asking for your name and email. I tried using a fake email, but it knew. It demanded my real email. I tried a new account, but it knew that too. This thing was real. Curiosity got the better of me. I entered an old email address and a fake name, Matt, and hit submit. "Welcome, Matt," the page said. Later that evening, I received an email. It had no sender address. The message welcomed me to the light web, a happy community with strict rules against negativity, foul language, and anything remotely unpleasant. It was signed Mrs. Goodwin. The email contained a link. I clicked it, and it took me to a website that looked like it was designed in the early 2000s. Bright colors, cheesy background images, the works. MySpace on steroids. Welcome to Lightweb. The place for nice people, the adder proclaimed. There were links to pages like Mike's Garage, Betty's cooking class, and how to be a good parent. It was bizarre. But as I explored, I realized this place was different. People were genuinely helpful and kind. No trolls, no negativity, no drama. It was a utopia. There was no anonymity. Everyone used their real names. I even discovered my neighbor, Mrs. Reyes, was a member. One day, I saw her post asking for help taking her cat to the vet. I went to her door, offering to help. "Do I know you?" she asked suspiciously. "I'm your neighbor," I said. "I saw your post on the light web." She shut the door in my face. I went back upstairs and replied to her post. 30 minutes later, she knocked on my door, apologizing and offering me cookies. "I don't trust strangers," she said. "But now I know you're mad, and we're in the same club." I felt a pang of guilt. These were good people, and I was lying to them. So I confessed to Mrs. Goodwin, explaining that I had used a fake name. She replied, understanding my caution. "Just be truthful from now on, Kyle." Kyle. My real name. How did she know? It had to be Mrs. Reyes. She must have seen my mail or overheard a delivery driver. The next time I logged in, my username was Kyle. I started helping people, making friends. They helped me in return. It was a perfect community. Then I met Lily. We fell in love, or so I thought. But she was into things I couldn't handle. We broke up. Heartbroken, I got drunk and lashed out at Lily online. I said terrible things. The next morning, I received an email from Mrs. Goodwin. I was banned from the light web. My account was terminated. I was a threat. I tried to apologize, but it was no use. My friends ignored me. I was alone. Desperate, I went to buy some aspirin. Someone tampered with my car's brakes. I woke up in the hospital with a broken nose. That night, I saw the nurses whispering and staring at me. I knew I had to get out of there. When I got home, I saw scratches on my door lock. Someone had tried to break in. They were everywhere. I couldn't call the police. The chief of police was a member of the light web. They all knew who I was. I vanished. I'm on the run, homeless, hiding. I'm writing this from a public library. The librarian thinks I'm emailing my relatives. I don't expect forgiveness. I just want to warn you. Stay away from the light web. It's a trap. As I finish this, I see a notification on Reddit. "Hey, Kyle," it says. "Aren't you supposed to be writing your relatives?" "I'm sorry, Lily." As you may have guessed, I am an artist. As an artist, I love to explore different styles, but I'm old school in the sense that I refrain from using digital means to make my art. There is an entirely distinct elegance and fulfillment in watching my art grow from pencil scribbles to a vibrant depiction of whatever dominated my mind's eye at the time. While I would love to promote my artwork, it will soon become apparent why I cannot share much that could lead back to me. A few weeks ago, I started to grow tired of painting the same old style of portraits, objects, and scenes. I craved something new, and I began exploring. I should mention that I am, in my free time, an avid user of the deep web. Don't get me wrong, I do nothing illicit or taboo, like selling drugs or finding hitmen to hire. I just love seeing all the peculiar and intriguing things the deep web has to offer. Therefore, while going through this drought of inspiration, I found a bustling art community on the deep web that was entirely unique. Named the Nightmare Artists, this website was dedicated to disturbing and unsettling artwork. I opened the website, and I was immediately fascinated. This site was a web forum not unlike Reddit. Each post was a picture of a piece of artwork that someone had made. However, they all revolved around themes that would be considered dark by even the most depraved of art enthusiasts. Despite their disturbing themes, I was captivated by their detail. As I went through them, I grew to develop an uncanny admiration for the effort and time that must have gone into each piece. Meanwhile, the forum itself was bustling. Posts were being made every few hours, and commenters consistently had something to say. There was even a detailed guide on how the site could be located after a domain change. I couldn't believe I had not heard of this place before. The artwork, however alarming, left me in awe. Each piece looked meticulously and skillfully made. Even the milder ones, such as the depictions of mental illness and self-harm, were memorable. I fondly recall a sketch of a vortex of letters and words sinking into the gray matter of a rotting but still living human head. It was a strong allegory for ADHD and dyslexia. Others depicted grotesque scenes of carnage and violence. One of my favorites was an oil painting of a gladiator smashing the heads of two peasants together. While the idea itself was fairly primitive and non-abstract, the intricacy of each droplet of blood on the glistening golden armor, coupled with the unadulterated look of panic and fear on the peasants' faces, made the painting pristine. These were all amazing, but the ones that I still have strong memories of are the more fantastical and unique in their uncanniness. These are the ones that made me question the mental state of the artist. An acrylic painting that distinctly stuck out depicted a weird being that was a ramshackle abomination of different animal parts knitted together with a human head. A leathery, crocodile-like hide was attached to an abdomen of long gray tentacles that seemed to levitate the thing off the ground, where the animals whose parts had been used lay. The thing had more appendages protruding from its upper torso that resembled the furry arms of a gorilla. Where the chest should have been sat a large eye with a thin, inquisitive pupil that seemed to glimpse directly into my soul. While I could go on with these descriptions, it would all be peripheral to the point of me sharing my experience with you. Suffice to say that this online forum was a treasure trove for artists and enthusiasts that admired and made work that was less conventional. I spent an entire day gawking at the works before I was overcome by tenacity and motivation. I was inspired. I was no longer in my frustrated, creative confusion. I had decided that I would make my very own piece of unnerving art. Perhaps this could be a niche that invigorated me to produce something beyond the usual half-decent mediocrity. Over the next week, I worked consistently. Day and night, I would be in my studio, working on creating something marvelous in its unfiltered, macabre form. While I had peered at the edge of such a style in my artistic career, I had never worked with such conviction on any of my other pieces. A thought penetrated my determined state. Could this be it? The genre I had always been looking for? Did I no longer have to aimlessly make half-hearted pieces to keep my fans content? At the week's end, I was done. I uploaded my masterpiece onto the forum under my alias, Lawless Creator 24. The artwork in question was an oil painting of crows picking at the corpses of fallen soldiers on a battlefield, while a beautiful sunset painted the sky in a magical amalgam of pinks and reds in the background. I named it Life Goes On and uploaded it onto the site. I did not anticipate the popularity it would go on to garner. My painting held first place on the forum for an entire day. I was elated and had already begun planning for another piece. When I opened the website the next day, I noticed that I had received a message from a prolific and respected artist on the website who went by the alias Machination of Doom. It read, "Hello, Lawless Creator 24. I absolutely loved your most recent upload. Could I know what brand of paint you used?" After sharing the brand in question, I conversed with him further about his art style and the creations he loved most. He seemed very insistent on finding the right colors to make his art as realistic as possible. After half an hour of text conversation, he sent me the following message. I noticed that in a discussion in the comments, you mentioned you were from the San Francisco Bay Area. I live there too. Would you like to meet up for a drink sometime? I was ecstatic. Not only had I made a piece of art I was fully satisfied with, but I was already buddying up with my contemporaries in the genre. We quickly arranged to meet at a famous bar for the very next evening, and I spent the entire night in a restless fit as I wondered how things would play out. Come that evening, I walked into the bar and texted him. "I'm here," in the dark blue shirt next to the entrance. I saw a man walk up to me. He smiled as he prepared to greet me. He looked somewhat rat-like, to put it lightly. He couldn't have been more than 5 feet 4 inches, and I had a mild suspicion that he was using shoe lifts after witnessing his awkward gait. He had a chinless mouth, with teeth that seemed to protrude beyond his lower lip. His oily skin had a yellowish hue to it, and his coarse mane seemed to shrivel in self-embarrassment at the end of each hair. Despite this, it looked like he took care of himself. His teeth glistened white, and his hair was as neatly combed as it could be. He wore a dress shirt and tapered pants. I thought he had either just gotten off work or wasn't too versed in trendy attire. I, being average-looking myself, didn't dwell on his appearance. "Hey, Lawless Creator, call me Carl," he said with a tinge of awkwardness as he walked up to me and extended his arm in invitation for a handshake. He had an odd accent I couldn't quite place. He sounded nasally and somewhat monotonous. As he drew closer with his handshake, I caught a whiff of his odor. The heavy use of deodorant and perfume seemed to mask a faint scent of rot and decay. I wrote this off as innocuous, and I was still optimistic about the meeting. "Hi, Carl. Great that we finally met. I'm Mark. Let's grab those stools over there," I responded, smiling. As we sat down and began enjoying beers, our conversation shifted away from trivial matters like the weather or current city affairs and towards our artwork. "I love what you did with that painting with the crows," he exclaimed. "Thank you. It's great to receive all the appreciation." "I honestly didn't expect it to do that well," I responded. "I was thoroughly impressed with your most recent piece, too. The one with the cats and the restrained man." I shot back a compliment about one of his most acclaimed works on the site. "Thank you. I was wondering what you thought of it. It took a lot of time and sweat." "Here, let me show you," he chuckled as he reached for his phone. "Sure," I eagerly responded, wondering what he was about to show me. His phone screen lit to life, and he perfunctorily tapped at it before turning it to me. I recognized the image straight away. It had been up on the website a few days ago, and everyone had been blown away by its detail. The website had featured the painting of a man sitting in a chair with his hands and legs restrained, with two cats in his lap curiously clawing at a bloody opening in his abdomen as the man stared down in pure terror. This image on the phone screen seemed to be a, somehow, more elaborate version of it. I was perplexed until I scooted my bar stool closer and peered forward to look more closely. This wasn't the realism of an artist's work, nor was this the clever editing of a piece of artwork to make it look more realistic. Then I noticed the timestamp. It wasn't a piece of art. It was a picture shot on a camera. As I came to this harrowing realization, my heart began to race, and my skin grew damp with a cold sweat. "Neat, isn't it?" he asked, his voice taking on a disturbingly eager tone. I froze in place and looked into his eyes. They were crazed and manic in their anticipation. Before another word could be uttered, I ran out of the bar as fast as my feet could carry me. I rushed home and sat petrified, my mind unable to comprehend anything besides fear. As I slowly gained my composure, I realized that I must have dropped my phone during the run, since I couldn't find it anywhere. I booted up my computer to change my passwords and delete my account on that godforsaken website. And I saw that I had just gotten an email from myself. I thought someone may have found my phone, but then I read it. "Hello, Mark. It was a pleasure meeting you at the bar. I do hope you enjoyed the pictures I showed you. I'm not sure if you noticed, but I took some pictures of you as well. You're quite the artist yourself, you know? Such beautiful lines, such vibrant colors. I can't wait to capture them all. See you soon. Your biggest fan, Carl. I apologize for any odd phrasing or typos. For the past couple of days, I've been having trouble eating, and I'm feeling pretty lightheaded. Sleep hasn't come easily either. Honestly, being behind a computer is probably the last place I should be, but I need to get this off my chest before I can carry on with my life. We live in a time of constant distraction. Some spend their days with podcasts buzzing in their earbuds, some calm their minds with a constant stream of YouTube shorts, and others create ambience for their apartment with quietly playing sitcoms. For the past couple of months, my choice of attention duller has been unsecured CCTV cameras. I'd eat my lunches to feeds from vape shops in Bangladesh or quiet intersections in Stockholm. Working from home has instilled a sense of gentle claustrophobia in me. The live feeds assured me that life existed beyond the 3 rooms of my apartment. For a long time, I found those assurances soothing. But then I found the warehouse cam. It was in an unsorted directory, and there were no identifying marks in the footage. I was looking at a feed from the side of some warehouse that bordered the edges of an industrial district. The camera was low, but the streets were empty. I had seen feeds like this before, yet what caught my eye was the gentle snowfall. Beyond the warehouse, there was a forest of pine trees. When I had started my lunch, they were their usual dark green. Yet, as I ate, and as the first snow of the season fell, the trees slowly turned heavy with white. The tranquil scene had kept me distracted from my thoughts as I ate, and I was getting ready to search for something new. But then I saw people. A procession, to be precise. At least 3 dozen people dressed in lab coats walked down the road towards the forest in a single file line. They weren't dressed for the cold, and none of them seemed to be pleased with their journey, yet they walked without pause or stumble. I watched the camera long after the scientists had marched by, hoping for at least a hint of explanation, but none came. The snow stopped falling, and the empty streets and forest became a near static image. I went back to work, but I bookmarked the camera address and took note of the time. The next day, as I took my lunch break, I caught the procession once more. They arrived at the same exact time as they had the day before. More snow had fallen, and it covered much of the sidewalk, yet the scientists moved no slower. With faces completely blank of expression and clothes not suited for the winter, the scientists marched through the snow and disappeared into the forest. On the 3rd day, when the snow turned to slush, they marched once more. The people in lab coats made the same trip at the same time every day of the week. Even during the weekend, when I didn't have to be behind my computer, I would attend our scheduled lunch appointment. Every day, they walked by, and every day I was there to watch them. I found the mystery of the scientists exhilarating, and its regularity allowed it to be a constant in my days. Even when I wasn't on my lunch break, I would keep the camera feed running in the background of my browser, hoping to catch a passing car's license plate or anything else that would help me locate the feed. I wanted to know where the scientists were. I wanted to know who they were so that I could understand their daily march. Yet no such opportunity presented itself. The nature of the camera feed remained a frustrating mystery. It irritated me. I wanted to know more about the scientists. I was naive back then. I did not realize the comfort that existed in my unknowing. 3 days ago, on my lunch break, I was once again counting down the minutes to the usual appearance of the scientists. I had gotten into the habit of only eating when they finally appeared on screen, and I was quite hungry that day. The moment I saw them, however, I lost my appetite. They still marched through the snow on the sidewalk and the mud of the forest trail. They still wore their lab coats, and they still moved in their orderly single file without pause. Yet the scientists had changed. They were burnt. They were all horribly burnt. With some, the flesh had slipped off parts of their faces, revealing the bone beneath. Others still had eyes and skin, yet the extent of the damage was undoubtedly fatal. None of them should have been capable of walking. None of them should have been alive. I watched my screen with utter shock and disgust. The innocent questions I had about the daily procession of scientists turned into sheer terror. My heart seized with fear, and my stomach was thoroughly robbed of all appetite. Yet my mind still hungered for knowledge. Knowing that no one would believe me on my word alone, I decided to record the procession the next day. I had hoped that, perhaps, with video evidence of the scientists, someone would be able to see something I had missed. The next day, I attempted to record the procession. It was a grave mistake. Over the months, I had gotten used to the unfriendly weather that would occasionally accompany the scientists. But when I tuned into the feed the following day, there was a snowstorm, the strength of which I had never witnessed before. The sidewalks were engulfed in snow, and the road itself seemed impossible to pass through by car. The weather was horrid, yet the line of burnt scientists still marched. They forced their way through the snow without rest or pause, as they always did. That day, however, as the final scientist of the march passed the camera, they stopped. Their skin was too charred for me to get even an inkling of their identity, yet they clearly stopped and looked at the camera. Slowly, but clearly noticeable on my screen, the scientists shook their head. It was as if they knew I was watching them. Though I was in my warm apartment, looking at the snow-filled scene made me shiver. It wasn't until after the scientist had left, however, that I felt true fear. I do most of my work on the computer. I haven't skimped on making sure I have a strong rig. A simple screen recording is nothing my machine couldn't handle. Yet when I tried watching back the footage from the procession, the video was a complete slideshow. I had tried to collect evidence of the burnt scientists, but all I had were pixelated shots of a snowstorm. When I woke up the next morning, I was committed to making another attempt at capturing the procession. That, however, would not be possible. My internet access had been completely shut off. When I called my ISP to figure out what had happened, I was placed into a 2-hour waiting queue. When I finally managed to talk to a representative, they were cagey. Apparently, my internet had been shut off due to criminal use. Apparently, the police would contact me about the details. I'm writing this post on my phone while sitting in a bistro. I do not know what law I have broken, and I trust the situation with the police will be quickly resolved. Yet I fear staying in my home. I fear that whoever is responsible for that procession of burnt scientists knows my IP address. I am hungry, and the air is filled with delightful smells, yet I can't bring myself to eat. I can't bring myself to eat because whenever I try, all I can think of is the burnt scientists. I never thought my military career would land me in the coldest, most desolate place on Earth, Antarctica. And no, I wasn't some big shot commander or special ops guy. Just a regular officer assigned to what they called a containment facility. Our job? Guard something frozen in the ice. To this day, I don't know the full story. All I know is what I saw and what I lived through. It all started with a briefing that was vague, even by military standards. We were flown to a base buried deep in the Antarctic tundra. No insignias, no signs, just snow and ice for miles. The facility itself was an engineering marvel, a labyrinth of steel and concrete buried beneath the glacier. They told us it was a joint research operation with top scientists from around the world, but something about their explanation felt off. Right away, I noticed these scientists weren't the friendly, chatty types you see in documentaries. They moved like they were carrying secrets heavier than their equipment. And the rules? Don't ask questions, don't talk to the researchers, don't wander off, and above all, don't touch anything. But what really got to me was the main containment area. They called it the vault. This enormous circular chamber, deep underground, kept at sub-zero temperatures. Access was restricted to the lead scientists and 2 officers on rotation. When it was my turn to guard the place, I got my first glimpse of what we were dealing with. Inside the chamber was this massive block of ice, like something carved out of a glacier, but it wasn't natural. The ice was too clear, too perfect. And inside? It didn't look human. The thing was humanoid in shape, 2 arms, 2 legs, a head, but the proportions were all wrong. The arms were too long, the legs too thin, and the head was elongated, almost egg-shaped. Its skin, if you could call it that, was pale and smooth, almost translucent. Even frozen solid, it looked unnatural, alien. At first, I thought it was some elaborate prank, a training exercise to test our discipline. But the way the scientists acted around it, they were terrified. Not curious, not excited, terrified. They'd whisper to each other in hushed tones, and sometimes I'd catch them arguing. Once, I saw one of them storm out of the chamber, pale as a sheet, muttering about how it shouldn't exist. I couldn't stop thinking about it. What was this thing? Where did it come from? How did it end up here? But every time I tried to bring it up, my superiors would shut me down. Your job is to follow orders, they'd say. Nothing more. The real turning point came about 3 months into the assignment. I was pulling another overnight shift in the vault, and one of the researchers, a guy named Dr. Alvarez, came in late. He was carrying a case of instruments and looked like he hadn't slept in days. I remember him fumbling with his equipment, swearing under his breath, and finally slumping against the wall like he couldn't take it anymore. "Do you ever think about what we're doing here?" he asked me out of nowhere. I didn't know what to say. We weren't supposed to talk casually, especially not about that. So I just shrugged and said, "I don't ask questions." He laughed, but it wasn't a happy laugh. You should. You really should. That's when he told me something I'll never forget. He said the thing in the ice wasn't just some frozen relic. It wasn't dead. Or at least, they weren't sure it was dead. He said they'd been monitoring faint energy readings coming from it, pulses, almost like a heartbeat, except not like any heartbeat we'd ever seen. It's dormant, he said, but it's not dead. That one sentence changed everything for me. Suddenly, the strict rules, the secrecy, the fear, it all made sense. This wasn't just a scientific curiosity, it was a potential threat. And we were sitting on top of it, guarding it, without knowing what it was or what it could do. I tried to press him for more details, but he clammed up after that. Forget I said anything, he muttered before leaving the chamber. But how could I forget? Every time I stood in that room after that, staring at that thing in the ice, I couldn't help but wonder, what happens if it wakes up? Over the next few weeks, I started noticing things. Small things at first. Like how the temperature in the vault seemed to fluctuate more than usual. The sensors would go off, and the techs would chalk it up to equipment malfunctions, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. One night, I swear I heard a faint humming sound coming from the ice. Not loud, just barely audible, like the low hum of a distant machine. When I asked the techs about it, they brushed me off. You're imagining things, they said. Maybe I was. Or maybe I wasn't. Whatever the case, I started feeling this itch in the back of my mind. Not a literal itch, but a nagging curiosity. I wanted answers. I needed to know what this thing was, where it came from, and why we were guarding it. That's when I made a decision that would change everything. I started digging. I didn't have access to classified files, of course, but I started listening, watching, piecing together bits of overheard conversations and stray documents left out in the lab. What I found wasn't much, but it was enough to paint a disturbing picture. The thing in the ice had been discovered years ago, buried deep beneath the Antarctic ice sheet. It wasn't in a glacier, it was in solid bedrock, which meant it had been there for a long, long time. Longer than humanity had been around. By the time my rotation ended, I had more questions than answers, but one thing was clear, whatever the thing was, it wasn't supposed to be here. And I wasn't sure we were supposed to be guarding it. The itch to know more about the thing in the ice grew worse after the conversation with Dr. Alvarez. It wasn't just curiosity anymore. It was like a puzzle I couldn't leave unfinished. I didn't tell anyone about my interest in a place like that. Showing too much curiosity could get you reassigned, or worse. But I kept my eyes open and my ears sharper than ever. One evening, during an unusually quiet shift, I got my chance. There was an old storage room near the labs, one that most of the newer personnel avoided. It wasn't locked, nothing in there was marked as classified, but it was filled with stacks of dusty equipment, old files, and other things no one seemed to care about anymore. I'd passed it dozens of times without a second thought, but something about that night felt different. The quiet was almost eerie, like the base itself was holding its breath. I slipped inside, keeping the door cracked just enough to hear if anyone was coming. The air was musty, and the dim fluorescent light flickered unevenly. I shuffled through the clutter, careful not to disturb anything that looked important. Eventually, I found a cabinet filled with folders, old mission reports, equipment logs, and a few handwritten notes that didn't seem to follow any official format. One of the folders caught my attention immediately. Its label read Operation Deep Freeze Archive 73. It was older than most of the other documents, with the edges yellowed and the ink faded. I opened it carefully and skimmed through the pages. Most of it was mundane, lists of supplies, weather reports, and transportation schedules. But buried near the back was something that made my stomach tighten. It was a report from a geological survey team. The report detailed how they'd been drilling in a remote section of Antarctica, far from any known research stations, when their equipment hit something unexpected. The description was vague, but the words artificial material and non-terrestrial origin stood out like warning signs. The team had been pulled out immediately, and the site was classified as restricted. Shortly after that, the vault was constructed. There was no mention of the frozen figure directly, but the timeline lined up too perfectly to be a coincidence. I was so focused on the report that I almost didn't hear the footsteps approaching. I shoved the folder back into the cabinet, closed the drawer as quietly as I could, and slipped out of the room just as someone turned the corner. It was one of the scientists, but they didn't seem to notice me. They were muttering to themselves, clutching a clipboard, and walking fast like they were late for something. That's when I realized I wasn't the only one feeling uneasy about this place. The next day, something strange happened. The power went out. Not for long, maybe 30 seconds, but long enough to throw everyone off. Power outages weren't uncommon in Antarctica, but this one felt different. When the lights flickered back on, I noticed that the security monitors in the vault had gone blank. A couple of techs rushed down to check the systems, and when they came back, they looked spooked. All systems are operational, one of them said, but we can't explain the temperature drop. That caught my attention. I wasn't on duty that night, but I made a point to ask around. Apparently, the temperature in the vault had dropped several degrees during the outage, even though the environmental controls were supposed to keep it stable. No one could explain why, and the scientists didn't seem eager to investigate. What's worse, I overheard one of the senior officers arguing with a researcher later that day. "We need to shut this down," the researcher said, "before it's too late." "Shut it down?" the officer snapped. "Do you have any idea what's at stake here? You don't shut it down, you keep it contained." That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about the report, the outage, and the argument I'd overheard. It was clear that whatever we were guarding wasn't as contained as they wanted us to believe. And the more I thought about it, the more I realized how little I actually knew about the bigger picture. Why was this thing so important? Why was it buried here in the first place? And why were we guarding it instead of studying it? I decided to take another look at the vault, even though my shift didn't start for a few hours. I made up an excuse to the officer on duty, something about needing to check the logs, and made my way down there. The room felt colder than usual, even with the environmental controls running. The block of ice sat in the center of the chamber, as still and silent as ever. But something about it seemed different. I couldn't put my finger on it at first, but then I noticed the faintest crack along one side of the ice. It wasn't big, barely the width of a hair, but it was enough to make my chest tighten. I called over one of the techs, trying to keep my voice calm. "Hey, has anyone noticed this before?" The tech squinted at the ice and shook his head. "I don't think so. It's probably just a stress fracture. Happens all the time with temperature shifts." I didn't buy it. The ice was supposed to be stable, and the temperature was monitored constantly. A stress fracture didn't add up. But I didn't push the issue. Instead, I made a note of it in the logbook and left the vault feeling more uneasy than ever. By the time my shift ended, I couldn't stop thinking about the crack. If the ice was starting to weaken, what would happen next? And why weren't the scientists more concerned? It felt like they were hiding something, not just from the outside world, but from us as well. The day after I noticed the crack, things started to escalate in ways none of us could ignore. It began with the equipment. Sensors, cameras, even our basic environmental monitors were acting up. The techs said it was minor interference, but their nervous glances told a different story. It felt like we were walking on thin ice, no pun intended. One incident in particular stood out to me. I was in the monitoring room with another officer, Martinez, reviewing footage from the vault. The cameras, normally crisp and clear, were filled with static. It wasn't consistent, just brief flickers every few minutes, but enough to make it hard to see what was happening. At one point, during one of the flickers, the outline of the figure in the ice looked different. "Did you see that?" I asked Martinez, leaning closer to the screen. "See what?" he replied, frowning. "I swear it moved. Just slightly." Martinez laughed it off, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't imagining things. The cameras flickered again, and this time the entire feed cut out for a few seconds before coming back online. When it did, everything looked normal again. Or as normal as it could be in a room guarding a frozen entity. "Probably just a glitch," Martinez said, but his voice lacked confidence. Later that day, I overheard a conversation between two researchers in the break room. They were speaking in low voices, but the tension in their words was unmistakable. "It's destabilizing," one of them said. "The ice isn't going to hold forever." "It doesn't matter," the other replied. "As long as the protocols are in place, we'll contain it." Protocols don't mean anything if it wakes up. That last sentence stuck with me. If it wakes up. It wasn't just a hypothetical scenario. They were genuinely worried about it. I'd spent months trying to convince myself that the thing in the ice was just a curiosity, something inert and harmless. But now, even the researchers weren't sure. That night, I was assigned to patrol the outer perimeter of the base. It was a relief to get some fresh air, even if it was below freezing. The sky was clear, the stars brighter than I'd ever seen, and the snow crunched under my boots with every step. For a moment, it felt peaceful, almost normal. But that peace didn't last. As I was making my rounds, I noticed a faint vibration under my feet. At first, I thought it was just the usual rumble from the generators, but this felt different. It wasn't constant, it came in short bursts, almost like a pulse. I crouched down and pressed my hand to the ground. The vibration was stronger there, faint but unmistakable, like something deep beneath the ice was stirring. When I reported it to my superior, they dismissed it as seismic activity. Antarctica is full of surprises, they said. Probably just a minor ice shift. But I wasn't so sure. The timing was too convenient, especially with everything else that had been happening. I decided to keep my observations to myself, at least for now. The following morning, I was called into a briefing with a small group of officers and researchers. They said it was a routine status update, but the tension in the room suggested otherwise. One of the senior scientists, Dr. Lang, began by showing us a series of charts and graphs, none of which made much sense to me, but her tone was grave. We've detected fluctuations in the energy field surrounding the specimen, she said. It's faint, but it's increasing in frequency. What does that mean? One of the officers asked. It means something is changing, Dr. Lang replied. We're not sure what, but we need to be prepared for any eventuality. The room fell silent after that. No one wanted to say what we were all thinking, that the thing in the ice might not be as dormant as we believed. I spent the rest of that day on edge, keeping my distance from the others. I didn't trust anyone anymore, not the researchers, not the officers, not even myself. Every noise, every flicker of the lights felt like a warning. And yet, I couldn't stop myself from going back to the vault. This time, I wasn't on duty. I had no excuse to be there. But my curiosity overrode my better judgment. The chamber was empty, the air colder than usual. The block of ice sat in the center, as imposing as ever. But now, the crack was larger, almost like a thin vein spidering across the surface. I approached it cautiously, my breath visible in the freezing air. As I got closer, I noticed something I hadn't seen before. There was a faint glow coming from within the ice. It was subtle, almost imperceptible, but it was there, a soft, bluish light that seemed to pulse rhythmically, like a heartbeat. I reached out instinctively, stopping just short of touching the ice. The glow intensified for a moment, then faded back to its faint shimmer. My pulse quickened, but I forced myself to step back. Whatever this thing was, it was reacting to something. And that something might have been me. I left the vault feeling more unsettled than ever. The glow, the vibrations, the energy fluctuations, it all pointed to one conclusion: the thing in the ice wasn't just a relic or an artifact. It was alive. And we were waking it up. After my encounter with the glowing ice, I decided to keep what I saw to myself. I didn't know who I could trust anymore, and honestly, I wasn't sure if anyone would believe me. The scientists had their own agenda, and the officers seemed more interested in following orders than asking questions. But one thing was clear: whatever was happening wasn't going to stop on its own. The next few days were tense. The equipment malfunctions were getting worse, and the temperature in the vault was becoming harder to stabilize. At one point, the chamber's temperature dropped so low that frost began forming on the walls, a phenomenon no one could explain. The techs scrambled to fix it, but the lead scientist, Dr. Lang, dismissed their concerns. It's an anomaly, nothing more, she said, but her voice betrayed her uncertainty. Meanwhile, the crack in the ice was growing. It wasn't obvious at first glance, but I started noticing subtle changes every time I checked the chamber logs. The fracture lines were spreading outward like a web, and the faint glow I'd seen was becoming more pronounced. It was almost like the ice was alive, responding to something we couldn't see. One night, I was assigned to monitor the vault's external systems. It was a relatively quiet post, just me and a bank of monitors displaying readouts from the chamber. For the first hour or so, everything was normal. The temperature, pressure, and energy readings were all within acceptable ranges. But then, out of nowhere, the energy levels spiked. The monitors lit up with red alerts, and a sharp, rhythmic beeping filled the room. I leaned in, trying to make sense of the data. The energy field around the ice had surged to levels far beyond anything we'd recorded before. It wasn't just a fluctuation, it was a pattern, a pulse. I radioed the control room to report the anomaly, but before I could finish, the lights flickered, the beeping stopped, and for a moment, the monitors went completely dark. When they came back online, the energy levels had dropped back to normal, as if nothing had happened. "What's going on down there?" one of the senior officers demanded over the radio. "I don't know," I replied honestly, "but something's not right." They told me to stay put and keep monitoring the situation, but I could tell they were just as confused as I was. The next morning, I noticed that some of the scientists were missing from the usual briefing. When I asked about it, I was told they'd been reassigned to other projects. It didn't sit right with me. These weren't just random researchers. They were some of the top minds on the team, the ones who'd been working on the ice for years. Why would they suddenly be reassigned? I started asking around, discreetly of course. Most people either didn't know or didn't want to talk about it. But one of the junior techs let something slip. "They didn't get reassigned," he whispered. "They left." "Left? Why?" He hesitated, glancing around to make sure no one was listening. "I heard one of them say it wasn't safe here anymore. That we're poking at something we don't understand." I didn't press him further. The fear in his voice was enough to tell me he believed it. And honestly, I was starting to believe it too. That evening, I decided to take another look at the old files I'd found in the storage room. I wasn't expecting to find much, but I figured it was worth another shot. As I flipped through the folders, something caught my eye, a series of handwritten notes tucked between the pages of an old mission report. The notes were messy, scrawled in a mix of shorthand and full sentences, but one phrase stood out: "Do not disturb. Reactive to external stimuli." I stared at those words for what felt like minutes. Reactive to external stimuli. That could explain the energy fluctuations, the glowing, even the cracks in the ice. But what kind of stimuli were we talking about? Heat? Light? Movement? Or something else entirely? I copied the notes into my own notebook and carefully put the folder back where I found it. If anyone knew I was looking through restricted files, I'd be in serious trouble. Later that night, while browsing on the base's internal network, I stumbled upon something truly disturbing. Someone had anonymously uploaded a trove of classified documents, the same files I'd been desperately searching for, to the dark web. And they were spreading like wildfire. The whole world was about to know about the thing in the ice. Let's be real, nobody takes a job from the dark web out of sheer curiosity. It's usually out of desperation, and that was exactly my situation. I was scraping by with odd jobs that barely covered rent, so when I stumbled upon a post that didn't involve anything illegal, just plain weird, I jumped at the opportunity. The job was simple: graveyard cleaner for a private estate owned by some eccentric millionaire who was obsessed with keeping his family's resting place spotless. My first night was surreal. The graveyard was on this massive estate just outside of town, hidden behind these ancient willow trees. It was eerily silent, exactly how you'd imagine a graveyard to be. I found my instructions in a small wooden caretaker's hut: clean the tombstones, clear any debris, and make sure the paths were spotless. Seemed straightforward enough. The first few hours flew by. I was busy scrubbing moss off old marble and sweeping up leaves. It was almost meditative, you know? The peacefulness of it all. I got totally lost in the rhythm of the work. But then the sun went down, and the moon cast these long, creepy shadows across the gravestones. That's when things started to get weird. It began with a whisper. At first, I thought it was just the wind messing with me, but then I heard it clear as day: Alex. It was soft, like an echo drifting between the rows of tombstones. I froze, brush in hand, and scanned the darkness, trying to find whoever was messing with me. But there was no one. Just endless rows of graves and those creepy, silent trees. I tried to shake it off, told myself it was just my imagination running wild. But as the night went on, the whispers got louder and more frequent. Always that same murmur just over my shoulder: Alex. I kept spinning around, expecting to catch someone, but there was never anyone there. And then I saw her. This little girl, maybe 10 years old, darted between the tombstones. She was dressed in this old-fashioned dress, clutching a porcelain doll. She moved so silently, her pale face half hidden by a tangle of dark curls. Every time I blinked, she seemed to vanish and reappear somewhere else, always just out of reach. I thought I was losing it, like I'd seen one too many horror movies. But then she stopped and looked right at me. I froze. Her eyes were wide and staring, and she whispered my name again. This time, it wasn't on the wind. It was clear, close, and chilling. I wanted to ask her who she was, what she was doing there in the middle of the night, but something in her eyes stopped me. There was this deep sadness in them, mixed with this ancient knowing, like she knew this graveyard better than anyone. I finished my work quickly, my earlier calm replaced by this prickling feeling of unease. I couldn't shake the feeling of her eyes on me, watching my every move. By the time I was done, the sky was starting to lighten. I got out of there as fast as I could, with more questions than answers. Every whisper of wind through the willow trees sounded like her voice, and every shadow seemed to eye her little running form. I knew one thing for sure: I had to go back the next night. Not just because it was my job, but because I needed to know who she was and why she was calling my name. I drove home as the sun came up, my mind racing with thoughts of the girl and her doll. I was determined to find answers, even if part of me was terrified of what those answers might be. The next night, as I drove back to the estate, my mind was a whirlwind of possibilities. Who was that little girl? Why did she seem so familiar, yet so out of place among the graves? The air was cooler than the night before, the sky clear and filled with stars. It felt like tonight, the answers might be closer. I grabbed my cleaning supplies, the whisper of my name still echoing in my ears. As I approached the wrought iron gates of the graveyard, the moon bathed the tombstones in a soft, eerie glow. I took a deep breath and stepped onto the hallowed grounds. My plan was simple, clean like I had the night before, but stay alert, ready to follow any sign of the mysterious girl. I started in the farthest corner of the graveyard, where the oldest graves were a section filled with towering angels and weathered crosses. As I scrubbed each stone, I kept my eyes and ears peeled for any movement or sound. It didn't take long for the silence to break. A giggle, light and fleeting, floated through the air. I looked up, my heart pounding. There she was again, the little girl in the Victorian dress, her doll clutched tightly. She was further away this time, half hidden behind a large mausoleum. I set down my brush and followed cautiously, keeping my distance. As I rounded the corner, I saw her peering at me from behind the marble structure. "Hello," I called softly, not wanting to scare her. She didn't answer. Instead, she started walking slowly towards another part of the graveyard, her steps silent on the soft earth. I followed, keeping a respectful distance, feeling like she was leading me somewhere, showing me something. We stopped in front of a particularly ornate tombstone, one I hadn't cleaned yet. It was covered in intricate carvings of flowers and vines. The girl stopped at its base and looked up at me, her expression solemn and curious. I stepped forward and read the inscription. It was the grave of a young child who had died over a century ago. The name on the grave was Alexandria. My name. Alexandra. A shiver ran down my spine, but not from fear. It was more like a realization, a connection across time. The girl reached out her small hand and brushed the stone. Then, as if satisfied, she turned and walked back into the shadows, disappearing as silently as she had appeared. I stood there for a moment, touched by the serenity of the place. A feeling of peace settled over me, despite the strangeness of the night. With newfound respect, I cleaned Alexandria's tombstone, pondering the lives of those resting here, their stories whispered in the rustling leaves and seen in the moonlit shadows. Tonight, the graveyard didn't feel lonely. It felt alive with memories, and I was there to listen. As dawn approached, I finished my tasks and prepared to leave, my mind filled with thoughts of the girl and the grave with my name. There was no fear as I drove home, only a profound sense of connection to the past and a curiosity about what other stories lay hidden beneath the moonlit stones. I knew I would return, night after night, drawn by the history and the mystery of this sacred place. The next few nights at the graveyard were uneventful. The mysterious girl didn't reappear, but the feeling that she had left something unfinished lingered in the air, like the faint scent of old roses growing wild along the fence. With each stone I cleaned and each path I cleared, I felt like I was piecing together a puzzle left behind by those who rested there. My curiosity about the little girl and her connection to the graveyard deepened, and I became determined to uncover more about the history of the estate and its nocturnal inhabitants. On my fourth night, armed with a flashlight and a local history book from the library, I arrived earlier than usual. As twilight faded into darkness, I wandered through the different sections of the graveyard, reading the names and dates, whispering them softly as if to acknowledge those who lay beneath. That's when I noticed something peculiar about the layout of the gravestones. They seemed to form a pattern, almost like a star, with the oldest graves at the center radiating outwards. Intrigued, I followed the pattern, counting steps and making notes in my notebook. My path led me back to the grave of young Alexandria, the girl with my name. Her stone seemed to be at the very heart of the star, a nexus of marble lines stretching across the grass. It felt intentional, like a design meant to convey a message or tell a story. I sat down beside her grave, the history book open in my lap, and started reading about the estate. The land had been owned by a wealthy family known for their philanthropy and their tragic history. Many of their children had died young, and it was said that the matriarch of the family had commissioned the star layout as a symbol of her hope that their spirits would find their way to heaven and guide each other home. As I read, the wind picked up, rustling through the pages and the trees overhead. And then I heard it, a soft, distant laughter, the sound of children playing. I stood up, my heart filled with an inexplicable joy, and followed the laughter as it echoed softly around the gravestones. It led me to a new section of the graveyard, one I hadn't explored yet. Here, the stones were smaller, simpler, marked with only first names and single dates. They were children's graves, a hidden garden of lost youth. In the center was a small bench, and on it lay a doll, old and worn, much like the one the girl had held. I approached, feeling an overwhelming sense of terror wash over me. Picking up the doll, I dusted it off and placed it carefully back on the bench, arranging it as if it were waiting for its owner to return. The laughter had faded, and in its place, a gentle calm settled over the area. That night, I didn't just clean. I maintained, preserved, and honored. I realized then that my job wasn't just about upkeep, it was about caretaking, about preserving not only the physical but also the spiritual heritage of those who had passed. As I left the graveyard at daybreak, the first light casting long shadows behind the stones, I felt a connection not just to the history of the place, but to the lives that had touched it. The girl with the doll had shown me more than just her own grave. She had revealed the heart of the graveyard, a place where memories lived and whispered their stories to those who would listen. As the days grew shorter and the nights colder, the atmosphere around the graveyard shifted. The estate was preparing for an annual event I had only heard whispers of, the Festival of Lights. It was a night when the local community gathered to honor the memory of those who had passed, not with mourning, but with celebration, lighting candles and placing them on every grave, a spectacle of warmth in the chilling autumn air. Curious and drawn to the unfolding history, I volunteered to help with the preparations. It felt right to contribute more actively to the preservation and celebration of the lives commemorated here. The estate's caretaker, an elderly gentleman named Mr. Harrow, briefed me on what needed to be done. We were to arrange hundreds of candles, set up small lanterns along the paths, and ensure everything was perfect for the visitors. As the sun dipped below the horizon and the first guests began to arrive, the graveyard transformed. The usually somber gray stones now stood out against the soft glow of candlelight, each flame a testament to a life remembered and cherished. Families, friends, and even strangers walked the paths, sharing stories or enjoying the quiet solitude. I moved among the visitors, making sure the candles stayed lit and the paths remained clear. I felt the community's deep connection to this place. It wasn't just a graveyard, it was a historical archive of human emotion and memory, each candle illuminating a story, each flicker a whisper of the past. Halfway through the evening, my path led me back to the children's section, the hidden garden where I had found the doll. To my surprise, the bench was adorned with candles, more than anywhere else, and the doll sat in the middle, bathed in golden light. Around me, people gathered, drawn by the serenity of the spot. A small girl, holding her mother's hand, pointed to the doll. "Look, Mommy," she said, her voice a soft chime in the crisp air. She must have been very loved. Her mother nodded, squeezing her hand. "Yes, darling, and tonight she's remembered, just like everyone else." Moved by the scene, I watched as they placed a candle next to the doll, their small contribution to the memory of the unknown child represented by the toy. It struck me then that the Festival of Lights wasn't just about remembering those we had lost, but also about teaching the living the values of remembrance, love, and community. The rest of the evening passed in a blend of light and shadow, laughter and soft conversations. I continued my duties, more observer than participant, yet feeling wholly part of something much greater than myself. As the last candle was lit and the crowd began to thin, I took one more walk through the rows of flickering lights. The whispers of the past seemed to mingle with the crisp night air, a symphony of life and memories played out in light and shadow. I left the graveyard that night with a sense of peace, feeling that my connection to this place was sealed, not just by the tasks I'd performed, but by the light I had helped share. In the weeks following the Festival of Lights, the graveyard resumed its quiet solitude. The echoes of laughter and light slowly faded into the background, but the experience had changed my perception of the place. It filled me with a sense of duty and reverence, not just for the grounds but for the stories it safeguarded. My nightly tasks became more than routine. They were rituals of remembrance and care. I found myself speaking softly to the residents as I cleaned their resting places, acknowledging their stories, their families, and the imprints they left behind. It wasn't just about maintaining the grounds anymore. It was about honoring the lives that continued to touch the living world in subtle, often unnoticed ways. As autumn waned into winter, the nights grew longer and colder. One particularly chilly evening, as frost began to sketch silvery patterns on the stones, I felt that familiar sense of being watched. Turning around, half expecting to see the little girl in her Victorian dress, I instead found nothing but the gentle sway of bare tree branches against the starry sky. Yet the feeling persisted, a whisper of something, or someone, nearby. That's when I noticed something on the bench in the children's section, a small, neatly wrapped package lying where the doll usually sat. Curious and slightly apprehensive, I approached and found a note attached to it, written in elegant, flowing script, "For Alex, who listens." Inside the package was a book, a collection of stories and poems written about the graveyard and its many inhabitants over the years. As I flipped through the pages, each story seemed to bring the voices of the past into clearer focus, their joys, sorrows, and lives unfolding in prose and verse, preserved by those who still remembered. I spent the rest of the night reading by the light of my lantern, engrossed in the tales of the people I had come to care for. It was as if the graveyard itself had given me a gift, a way to keep the memories alive and share them with others. With the first light of dawn painting the horizon in hues of pink and gold, I knew my time as the graveyard cleaner was drawing to a close. I had accepted another job, one with less nocturnal hours, and I was thinking of starting a family, imagining telling my children about the importance of memory and history. On my last night, I walked the paths one more time, placing a fresh candle on each grave I had tended to, including the small grave of Alexandria. The little girl with the doll never appeared again, but her presence was felt in every corner of the place, a guardian spirit of sorts, watching over the memories held within. As I locked the gates behind me, I took one last look at the peaceful rows of stones, the flickering candles casting gentle shadows. The graveyard was no longer a place of sorrow or mystery to me, but a place of stories, each one a precious echo of the past calling out to be remembered and celebrated. Driving away, I carried with me the lessons learned and the stories heard, ready to pass them on, knowing that in the act of remembering, we keep the past alive, not just for ourselves, but for all who come after. No, I don't have the source for those movies, I said, already anticipating the next question. And before you ask, it's not mainstream porn you can find by Googling my name. They're videos of me being murdered. I paused, letting the weight of that statement sink in. Where would you even find those types of videos? Dark web, maybe? I don't know. I don't exactly like watching myself get killed. The truth was, I'd starred in over 50 of these snuff films. According to the guy who distributed them, I was the most watched and most sought after snuff star in history. If that's even a thing. You're probably wondering how someone gets into that line of work. Well, the short answer is, by accident. You don't wake up one day and decide, hey, I want to be murdered on camera. In my case, it started with an ad looking for an amateur porn actress. I was new to the business, and the pay seemed decent. The location, a house in a nice neighborhood, didn't raise any red flags. It all seemed legit until I asked to be paid up front. Their response? Let's see how you die first. Before I knew it, I was pinned down, and the cameras were rolling. Dying is like going under anesthesia during surgery. It's painful and scary at first, but then your heart slows down, and this wave of euphoria washes over you before everything goes quiet. Lights out. I couldn't tell you if there's an afterlife. I don't stay dead long enough to find out. It's like falling asleep without dreaming. A nanosecond of darkness, and then, bam, I'm back. You'd think a guy whose business is death wouldn't scare easily. But when I suddenly woke up as they were loading me into a shallow grave in the woods, he screamed like a little girl. Seriously, you'd think he was the one who'd been brutally murdered. It took a while to calm him down. Once the shock wore off, he looked me dead in the eye, no pun intended, and said, I'm going to make you a fucking star. I can't go into the gory details of how I get snuffed out, but let's just say the money is great. Way more than I could ever make doing mainstream porn. The problem isn't that my employer is, a death dealer of women. Actually, no other women have been murdered since I started. Just me. over and over again. The real problem is the reactions I'm starting to get as my popularity grows. The people who recognize me are the most ordinary people you could imagine. School teachers, doctors, even teenagers. Not the creepy monsters hiding in the shadows you'd expect. The biggest shock came when I was in a cafe, and this young dad with his 2 little girls approached me. He just stood there, staring, while his daughters ate their chocolate muffins. I knew he recognized me, even if he didn't consciously realize it yet. As I was finishing my latte, he walked over with this weird grin. "Do I know you from somewhere?" he asked. I was in my comfy clothes, baggy t-shirt, sweatpants, and the pentagram tattoo on my arm was visible. He kept studying me, trying to place me. Just as I was about to say something, his eyes landed on the tattoo. It was like a light bulb went off in his head. His face went pale, and he started stammering before practically running out of the cafe with his daughters. I never worried about being noticed before. The men who watch my movies expected me to be dead. I also never thought my tattoo would be the thing that gave me away. I mean, how many girls have the same tattoo? When I got it, the artist told me it was a popular design. That all changed when I got a call from my mother. My poor mom had no clue about my career. She always thought I was into some glamorous lifestyle stuff, like a personal trainer to the stars or something. I think she preferred the fantasy and always told her friends I was a successful businesswoman. Technically, she wasn't wrong. Anyway, she called me, completely hysterical. "You're alive. You're alive," she kept repeating. After I calmed her down and reassured her I was very much alive, I waited for her breathing to return to normal. "Allison, for a moment, I thought I was speaking to a ghost," she said. My mother was always my biggest fan, and it broke my heart to hear her so upset. The police were here. Men in suits, detectives, I think. "They told me you were dead." "Oh, my sweet girl, they told me you were dead." They had found blood and something about a tape or the internet. The bastards gave me a heart attack. I knew you weren't dead. That night, I stayed with my mother. I needed to reassure her that I was still physically present, to hug her, and honestly, to reassure myself that I was still part of this world. Deep down, I knew what this was about. Someone who wasn't a complete monster had watched one of my movies and tried to put a name to the woman who should be rotting in a shallow grave. But I always figured people would think the movies were fake. You can only be the star of one snuff film, right? Not 50. A few weeks passed, and things seemed to settle down, apart from my mom losing a year or two of her life. I had decided to quit. It was never going to be a long-term gig. But if I was going to stop, I wanted my final movie to be my best. Go out with a bang, as they say. On the day of the shoot, I couldn't shake the feeling I was being watched. I chalked it up to nerves. I was about to die in the most brutal way imaginable. It was going to be so bad, no one would ever think it was faked. And the fact that it was going to be my last video made it all the more believable. I knew it was going to be painful, but the pain never lasted. All I could think was, this is going to be a spectacular death. And it was. But as the euphoria swept over me and I started to slip into darkness, I saw men in SWAT gear burst into the room, followed by men in suits. As always, I came back to life with a gasp, like a newborn taking its first breath. But this time, instead of being in the room where I was murdered, I found myself on a cold metal slab in what looked like an operating room. Two men in suits stood over me. One was smiling, while the other seemed to be handing him money. "Hi, welcome back," the first man said, putting the bill in his pocket. "I just bet my colleague $50 that you would come back from the dead." "I must say, I'm a big fan of your movies," the second man said with a smile. "Damsel in the Dungeon is my personal favorite." This was the first time I had ever felt truly in danger. Panic surged through me as I tried to get up. The two men smiled at each other before handing me a hospital gown. "Where am I?" I asked nervously. "You have nothing to worry about," one of them chuckled. "It's not like we're going to kill you." They led me to an interview room and sat me down at a table. "You still haven't told me who you are and why I'm here," I said. The two men straightened up. "Sorry for the confusion. My name is Agent Harris, and this is Agent Butler." I looked at the two young agents, their expressions fixed on me. "Agents? Are you FBI or something?" I asked. One of them gave a disgruntled laugh, as if I'd offended him. "Close. We're with the CIA. What do you want with me?" I didn't know dying was illegal. The agents exchanged a look before turning their attention back to me. Agent Harris placed a picture of a woman in front of me. "We need your help with a delicate situation," he said. "It's of the utmost importance to the security of this country." I looked down at the picture. The woman looked eerily like me. Apart from her expensive clothes and different hair color, we had the same facial features and seemed to be the same height. The woman in the picture is the wife of the Russian Minister of Defense, Sergei Shoigu, Agent Harris explained, his voice taking on an urgent tone. "What does this have to do with me?" I asked. "She has a lot of secrets that could be very valuable to us," Agent Butler said. "The problem is, her husband isn't a nice man. He treats her terribly. She wants out of the marriage, but he's not going to let her go easily." "I still don't get what this has to do with me," I said. The agents looked at each other again, this time with a smile. "She catches on quick. I'm beginning to like her already." I picked up the picture again, staring at the woman with pain in her eyes and a painted-on smile. "How much does this gig pay?" I asked. Let's be real, everyone loves a good deal. Who doesn't, right? Well, my love for a bargain landed me in this crazy situation, so ridiculous it felt like something out of a bad movie. Except it happened to me. It all started a few months ago. I was broke, my old phone had just died, and I was desperately searching online for a cheap replacement. That's when I stumbled upon this thread about dark web marketplaces. You know, those hidden parts of the internet where you can supposedly find anything, from rare books to, well, let's just say not so legal stuff. Now, I'm not an idiot. I've heard the horror stories about the dark web, scams, illegal activities, the whole 9 yards. But somewhere in that digital jungle, I found a listing for a high-end smartphone, barely used, at a price that seemed too good to be true. The seller had decent reviews, or so I thought, promising fast shipping and exactly what was advertised. Driven by desperation and a little bit of what's the worst that could happen, I went against my better judgment and bought the phone using cryptocurrency. The whole process was surprisingly easy. A week later, a plain package arrived at my door. Inside was the phone, pristine, just as described. I thought I'd outsmarted the system, scored an amazing deal. I swapped my SIM card, downloaded my apps, and life went back to normal. Or so I thought. For a few days, everything was fine. The phone worked perfectly. But then I noticed something weird. The battery was draining way too fast. This was supposed to be a phone with great battery life, so something wasn't right. Curious, I started digging into the phone's settings, trying to figure out if some hidden app was causing the drain. And that's when I found it, this unfamiliar app running in the background. It wasn't just any app, though. It didn't show up in the app drawer or the settings. I had to do some serious digging in the system files to find it. Being a bit of a tech nerd, I managed to extract the app and analyze it. Turns out, it was a super sophisticated piece of spyware, way beyond the usual adware junk you get from dodgy websites. And that's where things took a turn for the worse. So, I've got this phone with some serious spyware on it, and I'm freaking out a little. I called up a friend of mine who works in cybersecurity. He was intrigued and asked to take a look at the phone. After poking around for a while, he gave me the bad news. The spyware wasn't just collecting my data, it was actively sending it to some unknown server. He told me to turn the phone off immediately, take out the SIM card, and factory reset the whole thing. I should have listened. I really should have. But curiosity got the better of me. I decided to keep the phone running for a little longer, just to see what would happen. Worst decision ever. The following Monday morning, I was woken up by this pounding on my door. It was the FBI, and they were not happy campers. They knew everything about the purchase, where it came from, what had been transmitted from the phone. Turns out, the phone's previous owner was involved in some serious criminal activity. We're talking the kind of stuff that makes you want to disappear and start a new life. The agents were stern, but they weren't jerks about it. They didn't arrest me right away. Instead, they asked me a ton of questions. How I got the phone, what I knew about the seller, if I'd been in contact with anyone suspicious. With every question, my stomach sank a little lower. I told them the truth, the whole stupid story about how I thought I'd found a great deal. In the end, they confiscated the phone and told me I have to go with them for further questioning. As I sat in the back of their car, watching my house get smaller and smaller in the distance, I couldn't help but laugh at how ridiculous this whole thing was. Talk about a lesson learned the hard way. If there's one thing I learned from this, it's that some deals are just too good to be true, especially on the dark web. Sometimes the cost of a bargain can be way higher than you ever imagined. Stay safe out there, folks, and maybe stick to the main roads of the internet. Sitting in that planned room at the FBI headquarters, with nothing but a table and 2 chairs, I felt like I was in a bad cop show. Except this was real life, and the federal agents questioning me were way more intimidating than anything you see on TV. The room was cold, and the tension was so thick you could practically choke on it. An agent sat across from me, looking serious but not exactly mean. "We need to understand your involvement," he said, setting the tone for what was to come. The questions were straightforward at first, mostly about my interactions with the dark web seller, any messages we exchanged, and whether I'd noticed anything unusual about the phone. I explained that I had no idea about the phone's history, that I just wanted a cheap smartphone, and that was it. But as the questions went on, I started to realize how serious this whole thing was. The agent explained, without giving away too much, that the phone was connected to some really bad stuff, illegal and dangerous activities. It hit me like a ton of bricks. I'd stumbled into something way over my head, just because I wanted to save a few bucks. Talk about a reality check. During the interrogation, I started thinking about how much information our phones collect and transmit without us even knowing. The agent mentioned that the spyware on my phone was part of a bigger network, this sophisticated operation designed to hide people's activities while using unsuspecting people's devices. Crazy, right? After what felt like forever, the questioning finally stopped. The agent seemed satisfied with my answers and believed that I wasn't involved in anything illegal. They decided not to press charges, which was a huge relief. But they confiscated the phone as evidence and gave me a stern warning about buying stuff on the dark web again. Walking out of the federal building, I felt this mix of relief and dread. I was free, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd been caught in something way bigger than myself. The city seemed louder, the sun harsher, and I felt exposed, like anyone could be watching me. The drive home was filled with thoughts about how naive I'd been about online privacy and security. It was a harsh lesson, but a necessary one. I knew I had to be more careful in the future. For anyone reading this, let my experience be a warning. The dark web might seem exciting, but it's a dangerous place. Stick to reputable websites, and remember, if a deal seems too good to be true, it probably is. Even though I wasn't charged with anything, the whole FBI experience shook me to my core. I was free, but it felt like I dodged a bullet. It was a wake-up call to take my digital security seriously, something I thought only people with something to hide needed to worry about. Turns out, even ordinary folks like me need to be careful. In the days that followed, I went on a deep dive into online security. I learned about VPNs, strong passwords, and the importance of keeping my software updated. Basically, all the things that can protect your digital life from prying eyes and bad guys. I also started paying attention to the privacy policies of the apps I used, something I'd always ignored before. And, get this, I even signed up for a cybersecurity class at my local community college. That class was a real eye-opener. The instructor, a former cybersecurity consultant, taught us all about data encryption, secure networks, and how to spot phishing scams. Every lesson made me realize how interconnected we all are online, but also how vulnerable we can be. Armed with my newfound knowledge, I made a bunch of changes at home. I got a new, more secure router, set up a super strong password for my own Wi-Fi, and became way more careful about what I downloaded and the emails I opened. But I didn't stop there. I started talking to my family and friends about what happened, sharing what I'd learned. A lot of them had no idea about these risks, so they were really grateful for the tips. It felt good to turn my bad experience into something positive, helping others stay safe online. I even started sharing my story anonymously in online forums. The response was amazing. People shared their own close calls and lessons learned, and it felt like we were all in this together, supporting each other. Looking back, I realized that my quest for a cheap phone had turned into a life-changing experience. It taught me the importance of digital awareness and how to be a responsible internet user. The ripple effect. The weeks after my FBI encounter were a time of big changes. I was still cautious, but I also felt this new sense of responsibility to share what I'd learned. At first, I only talked about it anonymously online. But as I got more comfortable with my new knowledge and security measures, I started opening up more. I gave a talk at a community center about internet safety, and the response was incredible. It even led to an interview with the local newspaper. Talking about my experience publicly was really empowering. It made me feel like I was making a difference, helping to raise awareness about cybersecurity in my community. And get this, my newfound passion even spilled over into my professional life. Inspired by the cybersecurity class and all my research, I started a blog with easy-to-understand tips on how to protect yourself online. People loved it. They appreciated the practical advice and how I explained things in a simple way. I wrote about everything from creating strong passwords to spotting the signs of a hacked device. Suddenly, I was the go-to person for tech advice among my friends and family. They'd come to me with all their questions about online security, and it felt great to be able to help. But the biggest change was in my own mindset. I used to think I was pretty tech savvy, but the FBI incident showed me that being cautious isn't the same as being secure. I learned that security is about understanding how technology works and staying ahead of the bad guys. My little misadventure had turned me into a digital safety advocate. It pushed me out of my comfort zone and showed me that even the worst situations can lead to new opportunities. Looking ahead, the months after my dark web mishap were full of surprises. My blog started getting national attention, and I even launched a podcast about digital safety, featuring cybersecurity experts and everyday people sharing their stories. It was amazing to see how my little blog had turned into this platform for helping others stay safe online. I felt like I was making a real difference. One of the most rewarding things I did was partner with local schools to teach kids about cybersecurity. Young people are especially vulnerable online, so I felt it was important to give them the knowledge and tools to protect themselves. My work even led to invitations to speak at conferences and participate in panels, making me a sort of thought leader in digital safety. But the real reward was knowing that I was helping people. The whole experience changed how I see challenges. It taught me that even the toughest situations can lead to growth and new beginnings. And it reminded me that we're all more resilient than we think. Going forward, I want to keep doing this work, reaching more people and spreading the message about online safety. The digital world is constantly changing, and I want to help others navigate it safely. My story started with a stupid mistake on the dark web, but it ended with me finding my passion in helping others. If there's one thing I want you to take away from it, it's this: every challenge has a lesson, and sometimes those lessons can lead you to a future you never imagined. So stay curious, stay cautious, and stay safe online. I've never been one for ghost stories or anything supernatural. But when you're desperate for a job, you start looking in some pretty weird places. And that's how I ended up on the dark web, browsing job listings in the middle of the night. I was holed up in my tiny apartment, broke as a joke, and the usual job boards weren't turning up anything. That's when I stumbled on this anonymous post in a forum known for its shady dealings. The job was simple: security guard for a facility in the middle of nowhere. The pay? Insane. Like, pay off all my debts in a year. Insane. Desperate times call for desperate measures, right? So, against my better judgment, I contacted the person who posted the ad. Their response was quick and to the point. No names, no chit-chat, just a set of coordinates, a start date, and a strict tell-no-one order. The next day, this unmarked van picked me up at 3 a.m. The driver, this silent dude who stared straight ahead the whole time, handed me an envelope with a wad of cash and a non-disclosure agreement. As the city lights disappeared behind us, I started wondering if I'd made a deal with the devil. It took hours to get to the facility. As the sun came up, we drove down this gravel road through thick forest, and finally, there it was, this compound surrounded by high fences and barbed wire. It looked like a fortress, with cameras and motion sensors everywhere. The driver took me to the main building, this stark, windowless structure that seemed to suck up all the light around it. Inside, I met the head of security, this big guy named Mr. Jacobs. He had the look of someone who'd seen some stuff, you know? He told me about my duties, which were surprisingly simple: patrol the perimeter, watch the security cameras, and respond to any alarms from the secured areas. It's probably just wildlife trying to get in, Mr. Jacobs said, but his voice sounded a little unsure. But on the off chance it's not, hit the alarm and wait for instructions. What exactly are we guarding here? I asked, a question that seems pretty naive now that I look back. Mr. Jacobs looked around before leaning in close. Not everything that walks on four legs is an animal, he said, his voice low and serious. And not everything that looks human is one of us. Yikes. He gave me a tour of the place, and it was like something out of a sci-fi movie. They had thermal imaging, motion detectors, and doors that could probably stop a tank. But none of it made me feel any less uneasy. My first shift was a crash course in creepy. I patrolled these cold, silent hallways, and the only sound was the buzzing of the fluorescent lights. The security monitors showed empty corridors and locked doors. It was seriously eerie. Around 2 a.m., I noticed something weird on the thermal camera. There were these irregular shapes moving around in a restricted area called Sector 7. Sector 7 was completely off limits, with steel doors and biometric locks. These shapes were moving in this fluid, unnatural way, like nothing I'd ever seen. It definitely wasn't any animal I recognized. I wrote it down in the log, but I couldn't shake the feeling that these things, whatever they were, knew I was watching them. I spent the rest of my shift freaking out a little. What were those things? Failed experiments? Creatures from another dimension? My brain tried to come up with a logical explanation, but nothing made sense. When the sun finally came up, I realized my life had changed. I wasn't just a security guard anymore. I was a keeper of secrets, guarding something way beyond my understanding. Whatever was behind those doors in Sector 7, it was clear that ignorance was part of the job description. Part of me dreaded what the next few nights might bring, but another part, the part that led me to this creepy place in the first place, couldn't wait to find out more. As the weeks went by, I settled into a routine. The nights were long and silent, but I got used to patrolling the corridors and passing those locked doors, wondering what was behind them. But Sector 7 kept drawing my attention. Mr. Jacobs insisted it was nothing to worry about, just a malfunction or some stray animal, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. My job was simple: observe and report. Don't ask questions. They gave me all this high-tech equipment to keep whatever was in Sector 7 contained. But it didn't take long to realize that the tech wasn't just keeping something in, it was keeping me out. One night, I was watching the security feeds when I saw a flicker of movement in Sector 7. It was too deliberate to be random. The cameras in there were motion activated, and they rarely picked up anything. Driven by curiosity, I rewound the footage and zoomed in. And there they were, those shapes, moving with purpose and intelligence. They weren't aggressive, but there was something about their movements that suggested they were aware, maybe even curious. I started watching them every night, trying to figure out when they'd appear. And then, one night, I heard it, this faint whisper coming from Sector 7. It was almost impossible to hear over the air conditioning, but it was there, this soft, undulating sound that seemed almost like communication. I told Mr. Jacobs about it the next morning, but he just reminded me, not so nicely, to stick to my job and not ask questions. What happens in Sector 7 is above your pay grade, he said. His words were meant to shut me down, but they only made me more curious. I was torn between doing my duty and wanting to know more. The isolation of the facility was getting to me, too. The silence of the surrounding wilderness seemed to echo the secrets hidden within the walls. One evening, I decided to do some digging. I accessed the facility's digital library, hoping to find something, anything, about Sector 7. And to my surprise, I found a heavily redacted document that hinted at what was going on in there. It talked about advanced biological entities and non-standard evolutionary trajectories. Basically, whatever was in Sector 7 wasn't just rare, it might be unique, the only one of its kind. The document was mostly blacked out, but it was enough to confirm that I was guarding something truly extraordinary. As I closed the file that night, I felt this weight of responsibility. I wasn't just guarding a building, I was guarding creatures that challenged everything we thought we knew about life. With each passing night, my fear of the unknown was replaced by wonder. What were they? Why were they here? The answers were locked away in Sector 7, whispering through the walls, inviting me to listen closer. As the weeks turned into months, my job became more than just a paycheck. It was a commitment to something bigger than myself. The beings in Sector 7, who once scared the crap out of me, now made me feel protective. I kept doing my rounds, but the facility felt less like a prison and more like a sanctuary, even though it was built on secrecy. One night, I was on patrol, and the wind was howling through the trees, making the whole place feel extra spooky. Suddenly, this alarm went off. It wasn't the usual loud siren, it was more like a quiet alert, something meant only for Sector 7. I ran to the nearest security panel, my heart pounding. Not from fear, but from the possibility of finally learning something. The screen flashed a code I'd memorized but never thought I'd see: environmental hazard warning. Sector 7 containment breach. Protocol was clear: seal the sector, start the hazard containment procedures, and wait for instructions. But as I got closer to the heavy doors of Sector 7, I heard these soft, almost pleading sounds coming from inside. It wasn't the sound of something escaping, it was more like a cry for help. I hesitated. Instead of sealing the sector, I used the security system to look at the cameras inside. And what I saw blew me away. There they were, the beings I'd only seen as heat signatures and shadows. They weren't human, that's for sure. They were sleek and graceful, moving in this coordinated way, like they were dancing. Even through the camera, I could sense their intelligence. The alarm, it turned out, was triggered by a problem with the environmental controls. The temperature had dropped, and it was putting these beings in danger. As I watched them, it hit me: they weren't just research subjects. They were sentient, aware of their confinement, maybe even suffering. I made a split-second decision. I bypassed the automatic containment procedures and manually stabilized the environment. As the temperature went back to normal, the beings calmed down, and I swear I could sense their relief. That night, my job changed. I wasn't just a security guard anymore. I was a caretaker, a silent witness to something incredible. In the days that followed, I dug deeper into the facility's archives, determined to learn more about these beings. The documents I found talked about genetic marvels, beings that could change how we understand biology. They weren't described as monsters, they were described with awe and respect. This discovery brought a whole mix of emotions. I was still scared, but I also felt incredibly privileged to be a part of this. Every night, as I did my rounds, I'd linger by Sector 7, watching the shadows where I knew they were, sharing this secret with them. I was no longer just guarding a building, I was guarding a sanctuary. But I also knew that the world outside those fences was oblivious, unprepared for the truth hidden inside. Weeks turned into months, and my life at the facility became my whole world. Every night brought new discoveries and a deeper connection to the beings in Sector 7. One day, Mr. Jacobs, the head of security, called me into his office. He seemed different, more open than usual. "We've noticed your dedication," he said, "and we think you're ready to understand more about what you've been guarding." He took me to a part of the facility I'd never seen before. The security was even tighter than Sector 7. And inside? It wasn't more creatures or containment cells. It was a high-tech lab filled with scientists and equipment. These beings, Mr. Jacobs explained, they're not just unique, They could hold the key to understanding life itself, not just on Earth, but beyond. I met Dr. Helen Liu, the lead scientist, and she was incredible. She explained how these beings had abilities that defied our understanding of biology, like super healing powers that could revolutionize medicine. They're a marvel of nature, she said, and how they came to be, whether through evolution or something else, is a mystery we're trying to solve. Suddenly, I wasn't just a guard, I was part of a groundbreaking scientific endeavor. Dr. Liu invited me to observe their research, to learn more about the beings and contribute to their well-being. One evening, I noticed one of the beings reacting to a piece of equipment that measured electromagnetic fields. It was a small thing, but Dr. Liu was excited. This could mean they have a deeper understanding of these fields than we thought, she said. This led to a whole new series of experiments, all done with the utmost care for the beings. I helped out, handling equipment and observing, and I felt this incredible connection to the research, to the beings, and to the big questions we were trying to answer. The facility didn't feel like a place of secrets anymore, it felt like a bridge between worlds. My nightly patrols became journeys through a living laboratory, where every corner held the potential for amazing discoveries. A shared future. Months turned into a year, and my life had completely changed. The facility and its inhabitants were my family, and every day brought new wonders. Dr. Liu and her team, who I now worked closely with, were making incredible progress. The beings in Sector 7, once shrouded in mystery, were now seen as beings of potential and promise. One morning, Mr. Jacobs called me into his office. "We're about to take a big step forward," he announced. "Thanks to the discoveries we've made, and your contributions, we've been given the green light to start telling the world about these beings." The news was both shocking and exciting. The research was too important to keep secret any longer. "It won't be a sudden reveal," Mr. Jacobs assured me. "It will be careful and thoughtful. The world needs to understand what these beings represent, the possibilities they bring to science and medicine." We spent the next few weeks preparing. A small group of scientists and officials were brought in, sworn to secrecy. I helped put together a detailed report with everything we'd learned. I realized that I'd gone from being a security guard to a kind of historian, bridging the gap between the unknown and the known. The day of the first briefing arrived, and a small group of guests gathered in a makeshift auditorium. Dr. Liu led the presentation, with Mr. Jacobs and me by her side. The screens lit up with images of the beings, graphs, and videos of their interactions with the researchers. The room was silent, filled with a sense of wonder. Questions were asked and answered, and it was clear that these beings were not just curiosities, but ambassadors of a new frontier in science. As the briefing ended, I stood by the window, looking out at the facility. The fence that once seemed like a barrier now felt like a bridge between two worlds. I thought about how far we come, from fear to understanding. The facility, once a place of isolation, was now a beacon of discovery. And as I went back to my duties, now shared with a team of dedicated scientists, I felt a profound sense of purpose. The beings in Sector 7, once shadows in the night, were now part of a shared future. We were moving forward, not just to guard, but to guide. Not just to protect, but to participate in a dialogue of discovery that could one day change the world. As the sun rose, casting long shadows over the land, I knew this wasn't the end, but a new beginning. A dawn of understanding in a world filled with mysteries waiting to be uncovered. Let's be honest, I'm not the kind of person who believes in ghosts or anything like that. I've always been a seeing is believing kind of guy. But boredom and curiosity can lead you down some strange paths, and that's how I ended up buying a spirit writing pen from the dark web. It all started innocently enough. I was scrolling through some obscure subreddits one lazy Sunday afternoon when I came across this thread about weird stuff people had bought online. There were stories about mystery boxes and rare collectibles, but one post caught my eye, a pen that supposedly wrote on its own, guided by spirits. The person who posted it shared these sketches and messages that were supposedly written by ghosts, and everyone in the comments was either freaking out or calling it a hoax. But for me, it sparked this weird mix of intrigue and I dare you to try it attitude. So, I decided to see if I could find one of these pens. It wasn't easy, though. The dark web is basically the internet's back alley, full of creepy stuff that most people would never want to see. After a few nights of clicking through confusing and sometimes disturbing websites, I finally found what I was looking for. This small, sketchy online shop was selling all kinds of occult items, and there it was, the Oracle pen, a tool for spirit communication. I bought it half as a joke, telling myself it was for research or maybe a party trick. A week later, the pen arrived in a plain brown package. It looked totally normal, just a sleek black pen, a little heavier than usual. There was a note inside that said, "For best results, use after midnight with a clear mind and a sincere intention. Always be respectful to the spirits." That night, curiosity kept me awake. At 12:01 a.m., I sat at my kitchen table with a pen and a stack of blank paper. I turned off all the lights except for a candle, more for the spooky atmosphere than anything else. Holding the pen loosely in my hand, I whispered a tentative hello. Nothing happened for a long time. Just when I was about to give up, the pen twitched. I froze, not from fear, but from pure disbelief. It twitched again, and then it started gliding across the paper. My heart was pounding as I watched words slowly form. "Thank you for inviting me." The handwriting wasn't mine. It was this neat cursive, like something out of an old letter. The message was polite, even friendly. But seeing it appear out of nowhere gave me chills. Not the I'm terrified kind of chills, but the holy crap, this is actually happening kind of chills. I started asking questions, simple ones at first. Who are you? How did you die? The answers were surprisingly mundane. The spirit said her name was Clara, and she died in the late 1800s from some ordinary illness. She talked about her life in this small town, and it was all very normal, almost boring. But as the candle flickered and the night went on, I found myself totally engrossed in this conversation with someone who was supposed to be long gone. It was easy to forget how weird the whole thing was because it felt like I was just texting an old friend. When I finally went to bed, it wasn't with fear, but with this sense of awe and a million questions. What was making the pen move? Was it really a spirit or something else? I couldn't sleep, my mind racing with possibilities. By morning, my fear had turned into determination. I decided to keep going, document everything, and maybe even find some answers. Little did I know that the real journey had just begun. The next night, I was ready for round 2 with my spirit pen. The sun hadn't even set yet, but I was already setting up my little spirit writing station in the kitchen. Candle, check. Blank paper, check. Oracle pen, check. The pen felt different now, not just an object, but a link to something beyond. "Clara, are you there?" I asked, barely above a whisper. And boom, the pen started moving almost instantly, gliding across the paper like it was eager to chat. "Yes, I am here. It is nice to speak again." We started with some small talk, which felt kind of funny considering the circumstances. But tonight, I wanted to go deeper. If I was really talking to a spirit, I wanted to understand how it all worked. "Clara, can you tell me how this works? How are you able to write with me?" The pen paused, like it was thinking, and then slowly started writing. It is not easy to explain in terms you would understand. It is like reaching through a veil that is thin at certain times. Your willingness to listen gives us strength to communicate. Okay, cryptic much? But it was also fascinating. It hinted at this unseen world just beyond our perception. I wondered about the mechanics of it all, the energy or whatever it was that made this possible. Clara's answers painted a picture of an existence that was totally different from ours, yet somehow connected. I asked her about her life, the time period she was from. She described a simple life in a small village, her family, her daily routines. It was like stepping back in time, and I could almost picture it. She talked about her favorite place, a meadow filled with wildflowers, with so much detail that I felt like I was there with her. It was easy to forget how bizarre this all was because she sounded so human, so real. As the candle burned lower, I asked a question that had been bugging me. "Clara, why do you want to communicate? What do you hope to gain from this?" The pen hesitated, then wrote, "I seek no harm or favor. It is merely a connection, a way to feel once more the life I once had. Loneliness does not end with death." Her words hit me hard. The loneliness she described was something I could relate to, a universal human experience that went beyond life and death. We talked for hours, and it felt like I was building a real connection with her. When I finally went to bed, I left the pen on the table, feeling this mix of awe and respect for the unknown. I realized I was documenting this not just for myself, but to share a story about communication that defied explanation, about human emotions that transcended the boundaries of life and death. As the sun came up, I knew this was just the beginning. What started as a simple experiment was turning into a journey of understanding, reaching across the veil to connect with something truly extraordinary. I couldn't wait to see what else Clara would reveal. The third night with the oracle pen felt different. There was this quiet anticipation in the air as I lit the candle, its flame dancing in the darkness. The pen, now familiar in my hand, felt almost alive with possibility. "Clara, are you there?" I asked, my voice steadier now. Her response was instant, her familiar script flowing across the page. "Yes, I am here." I am glad to return. Our previous conversations had given me a sense of comfort, so I felt ready to dive deeper. Clara, can you tell me about the spirit world? What's it like where you are? The pen hesitated, like it was processing a complex emotion, then slowly began to write. It is different for each of us. I see fields much like my meadow, but they stretch far and wide. There is peace, mostly, and a waiting. A waiting? What are you waiting for? I asked, intrigued by this glimpse into her reality. For moments like these, for connection. We exist in a state of awareness, but it is the interactions with your world that bring us moments of true consciousness. Her words painted a poignant picture of the afterlife, one that emphasized connection and consciousness. It was a far cry from the spooky ghost stories I heard. Clara's description made it sound almost peaceful. I wanted to know more about how she perceived our interactions. Can you see me? How do you sense my presence? I do not see as you see. It is more a feeling, an impression of your thoughts and emotions. You are like a light in dense fog, bright and focused. Her words suggested a way of experiencing the world that was beyond my comprehension, but the analogy was comforting. Despite the vast differences between our realms, we were connected. I ventured further. Clara, have others tried to communicate with you like this before? There have been a few. Not all seek to understand. Some fear, some try to exploit. But with you, I find a genuine quest for knowledge and respect. Her answer highlighted the uniqueness of our connection. It wasn't just about the paranormal, it was about trust and mutual respect. As the candle burned lower, I asked, Clara, what do you think the purpose of these communications is? Why is it allowed? It serves as a reminder that existence is layered, more complex than the physical world perceives. It teaches both sides, enriches the soul, and expands the mind. For some, it brings closure. For others, like you, it brings knowledge and a wider view of the universe. Her explanation resonated with me. Our conversations weren't just about talking to a ghost, they were philosophical explorations that challenged my understanding of life and existence. That night, I felt a sense of peace. The initial apprehension had given way to a deep appreciation for the extraordinary dialogue I was part of. Thank you, Clara, for sharing so much with me, I wrote, feeling truly grateful. And I thank you for listening and understanding, she replied through the flowing script. As I got ready for bed, the reality of what was happening hit me. I wasn't just talking to a spirit, I was learning about a different kind of existence, sharing a bond that transcended time and physical form. And as I drifted off to sleep, my dreams were filled with meadows and mists, a reflection of the incredible journey I was on. The fourth night with the oracle pen brought a wave of unexpected emotions. As I prepared my usual candlelit setting, I couldn't shake off a feeling of apprehension. It wasn't fear, exactly, but a sense of venturing deeper into uncharted territory. Clara, are you here tonight? I asked, half hoping for a pause, a break from this new reality. Her response was immediate and reassuring. Yes, I am here. It seems you are troubled tonight. I was surprised by her perceptiveness. Yes, a bit. It's all becoming very real, very fast. Does communicating like this ever affect you negatively? I needed to know if there were consequences for her on the other side of the veil. The pen moved slowly, thoughtfully. There is no harm in our talking. It is a choice, and I choose to be here with you. There are boundaries that cannot be crossed, and they protect us both. Her reassurance calmed my nerves, and inspired by her openness, I ventured into new territory. Clara, do you ever miss it, living, being part of the physical world? Yes, at times, especially during our talks. There are aspects I miss deeply, the sun on my face, the sound of laughter. But where I am, there is a different form of existence, less tangible but equally rich in other ways. Her answer humanized her, reminding me that she had once lived and breathed and experienced life just as vividly as I did. It made our interactions feel even more real, more meaningful. Curious about the boundaries she mentioned, I asked, "What kind of boundaries exist for you? Are there rules to this communication?" Indeed, there are rules. We are advised to maintain a respectful distance, not to seek influence, but to share and learn. Our worlds are separate for a reason, and while the veil is thin at times, it is always there. Her words painted a picture of a structured spirit world, with guidelines and wisdom. It was a far cry from the chaotic hauntings you see in movies. Clara, what do you think the purpose of these communications is? Why is it allowed? I probed, trying to understand the bigger picture. It serves as a reminder that existence is layered, more complex than the physical world perceives. It teaches both sides, enriches the soul, and expands the mind. For some, it brings closure. For others, like you, it brings knowledge and a widened view of the universe. This explanation resonated deeply. Our conversations weren't just about the paranormal. They were about expanding my understanding of life and the universe. As our conversation drew to a close, I felt a sense of peace. The initial fear had been replaced by a profound appreciation for this extraordinary connection. Thank you, Clara, for this understanding. It's more than I ever expected. And I thank you for respecting and valuing what I have to share, she replied through her graceful script. Turning off the candle, I sat in the darkness, reflecting on the vastness of existence and the incredible bond one had formed. This journey was reshaping my perception of life and what lies beyond, and I was both excited and contemplative about what our final session would bring. The last conversation. As I prepared for the last night of my scheduled communications with Clara, a wave of sadness washed over me. It felt like I was saying goodbye to a dear friend. I set up my candlelit workspace one last time and took a deep breath. Clara, are you ready for our last conversation? I asked, feeling a pang of sadness. Yes, I am here, as always. I sense this is a significant moment for you. The pen glided smoothly across the paper. It is. I've learned so much from you. Tonight, I'd like to ask if you have any messages for me, or advice, as we conclude this. The pen paused, then wrote, "Cherish the connections you have in your life, those that are seen and unseen. Do not fear the unknown, for it holds as much beauty as it does mystery. And remember, our conversation has been a rare gift. Cherish it as a reminder of the vastness of existence. Her words touched my heart, their simple wisdom resonating with my complex emotions. Thank you, Clara. That's beautiful advice. May I ask one last question? Of course, the script flowed warmly. What happens now for you, after we stop communicating? There is no sorrow in parting. I will continue as I am, but with a fond memory of our talks. Know that I am just one of many who watch and occasionally whisper through the veil. We are always here, in the quiet moments, in the stillness. Her assurance brought comfort. Life, in whatever form it took, persisted beyond what we could perceive. Clara, I don't want to say goodbye, but I feel it's the right time. Thank you for everything, I wrote, my hand trembling slightly. And I thank you for your open heart and curious mind. Remember, goodbye is not forever in the grand tapestry of the cosmos. As the candle flickered out, leaving me in darkness, I felt a profound sense of peace. The pen, now still, seemed like an ordinary object once more. But what it had enabled was anything but ordinary. A world of unseen connections. In the days that followed, I often reflected on my conversations with Clara. I compiled them into a journal, a tangible reminder of the extraordinary dialogue we shared. It wasn't just a record of paranormal communication, it was a testament to the power of connection and the human spirit's ability to reach beyond the physical world. I shared my story online, and as expected, some were skeptical, while others were amazed. But regardless of what others believed, I knew what I had experienced was real, transformative, and profoundly moving. As life returned to its normal rhythm, I found myself more attuned to the subtleties of the world around me, a world rich with unseen connections and silent communications. And sometimes, in the quiet moments before sleep, I could almost hear the faint scratch of a pen, a comforting reminder that we are never truly alone in this vast, mysterious universe. It all started with this weird email. You know how it is, inbox crammed with spam and junk I never bothered deleting. But this one had a subject line that caught my eye: earn big, real game, no strings. Sounded too good to be true, right? But curiosity got the better of me. I clicked it, and there was this super short message: are you smart enough to win? Are you brave enough to play? $100,000 for the winner. Respond with I accept to learn more. At the bottom, there was a timer, just 24 hours to reply. No signature, no clue who sent it. Normally, I'd trash something like that without a second thought. But let's be honest, the money was tempting. Bills were piling up, and this sounded like the kind of crazy gamble I needed to get myself out of the hole. So, against my better judgment, I hit reply, I accept. The next day, this small black package shows up at my door. No return address, no courier info, nothing. Inside, there's this sleek, all-black smartphone and a set of instructions. Turn the phone on at exactly 9 p.m. tonight. Follow all instructions. Survive. Okay, that should have been the part where I chucked the whole thing in the trash. But something about the secrecy hooked me. Worst case, it was a prank. Best case? Well, $100,000 is a life-changing amount of money. So, at 9 p.m. sharp, I turned on the phone. The screen lit up with a single message: "Welcome, Player 7." My heart skipped a beat. Player 7? That meant there were others. Another message popped up: "You are one of 11 participants. You will receive further instructions soon. Do not turn off the phone." I sat in my dimly lit living room, staring at the device like it was going to explode. About an hour later, the first real instruction came: "Arrive at the following location in 90 minutes. Bring only this phone. Speak to no one about this." There was an address attached, some old industrial park about 30 minutes away. I wasn't exactly thrilled about driving out to some sketchy part of town late at night, but by this point, I was in too deep to back out. When I arrived, there were already a few people hanging around outside the building. They looked just as uneasy as I felt. Nobody spoke, but we kept exchanging glances, like we were all trying to figure out if we'd made a huge mistake. At exactly 11 p.m., the doors creaked open. This guy in a gray suit greeted us. He had one of those faces you instantly forget, totally unremarkable. "Welcome," he said, his voice calm but firm. "You've been chosen for a unique opportunity. Follow me." He led us into this room that looked like something out of a creepy underground bunker. Concrete walls, no windows, just a single flickering light overhead. There were 11 chairs arranged in a circle, and in front of each chair was a black envelope with a number printed on it. Mine said 7. "Sit," the man instructed. We all obeyed. Once we were seated, he explained the rules. The group must unanimously vote to identify the leader by the end of each round. If the leader is not correctly identified, all remaining participants will be removed. If you falsely accuse someone, you will be removed. The leader's role is to remain hidden while guiding the group to make decisions. "Removed?" I finally asked, breaking the awkward silence. The man smiled, but it wasn't exactly reassuring. "That will be revealed in due time." We all exchanged nervous glances. It was obvious that nobody knew who the leader was or if we could trust each other. The man handed each of us a small black card. "The game begins now. Good luck." As soon as he left, the door locked behind him with a loud click. We sat there for what felt like hours, just staring at each other. Nobody wanted to speak first, but the tension was thick enough to cut with a knife. Finally, this guy who introduced himself as Logan broke the silence. "All right, let's just get this out of the way. Who here signed up for this willingly?" A few people hesitantly raised their hands, including me. The others looked confused, claiming they had no idea how they ended up there. One woman said she just received a phone in the mail with zero explanation. Another guy swore he was tricked into coming. Then there was the quiet one, Player 3. This tall, lanky guy in his mid-30s hadn't said a word or even looked at anyone since we got there. "Hey," Logan said, pointing at him. "What's your deal, Player 3? Player 3 slowly looked up, his expression blank. "I'm just here to win." The way he said it sent chills down my spine. Not threatening, exactly, but detached, like he didn't care what happened to the rest of us. Before we could press him further, our phones buzzed at the same time. A new message, round 1. Discuss and vote. You have 60 minutes. The timer on our phones started counting down. It was total chaos. People started accusing each other left and right, throwing out random theories. Some said we should vote for the quiet one, while others argued we should target the loudest voices. Meanwhile, I couldn't shake this feeling that everything was happening exactly as the leader wanted. They weren't just hiding, they were manipulating us, steering the conversation without drawing suspicion. As the timer ticked down, I felt the pressure. The leader could be anyone, and we had no way of knowing. Voting wrong meant elimination, but doing nothing was just as dangerous. When the timer reached the final minute, we had no choice but to vote. I cast mine for player 3. His cold, emotionless demeanor had freaked me out from the start. But when the results were revealed, he wasn't the one accused. Instead, the group had settled on player 9, this timid-looking woman who'd barely spoken the whole time. The door unlocked, and the man in the gray suit returned. Player 9 stepped forward. "Please," she pleaded with us, "you're wrong." But the man just smiled and gestured toward the door. "Your game is ended." The door closed behind her, and we were left in silence. The next message on our phones read, "Round 1 complete. Player 9 has been removed." No further explanation. No clues about what removed meant. But as I glanced around the room, I couldn't shake the feeling that we just made a terrible mistake. The silence after player 9's departure was deafening. Nobody moved, nobody spoke. It wasn't just about her absence, it was the unknown. What did removed actually mean? The ambiguity was eating at me. Our phones buzzed again, pulling us out of our thoughts. Round 2 begins now. You have 90 minutes. Discuss, observe, and vote. There was no timer this time, just that cryptic instruction, observe. Observe what? What were we supposed to be looking for? "All right, we can't mess up again," Logan said, taking charge. He was pacing now, his nerves starting to show. "We need a strategy. We can't keep throwing out random names like last time." "But how do we figure out who the leader is?" asked player 5, this young guy who looked more like a college kid than someone who should be involved in this whole mess. Nobody had an answer. "Maybe we start by figuring out who's benefiting from all of this," suggested player 4, a woman in her 40s who had this air of authority about her. "The leader's job is to keep us confused and divided, right? So who here has been stirring the pot?" All eyes turned to Logan. He'd been the most vocal so far, throwing out theories and guiding the conversation. Whoa, he said, holding up his hands. "I'm trying to help, not manipulate." "You think I'm the leader? Go ahead and vote me out, but you'll regret it when I'm gone." It wasn't much of a defense, but it was enough to shift suspicion elsewhere. That's when player 3 spoke for the first time since the last vote. His voice was calm, measured. "You're all looking at this wrong. The leader doesn't want to stand out. They're hiding, staying quiet, letting the rest of us tear each other apart. It was unsettling how logical he sounded, as if he wasn't just participating in the game but studying it. "Then it's you," snapped Player 6, a middle-aged man who'd been nervously fidgeting with his phone since the beginning. "You've been sitting there all quiet, watching us like we're lab rats. You probably love this, don't you?" Player 3 didn't react. He just stared at Player 6, his expression unreadable. "Enough," said Player 4. "Accusing each other without evidence is exactly what the leader wants. If we keep this up, none of us are making it out of here." The room fell quiet again. It was then that our phones buzzed with another message. "New information has been distributed. Check your envelopes." We scrambled to open the black envelopes in front of us. Mine contained a single slip of paper with the following message: "Trust is a lie. Only the leader knows the truth." It wasn't helpful. If anything, it just added to the confusion. The others started murmuring, comparing their notes. Some had cryptic riddles, others had seemingly random statements. Logan read his aloud: "The leader's strength is in your weakness." Player 5's was even stranger: "Two truths hide one lie." Only Player 3 refused to share his note. "What does yours say?" Logan pressed. "None of your business," Player 3 replied coolly. "See? That's suspicious," Logan exclaimed, pointing at him. "He's hiding something." "I'm protecting myself," Player 3 said. "Isn't that what we're all supposed to do?" The tension in the room was unbearable. Every interaction, every word, felt like part of some elaborate game we didn't fully understand. And yet, the clock was ticking, even if we couldn't see it. "Let's focus," Player 4 said, her voice firm. "The leader doesn't want us to work together, so let's do the opposite. Share what you know, and maybe we can figure out what's really going on." Most of us nodded in agreement, but Player 3 stayed silent, his arms crossed. As we shared our notes, a pattern began to emerge. While the messages were vague, they seemed to hint at manipulation, deception, and trust, or the lack of it. What if the notes are meant to distract us? I suggested. If the leader wrote them, they're probably just messing with us. Or they're clues, Player 4 countered. We can't afford to ignore anything. It was a valid point, but it didn't make me feel any better. Every theory we came up with led to more questions, more doubt. Finally, Logan sighed. "All right, we're getting nowhere. Let's take a vote. We've got, 30 minutes left?" We checked our phones. He was right. Time was slipping away. "Fine," Player 4 agreed. "But let's think carefully this time. No gut reactions, no random accusations. Who's been acting the most suspicious?" Once again, all eyes turned to Player 3. "You're making a mistake," he said, his voice calm but firm. "If you vote me out, you're only helping the leader." "Or you are the leader," Logan shot back. The back and forth continued until the final minutes, but nobody could agree. When the timer hit 5 minutes, our phones buzzed with a warning: Failure to vote unanimously will result in elimination for all players. Panic set in. People started shouting, accusing, begging. In the chaos, I found myself staring at player 3. He hadn't moved, hadn't raised his voice. "I vote player 3, I said, my voice cutting through the noise. One by one, the others followed, reluctantly casting their votes. When the results were announced, player 3 stood. He looked around the room, his expression unreadable. "You'll regret this," he said simply, before walking to the door. The man in the gray suit appeared again, escorting him out without a word. The door clicked shut, and our phones buzzed with a new message, "Round 2 complete. Player 3 has been removed. Prepare for round 3. As the message faded, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed. The room felt emptier, colder. And the longer we sat in silence, the more I began to wonder if player 3 had been right all along. After player 3's removal, the room felt quieter than ever, but the tension was thicker. There was no sense of relief, no feeling that we'd made any progress. If anything, the group seemed more fractured, more uncertain. The next message arrived almost immediately. "Round 3 begins now. Observe and eliminate the leader. You have 60 minutes. New instructions have been provided in your envelopes." Another set of cryptic clues. I reached for my envelope cautiously this time, half expecting it to contain something even stranger. Inside was a single word: patience. The simplicity of it unnerved me. What was I supposed to do with that? Around the circle, others were murmuring about their messages. Logan read his aloud. The loudest voice is often the weakest. Player 4's note was more ominous. "Beware those who know too little." For the first time, player 6 spoke up. His note simply said, "Trust no one." The messages didn't seem to fit together. If they were clues, they were the kind that only made things more confusing. Logan leaned back in his chair, visibly frustrated. "All right, let's try something different. Let's stop looking at these notes and start looking at each other. If the leader's job is to confuse us, they're doing a great job. We need to focus on what's real." "And what's real, exactly?" Player 4 asked. "The fact that we've already voted out 2 people who might have been innocent? Or the fact that we still have no idea what's actually happening to them?" It was a good point. None of us had any idea what removed meant. We didn't even know if player 9 or player 3 were still alive, or if this was all some elaborate mind game. For the first time, I noticed player 5 fidgeting with his phone. He wasn't looking at the rest of us, his eyes darting back and forth like he was trying to process something. "What's wrong with you?" Logan asked, his voice sharp. Player 5 flinched, clearly startled. "Nothing. I'm just... I don't know. I feel like this isn't going to end well." "No kidding," player 4 muttered. Logan wasn't satisfied with his answer. "Let me see your note," he demanded. "What? Why?" Player 5 stammered. "Because you're acting weird. You're hiding something." "I'm not." Player 5 protested, clutching his envelope tightly. Then prove it, Logan pressed. Player 5 hesitated, his grip tightening on the envelope. Finally, he handed it over, his hand shaking slightly. Logan unfolded the note and frowned. The leader watches but never acts, he read it aloud, then looked back at player 5. What does that mean? How should I know? Player 5 shot back. I didn't write it. Before Logan could push him further, player 4 intervened. Enough. We're wasting time. If we keep turning on each other, the leader wins. Her words were logical, but the group's paranoia was already spiraling out of control. I could feel it in the way people were avoiding eye contact, the way every movement was being scrutinized. And then there was player 6. He hadn't said much, but his eyes were darting between us like he was trying to solve a puzzle. What about you? I asked, directing the question at him. You've been awfully quiet. Player 6 looked startled, but quickly recovered. I'm just trying to figure this out, like everyone else. The more we talk, the less sense it makes. That's convenient, Logan muttered. Before the argument could escalate, our phones buzzed with another message. Hint, the leader controls more than you think. The words sent a chill through the room. Not fear, exactly, but the kind of realization that you've missed something important. What if the leader can see what we're doing? Player 5 suggested hesitantly. Like, what if they're watching us right now? No one's watching us, player 4 said firmly. This room is sealed. It's just us. But how do you know that? Player 5 pressed. What if the leader has some kind of advantage we don't know about? The idea planted a new seed of paranoia. Suddenly, every glance, every movement, felt loaded with suspicion. All right, let's focus, Logan said, trying to regain control. We've got 20 minutes left. Let's figure this out. But no one was listening anymore. The group was splintering, each person retreating into their own theories and suspicions. As the timer ticked down, the pressure became unbearable. I found myself staring at the others, trying to read their faces. Was the leader here, right in front of us? Or were we all just pawns in a game we didn't understand? When the final minutes arrived, Logan stood. We need to vote. If we don't, we all lose. So let's just pick someone and get it over with. His words hung in the air like a challenge. No one wanted to be the first to speak, but no one wanted to stay silent either. Finally, player 4 broke the tension. Let's take a vote, she said. No more discussions, no more accusations. Just vote for who you think the leader is. One by one, we cast our votes. I chose player 2. Her quiet demeanor still felt suspicious to me. When the results appeared on our phones, my heart sank. It was another tie, player 4 and player 7. The door opened, and the man in the gray suit entered, his expression as unreadable as ever. I tie, he said, his voice calm. Fascinating. He stepped forward, addressing us directly for the first time. You have one final chance to identify the leader. Choose wisely. The pressure was unbearable. My mind raced as I looked between player 4 and player 7. Both had been suspicious in their own ways, but I couldn't shake the feeling that one of them was playing us. Finally, I made my choice. When the results appeared, player 4 was the group's final decision. She stood, her expression calm, almost amused. "You made a mistake," she said simply. The man in the gray suit gestured for her to follow him. As she left the room, she glanced back at us, a small smile playing on her lips. The door closed behind her, and our phones buzzed one last time. The game is over. The leader has won. The words sent a chill through me. We'd failed. The door unlocked, and the man in the gray suit returned. "Congratulations," he said, his voice cold. "You've survived. You're free to go." No explanation, no closure. Just an empty reassurance that we were free. As I walked out of the building, the night air felt strange, almost unreal. The others were silent, each lost in their own thoughts. Driving home, I replayed everything in my mind, trying to make sense of it. Who had been the leader? Had we been wrong all along? Or was the game itself the real test? I didn't have answers, and maybe I never would. All I knew was that I'd been part of something I couldn't explain, something I'd never forget. You know how it is with the dark web. You hear about it in forums, podcasts, and it's all this mix of creepy intrigue and should I really be doing this? Curiosity. So, after weeks of listening to this one podcast that kept mentioning it, I finally decided to take the plunge. My goal wasn't to find anything illegal, okay? I was just curious. I wanted to see what all the fuss was about, maybe find some old books you can't get anywhere else. But as luck would have it, I stumbled on something way more interesting than I bargained for. I did the whole anonymity thing, VPN, Tor browser, the works. I drifted through a bunch of sites, mostly outdated designs and broken links, you know, the usual. Then I found this digital marketplace. It looked pretty normal at first, selling stuff like rare music albums and out-of-print books. But then this one listing caught my eye. List security cam access, research facility echo. The price was dirt cheap, and my curiosity went through the roof. Live access to a research lab? What could be so special about that? With a mix of excitement and maybe I shouldn't be doing this, I paid with some cryptocurrency and got a link and a password. The login page was super basic, almost boring. I entered the info, and boom, I was looking at a live feed from a bunch of different cameras. Most of them showed typical lab stuff, long hallways, empty desks, computers glowing in dimly lit rooms. But one feed, labeled Containment Room, was different. It was this completely white room, stark and bright, with what looked like reinforced glass on one wall. And inside, there was this figure moving around. It was seriously creepy. It was humanoid, but its limbs were way too long for its body, and its movements were all jerky and unnatural. It wasn't walking or running, it was like teleporting. There were no chains or anything, but it never tried to touch the glass or communicate. But its eyes, man, that was the freakiest part. They were intelligent, like deeply aware. It wasn't just seeing, it was perceiving. I felt like it was looking right at me through the camera. My heart was pounding, not from fear, but from the sheer weirdness of it all. I started taking notes, writing down everything I saw. I watched how it interacted with the room, which was basically empty except for these vents or speakers in the ceiling. Every now and then, a voice would come from the speakers, all commanding like, but in a language I didn't recognize. The creature would respond, not with words, but with these crazy color changes and patterns that rippled across its skin. It was definitely communicating, but in a way I'd never seen before. I kept the feed running in the background while I searched the rest of the dark web for any info on this research facility Echo. Nothing. It was like this place didn't exist. Except for this camera feed, which I was starting to think wasn't meant for public eyes. Was this some secret experiment? A new bioweapon? Or something even crazier? The possibilities were blowing my mind. But I knew one thing, I had to keep watching. Whatever secrets Facility Echo held, they seemed ready to change everything we thought we knew about life itself. And so, my watch began. The more I watched the live feeds from Facility Echo, the more obsessed I became. Days turned into weeks, and each time I logged in, I hoped to learn more about why this creature was being held there, what kind of research they were doing. But no dice. However, one thing became clear, this creature wasn't just some lab rat. It was actively involved in whatever was happening in that stark white room. One day, I logged in, and the creature seemed more agitated than usual. It was moving fast, almost frantically, like it was searching for something. Then, out of nowhere, it stopped and looked directly at the camera. Its gaze was intense, like it could see right through the screen and into my soul. For a moment, I felt like it knew I was there, watching it from the shadows. It was unsettling, but also incredibly exciting. The intelligence in its eyes was undeniable, and for the first time, I wondered if it was aware of being watched, not just by me, but maybe by others too. I switched between the camera feeds and noticed that several were now showing different angles of the same room, as if whoever was in control wanted to make sure every inch of the space was monitored. There was still no audio, which made the silence even creepier, broken only by those weird commands from the speakers. Then something new happened. A panel in the wall slid open, and this robotic arm reached out towards the creature, holding what looked like a tray of food. The creature approached cautiously, like it was curious but also hesitant. It took the food, if you could call it that, and ate it quickly. Seeing it eat was the most normal thing I'd witnessed so far. It made me realize that even in this bizarre situation, this creature still had basic needs. It wasn't just some scientific curiosity, it was a living being with its own responses and needs. My observations became a routine. I'd log in at the same time each day, watching the creature go about its limited existence. I started to notice patterns in its behavior, how it reacted to certain sounds from the speakers. Sometimes it would freeze mid-movement, Other times the texture of its skin would change. My own research was hitting dead ends. Facility Echo was like a ghost online. No records, no mentions anywhere. This secrecy just made me want to understand even more. I started keeping a journal, writing down everything I saw, every theory I had about the creature and the people who were holding it. But one question kept nagging at me. What kind of ethical lines had been crossed to create this being? Was it some natural evolution from another planet, or was it man-made, designed to push the boundaries of science? The creature, with its intelligent eyes and unsettling presence, became a symbol of this question. It was clear that Facility Echo was no ordinary research lab, and this creature was more than just a specimen. It was a mystery that needed to be solved. Each time I logged in, it felt like I was peeking into a world that defied everything we thought we knew about science and ethics. A world that maybe we weren't ready for. As my investigation continued, I felt more and more connected to the creature. We were both trapped in our own ways, searching for answers in confined spaces. But I couldn't shake the feeling that there was so much more to discover, not just about the creature, but about the nature of reality itself. My journey into the depths of Facility Echo was just beginning, and I was determined to uncover the truth, no matter the cost. In the following weeks, my routine became almost scientific. Every day, I'd log in, observe the creature, and feel this mix of wonder and unease. But with every minute I spent watching, I felt more and more responsible. Here was this being, capable of extraordinary things, seemingly trapped and alone. And I was maybe the only outsider who even knew it existed. Then, one afternoon, I had a breakthrough. The creature started interacting with its environment in a new way. It went to the wall opposite the glass and pressed what looked like invisible buttons, these deliberate, calculated gestures. The wall responded with soft clicks, and with each press, the lights in the room dimmed. This was something new. I leaned closer to the screen, captivated. As the lights dimmed to a soft glow, the creature's skin started to emit this slow, pulsating light, almost like it was breathing. Was this communication? A biological response? Or something else entirely? I scribbled down every detail, the timing, the sequence, everything. This was a whole new layer to the mystery. Was this creature more intelligent than I'd even imagined? Did it understand its situation? My focus shifted. I started thinking about the ethics of it all. Who were these people running Facility Echo? What was their goal? And did they have the right to keep this creature locked up like this? My research took a new direction. I was still fascinated, but now I felt like I needed to do something. I started contacting experts, linguists, cryptographers, sharing anonymized bits of the patterns the creature was making, hoping someone could crack the code. And then, out of the blue, I got a message from this expert in ancient languages. They said the symbols looked a lot like a proto-writing system that had been extinct for centuries. Whoa! Not only was this creature intelligent, but it was using a form of communication older than human history. This discovery made my nightly observations even more important. And it was during one of these sessions that I noticed a change in the lab itself. New people showed up, moving with this sense of urgency. They looked ordinary, but something about their behavior felt different. The creature reacted to this change too. It got agitated, moving erratically, the glowing patterns on its skin flickering like crazy. It definitely sensed something was up. Maybe it knew these new people were a threat. Then, one of the new personnel, this guy in a plain coverall, stopped right in front of the containment room's glass. He looked directly at the camera, as if he knew I was watching. And then he held up a sign with a message on it. "We know." Chills, man. My little spying operation wasn't a secret anymore. I was officially part of the story, whether I liked it or not. This changed everything. I knew I had to be more careful, but I couldn't let fear stop me. The creature was trying to communicate, and the lab was clearly up to something. I had to keep going, not just for myself, but for the creature. I started taking more precautions, changing my setup, being more careful about how I communicated with people. But I was more determined than ever to find out the truth. Whoever we were, they knew I was watching, which meant something big was happening. The creature's attempts to communicate, the lab's sudden urgency, it all pointed to something about to go down. I couldn't stop now, not when I might be able to help, to speak up for this creature, to tell its story. As I prepared for the next phase of my investigation, I knew the risks were higher. But I also felt this moral obligation to keep going. We know meant it was my responsibility to find out what they knew, not just for me, but for the creature who, without ever saying a word, had asked for help. The "we know" message was a game changer. It made my mission crystal clear. I had to be careful, yes, but I couldn't let fear paralyze me. The creature's attempts to communicate, the lab's weird vibe, it all pushed me to do something, to be more than just an observer. In the days after that message, the whole atmosphere in the facility changed. The personnel were more guarded, and they seemed to be interacting with the creature more deliberately. Even with the increased risk, I kept watching, but now with this sense of urgency. The creature had changed too. It seemed to sense the tension, and its light displays and symbol formations became more frequent, more desperate. It was like it was trying to tell us something important. I was determined to figure out what it was saying. I'd been working with that linguist who'd recognized the ancient language, and together, we started piecing together fragments of the creature's messages. It was talking about loneliness, confusion, and a longing to return somewhere. It didn't say where. But the messages showed that this was a sentient being, far from home, trying to connect, trying to understand. With a mix of determination and dread, I planned my next move. I couldn't keep this information to myself. It was too big, too important. It pointed to ethical violations and scientific practices that needed to be exposed. But how could I do that without putting myself or the creature in danger? The answer came out of nowhere. I got this encrypted email from someone claiming to be part of an international watchdog group that focused on ethical science. They'd seen some of my anonymous posts online and put two and two together. It was a risk, but after doing some serious vetting, I decided to trust them. They offered me a platform and protection to tell the story of Facility Echo. We worked together to put together this expose, laying out all the evidence without revealing where it came from. We shared the creature's messages, showing how intelligent it was and how wrong it was to keep it locked up like that. The story blew up. Major news outlets picked it up, and suddenly everyone was talking about Facility Echo, about ethics and science, about the rights of this creature. The public outcry was huge, and the international authorities had to do something. They launched a full-blown investigation into Facility Echo and the organization behind it. Through it all, I stayed anonymous, a silent guardian of the story I'd helped to tell. Months passed, and things started to change. Facility Echo was shut down, and the details of what they'd been doing slowly came out. The creature, and others like it, were recognized as sentient beings with rights. They weren't just lab rats anymore. I never found out where the creature came from or if it ever made it home. But seeing Facility Echo shut down and knowing that the creature was finally being treated with respect felt like a huge win. I kept doing my advocacy work, but in secret. The whole experience changed me. I'd felt this connection through a computer screen to a being that was completely different from me, and it taught me so much about responsibility and compassion. Looking back, I'm still committed to exposing the dark corners of human ambition and curiosity. The truth, no matter how hidden, needs to be brought to light, not just for the sake of knowledge, but for the sake of those who can't speak for themselves. The story of Facility Echo is a reminder that science needs boundaries, and that even the most alien beings deserve our respect and protection. You know how it is. You're bored, and you start messing around online. You type your name into Google, see what comes up. Maybe some old social media profiles, a mention in your school newspaper, that kind of thing. But when you swap Google for the dark web, things get a little creepier. That's what happened to me, and let me tell you, it's not something I recommend. It was a quiet Sunday afternoon. I was at my computer, just browsing the web, when I came across this forum where people were talking about the dark web. They made it sound like this mythical place, full of secrets and information you couldn't find anywhere else. One person mentioned how you could find out anything about anyone, as long as you knew where to look. That got my attention. Why not? I thought. It's just a search, right? What's the worst that could happen? Famous last words, right? Getting onto the dark web wasn't that hard. There are tons of guides online. So, after taking some precautions, I ventured into this hidden part of the internet. It was messy and chaotic, but there was a kind of structure to it. I found this search service that promised to dig up all sorts of information. It cost a few bucks, paid anonymously, of course. The search bar was blinking at me, and in a moment of pure stupidity, I typed in my full name and hit enter. The results weren't instant, which somehow made it even more nerve-wracking. I made a cup of tea while I waited, trying to ignore the growing feeling of unease in my gut. When I came back, the screen was filled with documents, each with a brief description. It was weird seeing my name next to dates and keywords that seemed totally random but also really personal. There was the hospital where I was born, my high school mascot, even mentions of a childhood friend I hadn't seen in years. One document, in particular, caught my eye. It was a detailed log of this blog I had as a teenager, something I thought was lost forever. But there it was, every embarrassing post, every cringy photo, preserved in the depths of the dark web. It was seriously unsettling to see those forgotten words, knowing someone or something had been keeping them all this time. As I dug deeper, the information got even weirder. Emails I'd sent years ago, books I'd borrowed from the library, even notes from a biology class, it was all there. It was like someone had created a digital ghost of my past. But the creepiest part wasn't the information itself, it was the fact that someone had gone to the trouble of collecting it all. Why? There were no threats, no signs of anything malicious, but the sheer existence of this database was a reminder that we leave digital footprints everywhere we go. It made me rethink my whole idea of privacy. We think we're anonymous online, but someone, somewhere, could be watching. So, here's my advice. Never search for yourself on the dark web. You might not find someone stalking you or trying to hurt you, but the things you find might mess with your head. What's buried is often best left buried, not for safety, but for your own peace of mind. When I finally logged off, I felt this weight settle on me. My ordinary day had turned into a lesson about the dark side of curiosity. No drama, no danger, just a quiet realization that some things are better left unknown. After my first trip down the dark web rabbit hole, I tried to put it all behind me. But you know how it is. Once you've seen something, you can't unsee it. My mind kept going back to those files, especially the ones that didn't make sense. Why was this random stuff about me being saved? Who would even care? A few days went by, and I tried to get back to my normal routine, work, hanging out with friends, that kind of thing. But I couldn't shake this feeling that there was more to my digital shadow than just old posts and emails. So, late one night, I found myself back at my computer. The house was quiet, and I was determined to figure out just how deep this rabbit hole went. This time, I wasn't just messing around. I was on a mission. I went back to the dark web, but I felt more focused, more prepared. I found a different search service, one that looked more sophisticated. As the search was running, I braced myself. What would I find this time? The results loaded, and a new set of documents popped up. This time, it was stuff from more recently, my online shopping habits, travel itineraries, even records of phone calls I'd made online. Each piece of information seemed harmless on its own, but together, they painted a pretty detailed picture of my life. It was kind of freaky. But then I saw something that really threw me. It was a detailed log of a hiking trip I'd planned but never actually went on. I'd canceled it last minute because of a family emergency, something I'd only told a close friend about. But here it was, documented as if it had actually happened. That's when it hit me. This wasn't just about someone snooping on my past. they could manipulate information, even create fake events. It was like someone was building a digital version of me that wasn't even real. I spent hours looking for a pattern, a reason, but it all seemed random. There were no threats, no demands, just this collection of my life, curated by some unknown person or entity. When I finally logged off, I felt exposed, vulnerable. The internet, I realized, was like this vast ocean where our digital echoes travel further than we can imagine. The dark web was just one of its deepest trenches, where the light of normal searches couldn't reach. I learned to live with the knowledge that these hidden depths existed. I knew that digging any deeper might uncover more than I could handle. In the digital age, curiosity doesn't just kill the cat, it can rewrite its whole story. The lesson was clear: some knowledge is a burden. And on the dark web, even the most innocent search can come back to haunt you in ways you never expected. The days after my last dark web search were a weird mix of normal and not so normal. I went to work, hung out with friends, even went to a community event. But the whole time, I felt like I was being watched, like someone was looking over my shoulder. It wasn't until a week later, while I was cleaning out my inbox, that I found this email from some address I didn't recognize. The subject line just said data inquiry. Normally, I would have deleted it as spam, but after my dark web adventures, I was a little more cautious. The email was super polite, asking me to confirm some information for a data verification process. They listed some online accounts I had, some I recognized, some I didn't. They even had some of my passwords, partially hidden, of course. The sender claimed to be from this nonprofit that protects people from identity theft. Now, normally, that might sound helpful, right? But after what I'd been through, alarm bells were going off in my head. I decided to do some digging. I looked up this nonprofit, and it barely had any online presence. That seemed fishy, especially for an organization that's supposed to be all about online security. Instead of replying to the email, I contacted the websites they mentioned through their official channels. And guess what? None of them had ever heard of this nonprofit. They all told me to change my passwords immediately. Okay, so I dodged a bullet. But it still freaked me out. How did they get my information? Was this another consequence of my dark web searches? I went into full-on security lockdown mode. I updated all my passwords, changed my privacy settings, and even signed up for that cybersecurity course I've been thinking about. If the internet was a battlefield, I was ready for war. But the more I learned about cybersecurity, the more I realized how much I didn't know. Every step I took to protect myself felt like a tiny band-aid on a huge wound. The internet was constantly changing, and so were the threats. This realization made me hyper-aware of everything I did online. I started paying attention to what I shared, the apps I used, the permissions I granted. Privacy wasn't just about avoiding harm, it was about freedom, the freedom to live without being tracked and monitored. And you know what? Taking control of my digital life actually made me feel better. It was a reminder that even though we can't control everything that happens online, we can learn to navigate it more safely. So, I kept learning, kept adapting, and kept one eye on the horizon, ready for whatever the internet might throw at me next. The weeks turned into months, and my little blog grew from a personal project into a kind of online support group for people who cared about digital safety. It wasn't just about sharing tips anymore. It was about sharing experiences and helping each other navigate this crazy online world. As I was busy writing blog posts and answering comments, I realized how much my own view of the internet had changed. It wasn't this scary, unknown place anymore. It was still complicated, but with the right knowledge and tools, I felt like I could handle it. One day, I was invited to speak at a community center about online safety. There were people of all ages in the audience, from teenagers to senior citizens. I shared my story, talked about the lessons I'd learned, and emphasized how important it is to be aware and educated about online risks. People asked great questions, everything from specific security measures to how to protect their kids online. It really hit home how much people needed this kind of information. After the talk, this woman came up to me and thanked me. She said she'd always thought privacy settings were too complicated, but hearing my story made her realize it was worth the effort. It was a powerful reminder of why I started the blog in the first place. Inspired by the community's response, I decided to do even more. I worked with local schools to create a program about digital literacy, teaching kids how the internet works, why privacy matters, and how to be responsible online. I wanted to give them the knowledge to make smart choices and stay safe. As I was developing these programs, I realized that my own journey was a big part of the message. Every blog post, every workshop, every conversation, it was all about raising awareness and empowering people. The internet can be a scary place, but it's also a reflection of us, of how we choose to interact with it. By choosing education over ignorance, safety over convenience, and community over isolation, we can make it a better place for everyone. Finding my place in the digital world. Looking back on my journey, from that first careless search on the dark web to becoming an advocate for digital safety, I'm amazed by how much has changed. It's been a complete transformation, from fear to understanding, from worrying about myself to helping others. The internet is often portrayed as this wild and dangerous place, but it's also a place of connection and community. By sharing our experiences and supporting each other, we can create a safer and more inclusive online world. As I continue to write, speak, and teach about these issues, I'm reminded of the power of curiosity. It can lead us into the unknown, but it can also guide us through it, helping us understand and navigate the complexities of the digital age. In the vast web of the internet, we all play a part. By sharing knowledge and promoting safety, we can create a stronger, more resilient online community. And that's what my journey has been all about, turning fear into empowerment and using my experience to help others find their place in the digital world.